All right, guys, so we are back here again on a rock-solid connection coming at you at 1080p, 60 frames a second. Please let me know how everything is sounding and looking on screen. You guys are hearing audio out of Kiev. For everybody asking about ban appeals again in the chat, those appeals have been given out. So you should be able to rejoin the Discord. You can join the Discord at discord.gg/NEMICO. That is the new link for the Discord. Yep. So yeah, it looks how everybody's saying it looks and sounds good. Yeah, if you guys turn to 1080p 60 frames, it should look a lot clearer on screen. Stand by while I get basically everything situated for the stream here. I believe slow-mo is on, and subscriber chat is on as well. So yeah, guys, just stand by here while I get everything situated. I'll be coming at you guys here shortly with tonight's news report out of Ukraine. So stand by. Okay, yeah, so if everybody in the Discord that is sharing cams, yeah, we understand that the search for cams has gotten a little bit harder, and some people have started to resorting to using some more private, cams that are on public IPs, using, tools like Google Dorks to find cameras that are a little bit harder to locate. That's fine. However, we do ask that you guys keep the those public IP cams out of the general chat. We'll set up a dedicated channel for those. If you guys want to PM those to each other, that's okay. Yeah, again, I'll post this in Discord, but yeah, if we can just keep that in mind at this time. All right, guys, we are continuing to stand by here while I get everything ready. Um, again, to those of you just tuning in, thank you so much for stopping by tonight. We're going to be having a busy news night here. I have a lot planned for you guys to catch up over the past 48 hours of downtime that I've kind of had here on the stream. We haven't really been doing much reporting, dealing with some of the ongoing connection issues. But now that that is resolved, I have a large amount of reporting that I plan to do tonight. For those of you just tuning in, make sure to hit the like button. It's the best way to get the algorithm up in the or get the video up in the algorithm, and so we can get some more eyes in on the stream tonight. And once again, guys, for those of you following along on Twitch, thank you so much for sticking around. The Twitch chat is a totally different environment, a totally different community than it is over here on the YouTube chat. If either one of the streams goes down at any point, guys, you can hop over to the Twitch stream or vice versa over to the YouTube stream if either one of them happens to go down. The cameras on screen, guys, I will get those all refreshed. Everything will be taken care of as for those cams here shortly. In fact, this one needs to be dragged down here a little bit. We'll get all the cams updated on screen and get those all taken care of here shortly. The Twitch is in the description below the YouTube stream for those that are asking. It's just twitch.tv/NEMICO network. If you go hit that follow button over there, we're trying to get our followers back up to where they were. Appreciate your stream always. Thank you so much for tuning in. My opinions. Glad to see that you are tuning in. Yeah, so I mean, Twitch's TOS has definitely been, definitely tightened over the past week or so, as other people have, been streaming the Ukrainian situation going on, and we did get banned over there on Twitch. We have been in touch with Twitch's appeal team, and they are looking to get us unsuspended. But it was better for us to go ahead and create a backup channel anyway to get us back on Twitch. Also, in the future, if anything happens on either one of the Twitch channels, we will always have one to fall back on. Okay. So, but for now, our primary channel we're going to be using is the current Twitch channel you guys are using, twitch.tv/NEMICO network. It's also youtube.com/NEMICO network. So. Kind of the same across the board there. The Twitch TV channel has been around for a long time, and I'll probably be retiring that, or we'll maybe keep that for, as I said, a backup channel. Tom Luno says, "Sup, man? I've been working hard on Discord to update everyone for like 6 hours before I went to sleep." Thank you so much, Tom. To everybody over there in the Discord doing work, you guys, what you're doing is great. Everything that we've been able to accomplish over the past week is because of you guys. We have some of our reporting has made it into mainstream media. The cameras that were being taken down by the Russians on the P-47 cams there on that highway, the reporting we did that night. And the attention that gained that night made that onto mainstream news. Yeah, P-47 was a legend, guys. Never forget P-47. Yep, so we do have satellite images on the convoys and also the traffic jams that I wanted to show you guys outside of Kiev, and kind of a little bit of what's going on from overhead in that area from the past day or so. I'm going to show you guys some of those satellite images coming up here on the show shortly. To everybody that was here for P47, you guys are the OGs. Thank you so much for tuning in. That was a hell of a night. We haven't been able to have any of those nights over the past about 48 hours because we were just dealing with those connection issues. It, again, was on our end. It was an issue that our ISP was dealing with in our area. So we weren't just the only ones dealing with that issue. But now that that has been resolved, we're back up, coming at you guys in 1080p 60 frames again. So make sure to increase your quality so you guys can see everything on screen. Yep, and yeah, again, we're gonna try for tonight. We're gonna be giving you guys a whole bunch of reporting that's happened over the past 6 to 12 hours first. That's my first goal. Again, I'm still getting things together in the background here, guys. I want to get everything just, taken care of first before we really start bringing you guys the reporting. We are expecting a pretty action-packed morning in Ukraine in relation to some of the developments that have happened over the past 6 to 12 hours. We'll be covering those talks that were supposed to take place near Belarus. We're going to keep an eye on the aircraft situation. Right now we're watching this unmanned surveillance drone here. We believe it to be U.S. Army. I forgot the exact designation on that. Graybird, I believe, is the one. It's a surveillance drone, and they've been seen to use the same exact hexagonal flight pattern that we're seeing here now on screen. They are obviously keeping an eye on something here on the ground in Poland. This could just be some kind of testing that they could be doing here. However, it looks more likely that maybe they are keeping an eye on something, and we're going to be keeping an eye on them to see what they are looking at. If our guys over there in the flight radar want to maybe look into this more, so that when we start bringing the reporting, I can give you guys some information on that, by all means, send that information over to me. Gray Eagle, it's an attack/surveillance drone, roger that. Oh, yeah, where is Detrude? Detrude, sound off in the Twitch chat, man. Okay, there you are. Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry about that. I forgot to do that. Excuse me. There we go. Detrude, thank you so much for tuning back in, man. I'm glad to have you here. Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot to do that. But yeah, glad to have you back. I believe S-Visuals was our other mod. If you happen to be watching S-Visuals, sound off in the chat, and I'll try to get you mod. Again, thank you so much, Detrude, for sticking around and keeping control of the Twitch chat. Somebody says I woke up to NEMICO screaming during P47. Yeah, that was an eventful night, guys, and I'm planning to have an eventful night here tonight again. Thank you for everybody that's tuning in. Go ahead, hit the like button, share this stream with all of our other Intel analysts. Let's get some other eyes in here on the action here tonight. This is going to be the place to be. Again, I'm still getting everything ready to go here for you guys. I'll be periodically in and out as I prepare my reporting to bring to you guys here tonight. I'm also doing some stuff here for myself in the background, getting food in me and getting ready just for the night tonight. Yep, we are still continuing to hear reports of people taking cameras down, and I don't know if Rain was referring to the P47 incident, but yeah, there are people taking cams down now in Russia. We've had a harder time finding cameras now, guys, over the past 48 hours or so. Some of our Intel analysts over in the Discord have started to resort to other tools like Google Dorks and looking for like public IP cams that aren't as easy to find because they don't use DNS and domains. Keep in mind, guys, to keep those cameras out of the general chats. We're trying to keep all those links contained to the Ukraine IP channel. For security purposes, those links can sometimes be compromised, so make sure you guys are, using a VPN, using incognito mode when you're activating those links. Just proceed with caution. Keep that in mind. So that's why we're quarantining all of those links to the Ukraine IP channel. Detroit says Russians have reported gunfire in Kiev, heavy battles through the comms. Yep, we're keeping an eye on that situation. We're going to get you guys updated on everything that's happening outside of Kiev tonight, but we're also going to reach out a little further into the region to take a look at some of the other ongoing conflicts and stories that are unfolding in and around Ukraine. People asking what P47 is, never forget. P47. We will we'll take a look at that maybe sometime tonight and review the events, unpack the events from the P47 incident. To those of you that have made me P47 memes, I noticed there was a couple P47 memes rolling around. If to the creators and artists of those, if you guys could reach out to me, I'd really like to know who you are. Once again, some of the memes coming out of the Discord are amazing. I've loved seeing some of the content you guys have been producing over the past week here. It's been great. We'll also, yep, I hear people talk about the markets. We'll also be taking a look at the markets both here in the States and especially in Russia to see kind of how things are going there. A lot of people have been requesting that data, so we'll definitely go over that and we'll get kind of a hot take on what's going on with the markets and what we'll see over the next coming week here. Have I spoken on the thermobarics? Yeah, guys. So we were tracking the TOS systems, those thermobaric fuel air systems that Russia has been using, and we will look at those tonight. We will go over those tonight, and we'll get updates on those. I actually haven't looked at that information yet, but we will definitely be getting some information on that. To everybody asking about Pistree and P47 merch, we'll look into that as well. Thank you guys for the interest in that, and thank you again for the support. I just heard Russia has used a vacuum bomb. Yeah, those are the thermobarics that we're talking about. We will be looking to that stuff shortly. There is a lot of information coming out about the thermobarics and how they kind of come into play here. Michael J. Howell, thank you so much for tuning in. Again, it's really great to see some familiar faces tuning into the stream here tonight. Again, guys. Kraus, he's mentioning live UA map. Yep, we're gonna also be getting an update on the live UA map. They have been the victim of what seems to be some cyber attacks over the past, or at least some manipulation over the past couple days here. Rain says Putin is doing some disgusting stuff. Yeah, we have seen a lot of harsh and stark images coming out of Ukraine. Both civilian casualties and military casualties on both sides of the spectrum. We'll definitely be looking into that and how that kind of all plays a part in this. People are asking about KGB Pigeon. Yep, KGB Pigeon. Everybody keeps asking me for... We got 13,000 people over there in the Discord now, and I think I get a message every 5 minutes with people asking me about the emoji situation. We'll get custom emojis set up here, guys, at some point soon. Yeah, a lot of stuff. You guys keep in mind, there's a lot of propaganda going around. The false information that we're seeing here is at levels in which I don't think we've ever seen. It makes things like the information campaigns that happened during some of the U.S. elections. It makes them look like child's play. Okay, this is a whole nother level of disinformation that is taking place here. We've seen cameras being faked. We've seen cameras being looped. We've seen accounts being faked all over the place. We've seen. So I've been looking at statistical data of my channel, and not only as a content creator, but also I wanted to get kind of a scoop and kind of an idea on just the amount of fake bot traffic that is influxing into streams like ours here. And you guys wouldn't believe, so when I turn like subscriber chat on, statistically you see a large influx in bot accounts, and you can kind of compare like the numbers of so like when we go offline, there's instantaneous numbers of bot accounts that unsubscribe, and then when we go back on, there's a simultaneous influx of people that are coming on. And we usually see correlations between that data and bot activity in our live chats here. So that's definitely something that we've been seeing a lot of, and is to keep in mind, guys. There's a lot of conflicting reporting happening. There's a large effort to decredit a lot of news sources and like a lot of these cameras. There's been efforts to to instill uncertainty about the validity of these cameras that we're seeing coming out of some of these places. And again, part of that is that you're seeing a lot of fake cameras going live on accounts. There's some accounts that have thousands of subscribers or sometimes thousands of followers that are being manufactured in order to get those cameras up into the algorithm, and some of them are looped. A lot of them are looped. A lot of them are faked. We're seeing fake audio. There's a lot of things going on. Yes, a lot of people saying claims of looping. Yes, there is. And so you guys will see claims of looping here. You're going to see claims of looping in every single live cam you guys see, okay? This is a mix of uncertainty being sown and just direct actions being taken by Russian actors and bot accounts. There's a reason they want to sow uncertainty about what you guys are seeing here. It's to provide to their narrative, the same narrative we have been talking about all week, guys, for weeks now. It's an information war just as much as it's a real war, okay? On the ground, again, to people asking about the aircraft we're currently monitoring, it is a U.S. Army surveillance drone, possibly also armed, from what some people have told me about the information on that. Again, to the talk about on the vacuum bombs, the thermal barracks, we'll get to that. I probably have a whole hour of reporting to go over about the thermal barracks and those systems. And no, so somebody said, so now you're discrediting competing streams? No, in fact, I encourage other streams and other people to do what we are doing here. Okay, it's very important. All right, what we are looking at here is a discrediting of all cameras coming out of Ukraine. Okay, and that's a problem. All right, the problem is that if everything is shown to be unverified and unconfirmed, that's just as much of a problem as showing everything that is unverified and confirmed. Okay. Fake news is yeah, it's everywhere right now, as people are saying. The propaganda wheels are turning faster than they've ever probably turned. Okay, keep in mind, guys, the cameras I show you on screen here, we always provide links to them. If at any point any camera is shown to have any amount of suspicious circumstances with it, if it looks like it's looped, if the timestamps don't match up, if the audio is off, is something, we look into that every single time. If we are wrong, we let you guys know. If a camera is off, if it's not live, if it's not current, we replace it. We will get everything current on screen. I want to make sure that the feeds that we are getting you guys are current. As I said, a lot of them are there's manufactured feeds going on that we are seeing. So we're having to vet everything. Not at first we were vetting reporting that was coming out on the ground and trying to kind of see through all of the disinformation in the fog of war. Now that same thing is happening with our live feeds, our radio communications. We got guys in the Discord that are intercepting radio communications and translating them. And we've even seen disinformation now being sowed amongst those radio communications, amongst the flight radar community, and all facets of this operation. We've seen an effort to sow disinformation and uncertainty in some of these sources. Okay, so keep that in mind, but also keep in mind, guys, whenever I think, all right, or whenever our community thinks that something is unverified or unconfirmed, we will make that vocally known to you as I'm speaking. Okay, as I'm giving this commentary, I make every effort to make sure that you guys know. As we're getting live reports in, we hear a bomb go off, and we get live videos in. When I show you those videos, I make sure that you guys know that those are unconfirmed. All right, guys, stand by. I will be right with you here in a few moments. Thank you again to everybody that's tuning in. We'll be starting my reporting here shortly. Stand by, guys, while I'm refreshing all of these camera feeds, and I'm getting them back up on screen here, so stand by. Alright, all feeds are back up and current. Yes, I will be getting an audio marker on screen so that we can see what cam has the audio coming out of it. I just haven't gotten a chance to do that yet. I'll do that here shortly. DeLizzy says NEMICO and Funker 530 are the best. Yeah, huge shout out to those guys over there at Funker 530. I've been watching that guy for years now. He's a great streamer. If there's anybody else I would recommend you guys to hop over to when I am down, it's him for sure. Definitely, he's definitely a pretty good content creator. I like his stuff. Yeah, so we have seen some of these loop streams, you guys. I've seen, and almost is comical. Okay, they take a recording of the air raid sirens over Kiev and they loop it over and over, at least the audio portion, because every time people hear the sirens going off on stream, they immediately start tuning in and getting glued to the screen. Okay, that is probably one of the most disgusting tactics I have ever seen from bot accounts. Okay, it's absolutely disgusting seeing that type of activity. And so, yeah, we will keep an eye on that for sure. So keep an eye on that, guys. We know when the bells chime on the churches in the square. We know when they have scheduled air raid sirens. They do them at certain times in the morning, and we've seen correlations of that with our clock we have in the lower right-hand side. That is current Kiev time. Okay. If you guys see another stream that has air raids going on, and there isn't air raids going on our confirmed Kiev cams, then you'll most likely know that that is indeed not live and fake. Keep in mind, guys, tuning in, you might have anywhere from a 10 to 30 second delay on my stream here. That is just built into YouTube, Twitch as well. I believe you can reduce that by streaming in low latency mode. I'll look into that at some point. Somebody says a bot account list. That would be pretty interesting if we could actually get a list going of verified bot accounts. Yozak says, every time I hear the air raid sirens, I go to Twitter and I search sirens in and around Ukraine. That might actually be an interesting method to hear, to see if that works. Somebody says didn't hear the church bells at 2:30. Yeah, I don't know if they're sounding them at night. I know they do sound in the daytime. I don't know if they sound all night though. I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure they don't sound all night. I think they start sounding in the mornings, if I'm not mistaken. Another tall tale sign that you're watching a live Kiev square cam is if in the morning you're hearing nothing but ravens cawing all the time. That is pretty indicative. And it's also a good method of matching up audio on those streams in the morning. Yeah, 8-Bit Dan says the bell started at 6 a.m. That makes sense. Yeah, that would be weird to chime the bells all night, and I imagine anybody living in the close vicinity would be very aggravated to be hearing church chimes all night long. So I think that's probably why they do that. For those of you asking about the plane, that's a drone, a U.S. Army drone that we have been tracking here. Again, I forgot the exact model designation of that. I know my aircraft guys could sound off in the chat. Detrude, which cam are they speaking of? Cam 2. So, okay, I'll take a look at Cam 2 here. Stand by for that. So some people are suspecting that this is a looped cam here. Get that back up on screen. Of St. Michael's Golden Domed Monastery, but this doesn't look like a monastery cam. Yeah, if some people want to look into Cam 2 for me, send me over some PMs of Cam 2 and give me some verified intelligence on that, and I will remove that cam and we'll replace it with something else. Yeah, Cam 4 is Nova, Kharkova, Kiev is Cam 1 and Cam 3 are basically the same feeds, two different sources coming out of the square near that monastery there. Cam 5 is also in Kiev, and Cam 2 is also reported to be in Kiev, but we're getting some more accurate information on that camera, and I will get that updated to you guys here shortly. Somebody says BBC is broadcasting live HD from central Kiev. Well, if you guys send me that, give me that PM'd over on Discord, and I can get that up on screen here for you guys. And we will take a look at that. So yeah, again, if you guys want to send me some videos and timestamps to get some of the confirmations going on these cameras, we can do that. Send them over on Discord, and we'll take a look at those, and we'll get those replaced with other cameras. 8-Bit Dan asks, did we see the videos coming out of Kharkiv yesterday? Yeah, we were attempting to report on that last night as that was unfolding. We will go into the Kharkiv situation as well as the situation in Odessa, and we'll also be keeping tabs on the Kiev situation as well tonight. Again, guys, we are looking into the cam situation right now. Cam 4 is out of Nova Kharkova. We have people looking into that camera right now, as well as the source for Cam 2 out of Kiev, and we will get them replaced as soon as we can here. So keep that in mind. We are keeping control of the cams and making sure that they are vetted before we get them on screen to you guys. again, to everybody that is looking at the flight radar, that is a unmanned surveillance drone that could also be armed. Again, I forgot the model designation on that. People could sound off in the live chat on that. I believe it's a Gray Eagle. I think is the model designation for that. By General Atomics, I believe, is the company that makes that drone. Yeah, guys, again, for the cameras, I'll get those replaced if any of them are in question. I will get that concrete information for you guys here shortly. Just stand by. Kind of dealing with a couple things here in the background right now. I'm trying to get this this report ready for you guys. We're going to start going over that here. It's a MQ-1C Gray Eagle. That's right, yeah, Gray Eagle. And we're currently watching it do a surveillance holding pattern of some kind over Poland. It looks like it has diverged from that holding pattern and is doing some kind of other activity here. We're keeping an eye on that. I'll keep you guys informed on what information comes out of that, the aircraft situation. So here's somebody that reported this on Twitter. Actually, we'll take a look at this really quick. Looks like a possible MQ-1C operating out of Milak Airport. If one of these guys is one of our guys in Discord, thank you very much for taking this information to Twitter and getting that up there. There's the hex code A51ED, comes back to 1100169 MQ-1C Gray Eagle. MQ-1C is a medium altitude, long endurance unmanned aerial system developed by General Atomics Aeronautical Systems. For the U.S. Army. So yeah, there's the information there, and our flight radar image. I believe somebody was using a different flight radar for that, though. Somebody says, why do we give away military positions on Twitter? We don't give away sensitive military positions, but this is public data. This right here is public data. But if we're uncovering like a sensitive Ukrainian position or something, we do not publish any of that information. We have taken a stance on Russia's invasion, though, and we have been reporting Russian troop movements to the Ukrainian Defense Ministry. However, U.S. aircraft that are operating in international airspace with their transponders currently on, for us, are an intelligence asset, okay? Us keeping an eye on what this aircraft is doing and making that information known allows us to get a good understanding as to what they are looking at, okay? What the U.S. Presence is doing in that area, and then oftentimes we see correlations between that data and events that we see are reported like hours later. For instance, we'll see the Global Hawk divert off of its patrol path and take a look at a town. You know, say it takes a look at Sumy, and then the next day we hear that there was a bomb that went off in Sumy. I'm just saying this as like a an example here, but that's kind of how we are keeping a look at these aircraft, and that's why we're keeping a look at these aircraft and reporting on them. I believe LAGR 222 is a tanker aircraft, and if I'm not mistaken, those are the call signs. The tanker aircraft I've been seeing. Somebody said, who was that said that? Mr. Toad, thank you again for tuning in, by the way. He says, you think things are going to calm down tonight? No, I believe things are probably going to heat up tonight. However, we'll be talking about that here shortly as to why I speculate that. We're going to be looking at the reporting that's come out of this supposed peace talk that happened near Belarus. We've had some interesting information coming out of that, and we'll talk to that in a little while. Once again, keeping an eye on our drone here. We're going to keep monitoring that. Yep, stand by, guys. Just stand by. I'll be with you here in a few short minutes, and we'll start going through some of the reporting that's come in today. Again, guys, I'm here. I'm going through some things in the background here, and as I said, I will have my report here ready for you guys shortly. Just stand by. We're keeping an eye on this aircraft on the flight radar. I'm also trying to get 2 of our cameras currently vetted. I want accurate geolocation data on them. So I'm kind of trying to get 2 of our cameras verified as real time, just to make sure that we have all current cameras on screen for you guys. At the moment, cam 1, 3, and 5 are current. Cams 2 and 4 are being speculated on. We'll keep an eye on those. Matthew with a shout out to Milek. Interesting. Glad to hear there's some support for our Polish friends in the chat, as well as the Ukrainians. To anybody that's got banned from the Discord server, bans were handed out earlier in the week due to an ongoing situation of an ongoing influx of trolls and people that were disregarding the server rules as for where we're posting certain sources and stuff. We're trying to keep certain channels dedicated to just intel reports. So keep that in mind, but a lot of the bans have been appealed, guys, so a lot of second chances have been doled out. If you guys would like to go and rejoin the Discord, most of you that have been banned can do so now. If you have been banned just now, you'll probably have to wait again for an appeal. So yeah, keep in mind, guys. There is a server rules channel where you can read through the rules. Those will be updated. Some other rules that are currently unspoken are just that you need to keep all communications out of the Situation Room channel. That's just for reporting. Michael J. Hout says, if you need another mod, let me know. Roger that, Michael J. In fact, you've been around long enough and have been I believe, a trustable member of our community. I think I'll toss you a YouTube mod right now, actually, just to help kind of curtail some of the situation here in the YouTube chat. But I'll be keeping an eye on you, Mr. Hout, even though I expect you to do a nothing but a stand-up job. Stand by while I do that here. Somebody said, "You this Hout dude." All right, we'll get we'll get that set up here. 1 second, stand by for that. Tom says, better bitrate / connection troubles done for today. Yep, we had those line issues taken care of that were ongoing this week in our area. However, I mean, they were only affecting us for probably the past 48 hours. So, but we finally got those taken care of. We're back up at our full 1080p, 60 frames a second coming at you guys. So make sure to increase your quality if you were tuning in last night. Michael J. Hout, if you want to just PM me if you can, PM me a link to your channel. That way I can add you in as a mod here. All right, let's get that clock. Resituated there. There we go. Sorry about that. People asking if that plane is drunk. No, that is an unmanned surveillance drone that we are currently tracking here. And we will keep an eye on that. Yeah, it's basically just a standard surveillance holding pattern that we're seeing here. See the hourglass shape you guys are seeing that's going across the hexagonal holding pattern? That's just a separate holding pattern that they've switched into now to patrol wherever this is they're looking at, somewhere in Poland here. Yeah, I'll zoom out that radar so you guys can see Lviv a little bit better. There's Lviv there. Here's our drone rocking the holding pattern there. So we're keeping an eye on that. Yep, Bobby, thank you for tuning in. You're coming through loud and clear. Thank you very much for stopping by. Michael J. Hout says he sent it over. Roger that, Mike. I'll take a look at that now. Thank you for that, Mike. I'll get that added in here. All right there, Michael. Welcome to the team. Somebody wants me to zoom back in on the drone. Okay, I'll zoom back in here so we can get a better look at that. Again, this is that unmanned U.S. Army surveillance drone that we are watching here, rocking this holding pattern. So, Travis says the horizon is an estimated 160 miles from that drone, so that would be its max surveillance range. Yeah, I'm not sure the specifics of the surveillance range on this exact Greyhawk drone, but if somebody wants to get me like concrete details on that, I can put that up on screen for you guys. But that's some good speculation there from Travis. Thank you for that estimations. So about 160 miles then is that drone's estimated surveillance range at this time. So that's a pretty wide coverage area. Yeah, that's right, 60. We called in the cavalry. Cavalry has arrived. Bobby asks, just wondering your opinion on why Russia is waiting so long on their attacks, and says almost like they are giving time for Ukrainian/Allied units to move in. No, I think it's more of that okay, there's a combination of they're waiting to see if they can get some concessions out of Zelensky. They're also waiting on the Belarusians, all right, out of Belarus, okay? And they're also trying to compile some more forces in and around Kiev. I believe there's another primary Russian force which is being held on the back burner, so to speak, right now. and that they're going to attempt to sack Kiev as fast as they can if these talks don't go the way they want, and that's probably what we haven't seen that yet, especially since the Ukrainians they've been putting up a hell of a fight. And so that's why the Russians are they're definitely having to bring in some not only bigger weaponry, but some more personnel. And so I think we will probably see an escalation of that in the coming hours here to coming days. It's possible that this is going to happen over the next 12 hours here, especially since I haven't really heard anything more about these talks. So we're not really getting very concrete information about the talks and how they went. There's speculation on either side about that whole situation, but we're going to get more concrete information on that here, guys, shortly. Somebody says talks are continuing tomorrow. Yeah, we've also heard that. I'm gonna go over that as my reports begin. We're just gonna kind of cover everything that's happened with those talks in and around the past 12 to 24 hours or so. Cam 4 is Nova Kharkova. We are still getting that verified onto the confirmation of Cam 4. Some people had speculated it was a loop, but we are seeing a large effort to discredit some of these cameras, you guys. So keep that in mind. We do have a large amount of Russian trolls that are coming into actual streams by vetted news sources that are putting up live streams out of Maidan and stuff. They're coming in there and they're saying, okay, these cams are looped, over and over again on repeat. That's bot activity, especially if you guys see it on repeat over and over and over again. Keep in mind there's a large effort to discredit information that's been going on here. Manny, thank you so much for that, man. If you're over on the Discord, let me know and I'll give you that rank. Huge shout out to you. Yep, but Chaz says, this war is full of misinformation. It is extremely hard to tell what sources are giving verified reports. In fact, I would say 95% of the reporting I give you guys is in at least the short term, unverified and unconfirmed, and I try to make that as known to you as I can. It's not usually until a couple hours goes by or a day goes by that we finally get a concrete image of what's happening on the ground. So really keep that in mind, guys, as we're bringing in reporting. Every time somebody says that there is a bad cam on stream, we're looking into that. Somebody says live stream events channel is legit, no loop. Yeah, there are a lot of channels out there that have concrete verified cameras coming out of Kiev, all right? But there are, for every actual legit camera, there is 15 to 20 illegitimate cameras, and with that, there is thousands of illegitimate actors and bot accounts that are trying to sow this disinformation, you guys. So keep that in mind as you're looking in the live chats, as you're watching along. We take every effort to make stuff like that known to you guys as soon as we get information in. Bobby says, thank you for the reply, brother. Just seems like things are being very hesitant. They are. I believe they are. Russia has, they've lost quite a few forces over this past week of them moving in to Ukraine. They realize this. They realize that the mainstream media has taken advantage of their losses. And the Russian people are starting to get more angry as they increase their protests and stuff that are ongoing. And so there is pressure being put on Putin here, and I believe he has kind of slowed things down so that he can get forces in place, so that he can bring in more boots on the ground, more military hardware, and And I definitely think we're going to see again a sharp increase in tensions, most likely this morning into tomorrow. So we're going to keep a short eye on it here. We are about 3 hours out from dawn here in Kiev. Dawn has been notorious with the Russians for them moving in. We've seen that just in the past few days. We do see an increase in escalations in the morning hours. So we're going to definitely keep an eye on that. Yeah, talking about Chaz again, mentioning about how uh, one second, let me find that here. But how Russia does have a buttload of tanks in theater. They have not used yet. Yes, that is true. So there's a large reserve. Most of these tanks and hardware that we've been seeing rolling in, again, we've been talking about this all week. Is a lot of that is that old Soviet hardware that they pulled out of warehouses, which is more expendable, and has been sent in to mop up those initial supplies of things like Javelin missiles, all those anti-tank systems that you're seeing, and a lot of other munitions that the Ukrainians have been provided. And so that's why I think why we're also seeing an increase in the amount of munitions and supplies going into Ukraine, which is very important. Again, keeping the Ukrainians supplied, right down to things like 7.62 ammo, 5.56. All of the small munitions that they need. They're definitely in need of everything that they can get their hands on. And so that's why we're seeing the influx of munitions coming into the country, is because I believe they are starting to burn through a lot of those things. I would like them to see more javelins sent into the country, more anti-tank systems, especially to help if with Russia, if they send in another force. The Ukrainians will definitely need more javelins to mop up some of that armored advance. And yeah, more drones would be nice. Some people are mentioning that's definitely true. More unmanned aircraft for them, especially ones that are armed. More aircraft in general. I would love to see the U.S. supply a couple F-22 Raptors, or a couple U.S. aircraft over there. Get the Ghost up in a modern U.S. aircraft. That would be a good development to see. Again, thank you to everybody that's tuning back in. It's nice to see all these familiar faces tuning back into the stream tonight. Thank you guys for showing up. We're just getting our news hour started here. I will start to speed up just the amount of information I'm sending your guys' way as we go over everything that's happened over the past 6 to 12 hours. For now, we are standing by to stand by while I get everything in place for you, and I'm kind of answering questions and comments as I kind of get them in sporadically. But stand by, guys. Okay, guys. Yep. Just to confirm with you, people that are waiting there patiently. Thank you, guys. We're getting everybody piling in here into the stream. Again, thank you to everybody that's tuning back in. I'll have my report ready for you guys in the next 10 minutes. We'll be starting that, and I'm just getting kind of the last of everything in place here. I'm also gonna kind of go through all my PMs and see some of the information people have sent over. But I'll be starting. My news hour here, guys, in the next about 10 minutes. We're gonna go strong for about an hour or so, and I'm gonna kind of get everybody caught up over everything that's happened over the past 6 to 12 hours, about the past day or so. We'll also kind of cover a little bit about what's going on the ground in the immediate sense. But I'm gonna go for about an hour. Take a break for a short while to get some food in me real quick, and then we will continue on after. I come back from that. But in about 10 minutes here, guys, I'll be starting my first hour of reporting, so stand by for that. Again, thank you to everybody that's bearing with me and being patient there in the chat. I'll be with you here shortly. Yeah, I've seen a couple people say maybe we should replace Cam 5 with the clock. I'll look at possibly doing that. The reason I have it set up the way it is now was not just because of the generous layout that was made by one of our Discord members. Thank you for that again. But because that way we have all of our cameras in kind of like the upper, like right. We have it on like the left side of the screen, kind of in that, diagonally cut across the screen is kind of our data side, and then the top half is kind of like cameras. You know, the if you cut it diagonally across the screen, you kind of see we got like data going on one side of that diagonal, and on the other side is cameras, and that's been working pretty well for us so far. A lot of people asking to replace the Twitter feed. The reason I keep those Twitter feeds going there is because, I mean, for most of our members that are watching on larger screens, computer screens in 1080, they can read those in real time. Now, the issue most people have is they can't read them or they're going too fast. The reason we have them there is because, for instance, the other night when that missile in Kiev was taken out by what we thought was an air defense system, we immediately saw those tweets flooding in. Right out of the way, like right off the bat, we saw tweets flowing in about that. Okay, and so it's kind of an interesting. People keep it. There's some members that are watching the stream that keep an eye on that, and report to us when they see changes in that Twitter feed there. Camera 1 and 3 are the same. Yes, we know that camera 1 and 3 are the same. As I said earlier, we are going to be getting all of the cameras swapped out for better cameras, as I do every night when I start the stream. People send me them, and then I kind of get different angles going up. I believe both cam 1 and 3 are the same Fox feeds, just coming from different sources. Jamie B, thank you very much for tuning in. Again, to everybody tuning in, thank you guys so much for following along tonight. We're going to start our news hour off here now. I'm going to be going through the past 12 hours or so of updates. We're going to start with looking at what the main narratives have been over the past 12 hours or so. We're just going to kind of look at all of the top posts that are kind of out now. Kind of see what the main narrative is, and then we're going to kind of dive into the nitty-gritty and get a real in-depth look at what's really going on here on the ground in Ukraine. So a lot of the main narrative has been about the two things, or three things more specifically. First of all, the talks that are happening in Belarus. Second of all, the markets and the sanctions effects that are being had on the markets right now, both for Russia and people here in the States. Okay, so there's a lot of news about Russia, and its financial meltdown that is currently taking place. In fact, if there was one thing that we will replace that Twitter feed with, guys, it's financial market data, real-time financial market data. I'd like to have up here on screen for you guys. Things like everything from Forex numbers to BTC to the Russian markets as well. I'd like to have those up on screen, and that would be maybe one thing that will replace the Twitter feed in the coming days. So yeah, other countries are getting in the sanctions game. We were talking about that earlier this week, that speculating that would happen, and is starting to happen now. So yeah, a lot of other companies, so Google has restricted Russian news agencies from monetizing on their platforms. There's been a lot of platforms just totally embargoing Russian traffic at this point. You're also seeing that here with Disney pausing films and other services there in the country. Scroll up here. So yeah, just some of the most popular news stories tonight. Russia accused of the cluster bombing. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about also the thermobaric systems that we're seeing. We'll talk about the Kharkiv situation again. There's been a lot coming out of Kharkiv as well. That's been a very contested area. We'll talk about the ongoing humanitarian crisis that's going on in and around Kiev and a lot of the other locations in Ukraine. as people start to lose everything from basic services like water, heat, shelter, power, but also things, like food, medical support. We'll also touch on the protests that are ongoing, especially in places like Moscow, because I believe that's really important. To see what's going on there. We'll also talk about what the Russians are saying, what's coming out of places like RT, what's coming out of places like our favorite blowhorn Russian independent journalist, YouTuber, Shot Shrapnel Patrick Lancaster. We'll definitely be going through and looking at what he's been saying and some of the reports that he's still pushing out of eastern Ukraine. Definitely that will be something of interest. So it looks like live UA map is continuously down. It looks like on the host end of things they are down. So we're going to definitely keep an eye on live UA map because that was a good resource. Somebody else had sent me another map, and I believe it was posted in the open source intelligence tools. I'm trying to find that right now. And we'll get that up on screen for you guys. But yeah, live UA map has been experiencing ongoing cyber attacks, manipulation campaigns from the Russians, because it for the most part has been the primary source of information for not only us but everybody in the Western world about what's going on in and around Ukraine. Has been that website, because they've done an excellent job of verifying, reporting, of getting the real information out to people on that map. And so, yeah, getting an alternative to that up is going to be very important. That's kind of what our operation is doing here, but through video. Live UA map does the same thing, open source intelligence gathering, and then they post that stuff on a map. And it's kind of the same thing we're doing here, but instead of putting it on a map, we're showing you guys via video, via stream. So again, guys, here I'm going through some of the updates here that you guys are sending me before I start kind of touching on some main talking points. We got people tracking flights on radar right now, sending me a lot of data. We'll get to that stuff, I think, after we touch on kind of the primary narratives that are going on here. So here is a live index, just to touch back on the markets that we were speaking of again a second ago. This is a live index of the ruble to the US dollar, and not getting. Where's my line chart there? I want a good line chart. Where's our line chart? It would seem that it's not loading me up that line chart. Yeah, if maybe somebody wants to send me another line chart there. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is what we wanted. All right, so I don't know if you guys can see that. Let me scroll down for you. Again, so there you can see it. So you can see the index of the Russian ruble here to US dollar. The ruble has been tumbling in a free fall. Even since October, it's been in a downward spiral. But keep in mind, guys, around October is when they really started piling up forces on Ukraine's border. That's how long we've been tracking this, and even farther back. I mean, if you go back, guys, to June and July, they did it earlier in the year as well. That's when you guys saw this downward increase here. That downward increase was when they first put that 70-something troops on the border, and then everything was kind of cool for a while. Everybody was chill, and then all of a sudden, boom! Around October, all the reports of Russia's troop buildup started going out. There was kind of like that lull phase we went through there. And then boom, everything started really going downhill here after the invasion had begun. And now it's worth less than a Robux. We've talked about that. The popular children's video game Roblox. It's currently lower in value than one of their Robux dollars. So some interesting information there for you guys. Somebody says, what website is this financial chart on? You can find this chart over on Yahoo Finance. It was sent to us by one of our viewers. Again, we'll get some other charts up at some point later, and we will we'll have those up on screen. We'll probably replace them with the Twitter feed. Tom Luno sends over this new cam for the stream. We will take a look at this one here. Stand by. I'll see if I can get this up on screen for you guys. Yeah, so this is that other feed. We actually have this one. We already have this one on screen. In our top right, I believe. Actually, this might be a different angle. Oh no, we do have that up on screen, I believe. Yeah, in the top. Cam 2, I believe, is that cam. Or actually, it does look different. Maybe I'll, well, let's get this out of there. Okay, so that cam in from Nova Karkova, which is this one here, placed with that one there. And this one here, yep, that's the same one there. Hold on, I'm gonna. Okay, I'm gonna refresh that one there, make sure that one's all current. So there is 2 streams coming out of this one channel. That's interesting. Yeah, there are 2 separate streams coming out, both live from this one channel. I'm gonna get that up on screen here. Yeah, that is live. Okay. Here's this one. I'm gonna remove that, and we'll put this one up on screen here for you. We'll put it over. We'll put it over cam 4. Get it right there. Alright, that should be good. Put that down there just a little bit. Okay, now we need that other cam right here, this one. We're gonna put this one back up here. Alright, good. Now we got 4 feeds coming out of Kiev there. 1 out of Nova, or sorry, yeah, we have 4. I gotta put another one right here in cam 5. Give me a second. Here we go. This is our other feed out of Kiev. Put that on screen here for you guys. There we go. Okay. And we have multiple audio. We have 2 audio feeds currently out of Kiev, 1 out of Square, 1 near that same feed in the Square, but a little, I would say a couple blocks away. If those of you, as Dawn, as Dawn comes, if you guys want to geolocate all of the newer cameras we have on screen, send that geolocation data to me just so we can get like the directional data for where they're pointing. That would be useful. Yeah, yeah. The chart was just temporarily on there, guys. Sorry about that. We were showing the Russian ruble in its free fall. Kraus says all my Robux make me a millionaire in Russia. Yeah, I actually wonder if could a Russian person sell Robux right now for rubles? Because if so, there might be some very wealthy young children in Russia right now. So, some other people tell me Cam 4 is legit, and we have confirmed the Cam 4 is good out of Nova Karkova at this time, so that's good news. So here's the Russian stock exchange here, MOEX. I'm going to get that up on screen here for you guys again, showing you the free fall of the Russian markets currently. Waiting for this chart to load up here. Come on, Yahoo, any day. Get that line chart right there. Okay, here we go. So here you guys can see the free fall. zoom out a little bit. You can see the free fall here that the Russian MOX has been taking. It did have a little bit of an uptick over yesterday, but yeah, we'll have to see. That trend is most likely going to continue in the downward direction, unfortunately for the Russians. So again, I'm going to refresh our radiological map here over Chernobyl, and we'll take a look at some of that data now that another day has gone by. Could be that website is also having issues. A lot of these resources that we've been talking about, guys, have been under cyber attack, as certain bad actors do take attempts to limit the flow of information in and out of Ukraine. So here is that data here, guys. Notice a weird redaction of our data from the 25th to the 28th. What is that all about? There has been a redaction of our radiological data here, guys. Could it be that data was redacted? Guys, take a look at this here. Look at this data. The data that we had from the 25th to the 26th is just gone. If some people want to send me some other radiological maps that might have some more telling data on it, that would be useful. But yeah, look, we've had a clear redaction of radiological data from this map from the 25th to the 28th. And this wasn't like this yesterday. I was looking at this map last night, and there was no redaction here. They've definitely taken that data out of the charts. I mean, look, you can clearly see. Actually, here we still have some. So we have some data coming in from this monitoring station. But look, on all these ones that we were showing very large signs of larger readings. I mean, these are smaller readings, but yeah, literally, like somebody said in the chat, nothing to see here, move along. Yeah. So yeah, that is definitely interesting. You can definitely still see inconsistencies occurring here. Yeah, wow, all of the data is just gone. Yeah, I know the clock's in the way. We'll figure that. Except here, somebody look. There's a spike there in that chart. Did they start the reactor? Well, no. These are monitoring sites that are just basically taking air in and monitoring for levels of radioactive material. Maybe some power loss? No, because we had data from the 25th to the 28th. Now all of a sudden we don't have that data. Like as if, as I said, it's been either retracted or redacted. It could have been retracted due to a technical error. However, we did have reporting that said that they had accidentally hit some radiological waste containment sites. And that's why we were seeing those spikes. So now to see the data off the map is very interesting. This site is in the open source intelligence channel, guys, for those that want it. I don't know if it's in the description below the stream yet, but for those of you that want to take a look at these maps, you can find all that data in the open source intelligence tools section on the Discord. Somebody asked, "Is this Chernobyl?" Yes, we are looking at the Chernobyl exclusion zone here. In fact, here is the town of Chernobyl. Don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but over here is the I believe where the nuclear power plant is located, is in at least this area here of the exclusion zone. Everything you see here in red, I believe, is the exclusion zone. And then if we go right down here is Kiev, and we have some red dots. These might be monitoring sites. That could be what we're seeing there on that map. And of course, it does look like live UA map is still down. So yeah, we'll have to keep on that as it's ongoing. Our U.S. Air Force, U.S. Army surveillance drone is still in the air there. To those of you spotting the trucks in the cam, in the lower left cam 4, if you guys want to take screenshots of those, that would be helpful. I can get those on screen here to show people. KFC says their stock exchange is now back to 2014 to 2016 levels per those charts. That's definitely not good news for the Russians to lose that much of their GDP. Killerman Shank says, your stream has helped confirmed to go and apply to the Ukrainian Foreign Legion. I am a Brit with lots of training from the British Army, and you have not said anything about them interrupting tea-making facilities. My apologies, Killerman Shank. Yes, I should probably touch on the interruption of tea supplies to our British friends, because I know there is probably a large portion of you that are awaiting that news. We will keep you posted on that, but thank you so much, and best of luck to you, man. Stay safe. He says, by helped, I mean help make up my mind. Well, that's good to know. Again, stay safe out there, man, and good luck to you. Abthrilla, thank you so much, man, for that. Thank you so much for the support. I will toss you that rank here shortly. I'm just going through the PMs you guys are sending me, just to see if there's any information that I should touch on before I start going through kind of the stuff that's happened over the past 6 to 12 hours here. If there's anything that's urgent, I'm just kind of checking my PMs for that now. HM Producer 12 says a freelance journalist in Russia just reported that Russia is planning on surrounding Kiev over the next few days to overtake the city. It's a freelance journalist, a Russian freelance journalist on TikTok. Again, you know, it's kind of hard to confirm reports like that. We will keep an eye on that. So, yeah, we are seeing a lot. So a lot of my flight guys are just giving me some other information on the MQ-1C Grey Eagle. Sharp in the Discord says the MQ-1C Grey Eagle is the organic surveillance drone for the Combat Aviation Brigade working for the 82nd Division in Poland, the 82nd Airborne Division in Poland. It provides ISR for the division, or V-Corps. Source the Army, Artillery, and Air Defense officers that work for me. Well, thank you very much, Sharp, for that information. So that gives us a little bit of clarification on just what this drone is here that we are taking a look at over Poland at this time. For everybody sending me verified information on bot accounts, thank you for that. We will keep an eye on that information, and we will put it to use. Thank you so much for that help. Pineapple says they don't even use the real sirens in fake feeds. Often multiple sirens that don't have the long wind down time. They appear to be off from midnight to 4 a.m. Yes, I agree with that assessment. So the aircraft seen on screen is performing a sector search pattern says lamp. He sends over an interesting diagram on those flight patterns here, and that does look consistent with the hourglass-like shape we are seeing on screen from our drone friend there. Part of NATO exercises in Poland and Romania, nothing important to watch on stream. So that kind of puts a little bit of light on what we're seeing there from that flight pattern, from that unmanned drone there. It is interesting to me that they're doing it at this hour in that location, during these circumstances. Keep an eye on these surveillance aircraft. As soon as they start to diverge and start to do patterns in different areas, especially over Ukrainian airspace, which keep in mind is just a short, brisk flight away for them. Whenever we see them doing diverging off those patrol paths onto interesting locations, that's when we want to take a look into the CCTV cameras in that area, the reports that are coming out of that out of that area, and keep an eye on those developments. For now, for our flight radar, though, I think we're going to hop over onto our #1 tracked flight currently, call sign RRR 6426, Royal Air Force. It's a C-17A Globemaster 3, and it is currently rocking towards. Probably it's going to turn around and come into Rizal. Again, I'm not pronouncing that right, but there's an airport here in Rizal that they could be looking to fly into. So we're going to go ahead and track this Royal Air Force Globemaster for now. Again, I'm going to start giving you guys kind of the scoop on the updates that have happened over the past day here. So here, again, last night we were tracking the air quality index. So we were tracking the air quality index, guys, in and around Ukraine. This is the Dnipro municipality in Ukraine, currently very unhealthy. We usually can see when there's an explosion in an area or a fire from, say, a sabotaged oil depot. We've been able to see spikes in the air quality index. Okay, and this is real-time data. It gets updated, as 5 minutes ago, as you see there. So it gets updated pretty often, periodically. And so we've been keeping an eye on that data as it comes in to kind of give indications of where explosions and stuff like that are happening in and around Ukraine. Hold on, I'm going to zoom out there just so I can make sure everybody can see that there. In Kiev, in fact, let's go ahead and get Kiev pulled up here on this. In Kiev, that'd be this way. We were seeing large spikes after those that oil depot had been hit. We were watching that, and that, like, a resource like this really helps in confirming, like when you see reports coming in of explosions and fires. We can take a look at that air quality index and get an idea of what's happening on the ground there. I'm trying to pan over to this here. Also updated 5 minutes ago. So yeah, again, when we see spikes like this, we're looking to correlate that data with possible reports of explosions happening in that same area. Somebody said Weather Channel radar is showing a snowstorm covering most of central Ukraine. That is true. We have been seeing snow on a few of our cameras tonight, and that definitely will put a slowdown on the activities you guys are seeing take place. However, there is conflict happening again at this hour. I think some sides might take advantage of the weather and the slowdown to do things like counterattacks, stage counterattacks, and stuff like that. So we will definitely continue to see conflict unfolding, even though the snow is coming down. So here's our real-time DDoS map. I'm going to go ahead and get that refreshed on screen for you guys here. And we'll see if we can take a look at that. So cyber attacks that we've been covering all week are still ongoing. And we have been watching that. This resource over on NetScout, they give a lot of detailed information about a lot of the attacks that are currently ongoing. There's some other good resources that we've been using to keep track of the developments in the cyber realm. Did I just see some flashes on one of those cameras there, guys? I feel like I saw some flashes on maybe that center Kiev cam. We'll have to listen in for Some sounds of explosions on that cam, but I think I just saw some flashes there. Yeah, somebody said big boom cam 5. Roger that. I'm going to switch over to... we'll put cam 5 up on screen here. Again, I'm pretty sure, yeah, we all saw some large explosions there on cam 5. Somebody said they saw the flashes as well on cam 2. Yozak says the wind is loud, but I have been hearing things. Yeah, I feel like I've been hearing some maybe small arms fire, maybe some distance booms. Again, guys, with the layout, we'll continue to work on our layout and stuff over the coming days. As for like rearranging some of these resources here, yeah, keep an eye on those cams, guys, while I continue to bring some of the updates here to you. Somebody over in our Discord said the drone that we were watching a minute ago is probably running a synthetic aperture radar. The altitude changes are part of the pattern. Yeah, we were seeing that on that line graph earlier from the altitude, some interesting height altitude changes as well as speed changes on that radar. It definitely, I mean, it's a telltale sign that that is in fact unmanned. I've seen just that graph data. Nevertheless, we may conclude that a straight line flight path offers minimum sensitivity to scatter height, i.e. it makes for better contrast. Okay, so that gives a little bit of context there as to what they might have been doing with that drone. So here's that picture. So the reason we've been watching this Nova cam out of Nova Karkova we've been watching stuff like this: civilian vehicles with the Z's on them. In fact, I don't know if the smart car, did somebody manufacture the smart car meme? Because if not, that's hilarious. But yeah, I don't know if you guys can see, but yeah, I don't know if you guys can see that, but there are Z's on the vehicle. Hold on, let me zoom out so you guys can actually see what I'm showing you. There we go. You guys should be able to see the Z's on the vehicles there now, but it looked like they were stopping for some groceries, somebody had said. We've seen a ton of activity like this, okay? They are using civilian vehicles. We've seen Russian operatives in civilian clothing going in and out of stores and stuff. We've seen them raiding places. We've had footage of that, of them looting grocery stores and gas stations and stuff for supplies. There's been a lot of evidence pointing to that this initial Russian force that's gone in has been severely undersupplied with food and fuel, or that a lot of their fuel and other resources have been hit, and so they are having to resort to looking into things like grocery stores, looting grocery stores and stuff like that. So somebody sent me the picture. There was a military truck that was spotted on our Nova Karkova cam just a few moments ago here on stream. This is that truck there. Danny said, yes, some vehicles have Z and some have V now. Yep, there's a lot. There's I believe like 5 or 6 different markings that we've been seeing out of the region, and people have deduced which each one kind of means. We've spoke to that on the show. I won't go into huge detail on those identification markings. You guys can look at that information yourselves now over on the Discord, or you could probably Google that by now and find that information. KFC says live UA is back up, and then he says never mind, back down again. Yeah, they are, as I said, continuing to fall victim to some not only manipulation attacks, but they've also been under cyber attack now for I would say about the last 24 to 48 hours. they were a very valuable resource to the outside world for monitoring what's going on. They did an excellent job of vetting a lot of the information that was on there. We do have some alternatives coming up for some of these maps. In fact, I'll get some of those on screen here for you guys now, so you can see some of those maps here. Here's one of the alternate monitoring maps that have come up for Ukraine. So again, like UA map, they're basically reporting and then geolocating the reports and putting them on a map for us to see. One resource I'd like to see this map have, though, is that side panel that shows us chronologically the order in which events are happening, so that we can keep an eye on those. This is in and around Kiev. Again, here, so this is from the 26th. Being able to filter recent articles would definitely be a much needed. Hold on, there might be a. Yeah, I'm not seeing any way to filter chronologically here, but people have filtered. Okay, actually, yeah, you can. All right, I see. So people have been filtering and making categories here. I'll show you guys those now. If you open up the right side menu here, you can get some different lists here. You have bombing and shelling, gunfire and fighting, Russian military movements, stuff like that. In fact, here we'll kind of go look. So if you scroll all the way down on some of these, you can see they go back quite a ways. But yeah, keeping an eye on these other alternative map sources is going to be important, especially as things like Live UA Map continue to be targeted. Yeah, guys, people keep seeing trucks on Cam 4. Yeah, we're getting Cam 4 vetted. I don't know about the significance of us watching Nova at this point in time. We keep seeing these trucks on there. I keep seeing people saying that that's possibly looped. We do have somebody working on verifying that that is actually a legitimate camera source right now. So keep that in mind about Cam 4, guys. Some people keep saying the same truck. It could be that the truck is driving through is maybe going in circles. It could be that we're just seeing troop movements over and over again. But we will get that up and operational. Somebody says, can you create your own site like Live UA Map? Some of these map sources I'm showing you guys have actually been created by people in our Discord that have been taking the initiative since Live UA Map has gone down. We also have people that are taking the initiative and making maps of where all of our cameras are located, and so that you can easily click on one and say, okay, this is in the Oblonsky district, or this is here near the square, or whatever. So that has been a very valuable asset as well. Again, thank you to all those people in the Discord that are working overtime 24/7 here to not only aggregate these tools and information sources, but to vet them and to filter out a lot of the junk. Yeah, so a lot of people saying Facebook is down. There's been ongoing cyber issues across the globe here from a variety of different sources. There's been ongoing cyber attacks, going back and forth. Restream has been having issues. YouTube was reported to be having issues. Google has seen issues in some of its infrastructure. There's been attacks on DNS infrastructure that we've been seeing. There's been attacks on independent ran websites like things like Live UA Map and other sources. And not only that, but there's the large influx of disinformation and propaganda and a movement to sow a large amount of distrust in a lot of these live cams that we're seeing. We've been talking about that all night, and we've been keeping ahead of that as much as we possibly can. What was that other map? That other map you can find in the Situation Room and over in the Open Source Intelligence tools. You might have to scroll up a little bit. So here's an interesting map as well. This is from NASA.gov, and I'm going to get this up on screen here for you. 1 second. So this map shows active fires and thermal anomalies. I'm going to get that up here for you here. So you guys might have seen some maps floating around of what looks like somebody's in MS Paint putting red squares on stuff. That comes out of this map here. Let me zoom out. In fact, I'll just close that out there. But so this is in and around Kiev. So this is Kiev here, I believe. Yep, so this is Kiev here, guys. And as you can see, the majority of fighting has been taking place around the outskirts of Kiev. Okay, that's why things are quiet in Kiev. It's because the Russians aren't directly bombarding Kiev yet. Okay, that could change at any moment, though. We could see a dramatic escalation of aerial bombardment in and around Kiev at any moment. That's why we are hearing the sirens all the time. That's why people are in the metro stations. It's because at any point Russia could go from just trying to encroach on the city conventionally, like how they're doing right now with manpower, boots on the ground, trying to force those troops into place and surround all of Kiev. And very quickly that could turn very violent. We could see grad fire, ballistic missile fire, attacks from aircraft in and around Kiev as they really try to ramp up the pressure on the Ukrainian government and try to get them to concede. So that's why we've been keeping an eye on that situation so closely. But again, guys, these are the this is the NASA map, which is showing the fire and light anomalies in and around Kiev there. So definitely some interesting information available on this map here. You guys can see that all over Ukraine there has been stuff occurring. But very close up here along the outskirts of Kiev, you can see where a large quantity of those firefights have been taking place, large explosions, fires, and stuff like that. Somebody says they want that map link. Again, all of these maps and sources can be found in the Discord open source intelligence tools or the situation room. You can find some links to this stuff as well. So here's an interesting map of Facebook outages reported in the last 24 hours. You can see a very stark increase on that chart there. So we'll keep an eye on that. I do hear a lot of people in the chat constantly sounding that off, but we'll keep an eye on the situation with that. But yeah, I do expect we'll probably see a increase in. I think we'll see an increase of activity in the cyber realm for sure over the coming days. So he says, where's the situation room? It is in the Discord server. The Discord link is in the description below the stream. It's basically just discord.gg/NEMICO. That's where you can go to get an invite to the Discord server. So a lot of other people talk about the weather, you know, that it should slow the Russian advance. Yeah, and I do agree that we will see that, but I think we'll also see some parties trying to take advantage of the lull in violence to stage counterattacks. Alright guys, stand by here and I'll be continuing with some updates here, guys. Some other people were asking about the plane that we were watching a little bit ago, call sign 111000169. That is the drone, the U.S. Air Force, or sorry, no, U.S. Army drone. Okay, so we now have information on this plane here, so I'll go out, we're gonna go back and track our drone again. In the area here, number 2 worldwide, currently around 10,000 people tracking the drone. Stand by here, guys, and I will continue with my my round of updates. Give me 1 minute. All right, guys. So it does look like my food's ready. I am gonna go eat really quick and get refueled here. And when we come back, we're gonna continue just rolling with the updates. For everybody that is wanting to get filled in for the past 6 to 12 hours, we will do that. Don't worry. I'm gonna get everybody caught up on the developments over the past day or so here. Stand by, guys. We're currently listening into audio coming out of Kiev. Um, and we're keeping an eye on this drone here in the air, and I will be back here in a few minutes. Yeah, again, guys. Yep, I'm planning an all-night push here, right into the morning and afternoon hours in Kiev. So I'm going to be with you guys for probably the next 8 to 12 hours or so, bringing you guys the news. So stand by. Make sure to hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, share the stream, and so we can get some more eyes in here, get some more voices in on the communication, get some more people helping to piece together this puzzle here, guys, that we are working on here in Ukraine. And again, I will be back here with you guys shortly. Stand by. All right, guys, I am back. We're gonna continue to go through our updates here and our reporting here. Just stand by. I do need like another few minutes here, guys. But I will be back here in just a second, and we will continuing on. So stand by. Good night for you, D-Trude. Thank you for tuning in and following along, and for your mod support in the Twitch chat. Thank you very much for that. So again, we are currently listening to a hot mic out of Kiev, near the square. Somebody says, is it possible to make the clock smaller? Yeah, we can look into doing that. Almost sounded like a shot there, but I don't know what that was. Probably just somebody that on this hot mic. Somebody says about, what about some sound effects before I enter? I mean, wouldn't that just scare you just as much as me unmuting my mic? So some people requesting that I swap the camera out with the clock, cam 5 with the clock. I will see if I can do that here in a little while. Some people saying that Kherson is currently under heavy attack right now on the ground. Yeah, I have gotten some other reports of that as well. That map you guys were just looking at is the NASA heat anomalies map. So it shows like where fires are burning, stuff like that, explosions. I think it also shows like bright flashes, which could be possible explosions. So definitely an interesting and valuable resource to us here. The flight we were keeping an eye on is call sign 11100-169. It's a U.S. Army Gray Eagle surveillance drone made by General Atomics. They're running a grid sector search holding pattern, we believe, at this moment. What is interesting is that they're doing it at this time of night and in this area so near to the Ukrainian border here in Poland. That's the Ukrainian border right there. A brisk walk for this drone, a brisk flight over. And so we have been watching a lot of interesting developments along the Polish-Ukrainian border, and so I'll be going into more of that tonight and kind of the reasoning while we're kind of taking a look at this drone here. To everybody asking for sources and to send me stuff on Discord, you can find a link in the description below the stream. It's just discord.gg/NEMICO. You can join our server, and you can share in the exchange of information over there. Patrick Swerk said that's 30 minutes away from me. I thought, I saw you earlier in the chat say that as well, that that drone was basically over your house. That's interesting. Nice to know that we have some people from Poland tuning into the stream tonight. Thank you so much, Patrick, for tuning in and stopping by. Thank you very much. Thank you again to everybody that's shouting out in the chat and giving me the support, guys. Thank you so much. Everybody in the chat that is with the supportive words and stuff. Again, guys, I'm getting ready here to start reporting again back to you. After taking a little break there for eating, I'll be back with you guys just here in a few minutes. So stand by. Again, guys, just finishing my birthday cake here, so just stand by. Sorry for the food ASMR. But I'm ready to rock and roll here, guys, as I hope many of you are. As I said earlier, I'm going to be bringing you guys news all night and well into the day here in Kiev. Well rested and fueled up and ready to rock and roll here. So here's those satellite images I've been talking about the past couple days of the Russian buildup on the outskirts of Kiev. Here's some satellite images from Maxar. Again, we've been seeing these roll in over the past about 24 to 48 hours now, and again, just more evidence of the buildup outside of Kiev, and in preparation for them to sack the city, which could happen at any point now. So again, we'll keep eyes on that as that continues to develop. They say it's a 40-mile long convoy of Russian military hardware that's currently heading into Kiev. More people sending images in of some of the vehicles that have been spotted on the cameras this evening. This again looks to be some Russian supply vehicles there. That's on one of the many feeds that we have been monitoring tonight. Here is some of those other images, just to kind of stay on topic here. Some of those other images here from Maxar. Many kilometers long columns of Russian military equipment approaching Kiev from the northwest, which is out of... they're all coming down from the Chernobyl exclusion zone. Yeah, a few dozen kilometers away from the city is this convoy. So they are, and keep in mind, they're en route closer to the city. So, and this is probably from 12 hours ago, because these feeds, so this was posted an hour ago. This feed from Maxar is probably 12 hours old, so it very well could be that this hardware is currently in place and ready to launch an attack on Kiev at any time. Again, guys, here is that picture here. You can see the convoy, about 40 miles long. Some people saying that they got about 80% of their troops in place in and around Kiev at this time. So again, we'll continue to keep an eye on that situation. So an update here from NetBlocks. We've been keeping an eye on the internet situation in Ukraine. Internet connectivity has collapsed in Severodonetsk, the acting administrative center of Luhansk Oblast. Friends and family report no contact with loved ones in recent hours. So as you can see there, it's basically just a total dropout of all signal coming out of the area. So yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that. I speculate this is going to spread to other parts of Ukraine in the coming days, as we've already seen evidence of. But I think the few places that we do see kept online are going to have things like satellite connections, things like Starlink, which we have seen sent across the border. In fact, earlier we had pictures of the Starlink kits already on the ground in Kiev. They were sent over the Polish border, I believe. We were getting trucks, pictures of trucks with those inside of them. So here's some reporting from Nexta. We've been keeping an eye on the developments that they've been publishing out of Ukraine. Ukrainian media now reports that Putin's army has now launched an offensive on Kherson. So The other night when we saw all of those trucks, all of that equipment heading for Kherson, they were getting in place to launch an attack on the city. I mean, they did have to, there was many fights that happened, um, many battles that have happened en route to Kherson, but now they are actually launching the offensive on Kherson. At this time, this was reported about 2 hours ago my time, so that is still an ongoing situation. We'll have to keep eyes on that as well. Here's some other satellite imagery showing where the location of where fires are burning in and around this area here. It's suspected to be Grad missile fire. So apparently it is. So this data is available from the NOAA. So we will keep an eye on more of that reporting coming from some of these satellite sources. Here again is our NASA map showing fires in and around the region. So that's where conflict is heaviest, is where you can see a lot of areas that are on fire. In fact, I wish we had this up the other night when the oil depot fire occurred, because that would have been interesting to compare this data coming from the oil depot fire and compare that to the particulate maps that we were looking at the other night. That would have been a valuable comparison to have there. Somebody says you can do near real time in the NASA map. So this is from the last 48 hours, what we're seeing. But they do update this data very often, and so we will definitely refresh that periodically to get updates on that. So again, continuing with this situation with Canada banning flights from Russian airlines. We heard earlier they were launching an investigation into a plane from Miami to Moscow that had crossed over Canadian airspace. Now this is breaking news from the Jerusalem Post. Canada orders 2 Russian planes out of the airspace. So there definitely is a ramping up of kind of the sanctioning, embargoing that we're seeing here from the West as they try to put the pressure on Moscow and the Kremlin. So here's a post here. It is in Finnish, I believe. I'll go ahead and translate that over to English for us. It's not wanting to translate over. Hold on, give me a second here, guys. Yeah, it's not wanting to translate over for you. Some of my, I believe this is Finnish here. But anyway, these are images of equipment, non-lethal aid, being sent over into Ukraine. I believe they're helmets and vests and gear like that, mostly defensive equipment. So there has been a large ramping up of gear being sent over the border, especially from Poland into Ukraine to help aid those defense forces there. The president has also set up a international, basically an international defense force for Ukraine. Earlier on the show, we heard of a Brit that was actually heading to Ukraine to join in on the fight there. Again, to anybody that's heading to the region, best of luck to you and good luck. Stay safe out there. We've heard a lot of reports of people that are taking up arms and heading into Ukraine to help with the fight. That's definitely pretty inspiring to see so many people wanting to lend a hand and get involved on the ground there in Ukraine. So Mike G has informed me here we do have a RC-135V rivet joint in the air right now, currently coming out of
the Mediterranean, where we have been seeing a lot of these flights, including the Global Hawk flying out of there. So that is on the playing field tonight. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. Homer 21 is our call sign there. In fact, we're going to go ahead and get him on radar. Get that tracked for you guys here. Where's Homer 21? There's Homer 21 heading up towards the Black Sea. It's either gonna go over here to the Black Sea, or it's gonna go up to the left side, to the western edge of Ukraine here. But we're gonna keep an eye on Homer 21 here over the next few hours to see where that RC-135V goes, because that's always nice keeping tabs on the RC-135s. They have a very broad reconnaissance coverage area, and so when you see them up in the air, you know they're trying to get eyes on something serious. And so we kind of like to keep an eye on what part of the region they're keeping an eye on, because that usually is a telltale sign of developments that are occurring. Just the other night we were watching them scope out the Russian naval hardware that is in the Black Sea. Our Brit from earlier mentions that, thank you for reading that on stream. I meant the tea comment. I meant if they do not have any tea in Ukraine, I will be pissed and I will go nuts on the Russians if they have intercepted tea making supplies. Thank you very much for that. Our Brit heading into Ukraine, Killer Man Shank. Thank you very much for that update. Once again, stay safe out there. Southpaw says, Air Force veteran here would like some tips on how to use Discord. At this time, I am currently unable to give you any tips, but the best thing you could do is head over to our welcome channel. Make sure you have your veteran rank, and perhaps some of our mods or some of our friendly users could give you a couple tips and pointers over there in the Discord. Tom Luno is hard at work geolocating our camera here in Kiev, which is currently on Cam 5. We have verified that as in Kiev. It's the Victory Square, and it seems to be pointing south. So Cam 5 has been confirmed. He even pulled up some geolocation data here for us, so you guys can see here. This is what's in Cam 5 right now. Is this area here? We're looking on the Premier Hotel Lebed there in Kiev. So thank you very much, Tom Luno, for that verification on that camera location. Somebody said they posted a found in Kherson, CCTV. Roger that. We will take a look into Kherson here shortly and get a kind of a scope of what's going on the ground. Wiz, if you want to keep an eye on that Kherson cam, tell me if you hear or see any activity on there. We'll get it up on screen. That would be appreciated. Again, just going through some of the updates you guys have sent me here. For anybody reaching out to for mod, we reach out to people for moderators, so you guys don't need to reach out to us. But we are looking into adding other moderators onto staff, so just stand by on that. Again, more reporting coming in about the situation in Kherson. We're going to get that up on screen here, guys, for you. One of our radio man, Duke Fireman 431, says, I'm listening to Kiwi SDR. I'm using a receiver in Ukraine on a frequency. I'm not going to mention the frequency on air, guys. He says, I hear a conversation. I doubt it's anything, but I think I can make out the word Russia a lot. LOL. It's probably nothing, but it sounds like you have people translating it for you, so who knows? Duke Fire, if you want to maybe get that information over into the radio intercept channel, so we can have some people run some translations on that and do a little bit diving into that source there. He says when you run it through triangulation software, this is what comes up. So some interesting signal patterns there on that map that he sent over. Thank you for that, Duke Fireman. We'll keep an eye on the radio situation in the region. He says it's probably just two old dudes in the garage BSing, but hey, who knows? Exactly. We've thought that a couple times over the past week and ended up stumbling upon some actual important information on some of those radio transmissions. So keeping an eye on that radio communication, even some of the publicly accessible stuff, is important. We're going to get that up on screen here, guys, for you. Somebody said they posted a found in Kherson, CCTV. Roger that. Again, more reporting coming in about the situation in Kherson. We're going to get that up on screen here shortly. One of our radio man, Duke Fireman 431, says, I'm listening to Kiwi SDR. I'm using a receiver in Ukraine on a frequency. I'm not going to mention the frequency on air, guys. For anybody reaching out to Clubber 1966 asks, has anybody specifically reached out to the Ukrainian intel services to see if there's anything they specifically want us to monitor and report on? Happy to be a mod, Singapore time zone. Thank you very much, Clubber 1966, for that. No, I don't believe we have. We have, however, been in contact with the Ukrainian Defense Ministry and have relayed them information. Various reports of stuff that we've uncovered. However, we haven't had anything from them, any direction from them as to maybe some things that they want us to keep tabs on. However, if somebody maybe did the reaching out to them and there was some priorities that they had for us, we would, of course, be willing to look into that stuff. However, I believe that they probably have much more urgent priorities and much more verifiable sources of intel on the ground in Ukraine. I believe the Ukrainian Defense Ministry definitely has a increased capability of at least seeing what's going on the ground here than what we do. So yeah, guys, again, talking about like the streams and the audio. So there is a lot of fake streams up right now. There's a lot of fake looped streams up right now. A lot of fake audio going around and stuff like that. We have literally teams of people right now trying to give you guys verifiable camera sources in the background. People geolocating cameras locations in and around Kiev to make sure that we have current feeds up for you guys and we know what directions they are pointing. So keep that in mind. Even right here in our own live chats, we do occasionally see Russian bot accounts and trolls that are coming in to try to sow disinformation about some of the sources of information that we are showing you guys. Again, all of the links to all of the sources are found either below the stream in the description, or you can find a plethora of information and sources over on our Discord server. Again, there's a link to that in the description below. So he says, can you make Cam 2 full screen so we can see what that orange glow is? Yeah, I believe that is either probably streetlights or there could be a fire burning over there. I will go ahead and get that switched over so you guys can take a look at Cam 2. So here's our Cam 2 here. I believe this is facing southeast, if I'm not mistaken. If one of my geolocation guys could give me some accurate information, PM that over to me. I think somebody earlier told me this was southeast, I believe. Northeast. Somebody says northeast. Okay. So yeah, this could be a fire that is burning over there. It's hard to tell right now. Somebody says its fire has a color flicker. Yeah, and I believe we have seen it over the past couple hours get a decrease and increase in intensity. If somebody wants to possibly take a look at the particulate maps along with some of our latest reporting, we can get an idea of if there's an ongoing fire in the area. I'm trying to check in on live UA map here, guys. See if that's still up with it. No, we're still showing down at the host on live UA maps. So that's unfortunate. I guarantee you guys that's probably been targeted by another a bad actor, most likely Russian, of Russian origin. There's no doubt that they want to get sources like that off of the internet. So he says I have live UA map up. I'll go ahead and try to refresh it one more time, but it's actually showing down. I'm at ukraine.liveuamap.com right now, and it is currently showing down for me. I will keep retrying here to get that guys up. Yeah, I bet Cloudflare is working around the clock right now to mitigate some of these issues. I wouldn't doubt that. Okay, it looked like it popped up there for a second. Stand by while I try to get this up on screen here for you guys. Nope, once again, it is showing down. I will continue to try to get that back up here. Somebody said just got it to work. Yeah, I had it to work for like a second, I think, and then it popped away again because I was refreshing it. Cam 2 looks like a reflection off a building. Yeah, it could be streetlight. However, I am seeing kind of an ominous glow there, and I did notice that earlier as well. And it wasn't there all night. If it was a streetlight, we probably would have seen it there all night. However, if maybe somebody wants to go back in the footage on that camera, we can get a look at that. So somebody says if Live UA was truly hacked, I wouldn't go back on it for some time. Well, we know that it has been manipulated. There were Russian actors attempting to manipulate the information being posted to it. Then that was followed up by a cyber attack. We believe it to be denial of service. Um, but anything is possible at this point. However, what I can tell you for sure is that it has been targeted by cyber attacks and that the site itself is currently down. Some people are showing that they are getting through to the page. I'm going to continue to try to get through to the page here, and then we'll take a look at it. So we do have fire information on the NASA website here. I am going to see if we could find, if we can locate down that fire that we're seeing off in the distance. I'm not seeing anything in the city limits, which this would probably be on our firm's map, but out of NASA. But I am going to keep an eye on that. Somebody said, "What happened to the meeting yesterday morning?" Yeah, we're gonna get you guys concrete information on that. In fact, I'll start by doing that now. Yeah, just hop over onto that here. So apparently, reporting is saying that the talks have failed to yield a breakthrough. Russia and Ukrainian delegations held 5 hours of inconclusive talks today near the Belarusian border on Monday, as heavy Russian bombardment continued in Kharkiv, Ukraine's largest city. We have heard, reports coming out of Kharkiv ongoing, of course, of the conflict that is happening there, and also as Western countries kind of, start to tighten the financial stranglehold on the Russian banking system. So amid what appeared to be sporadic missile strikes in and around Kiev, satellite photographs have shown a Russian column of troops and armored vehicles stretching for around 17 miles and heading southeast in the direction of the Ukrainian capital of Kiev. The United Nations Refugee Agency said more than 500,000 Ukrainians, primarily women and children, had fled to neighboring countries seeking safety. In a video posted by President Vladimir Zelensky, posted late Monday, he called the shelling of Kharkiv a war crime. We have also heard some other speakers saying those same words over the past 12 to 24 hours here. And the deliberate destruction of people in areas where there are no military facilities, calling for an international tribunal to judge Russia's actions, he said. His quote here, "No one in the world will forgive you for killing peaceful Ukrainian people." Yeah, as I said, guys, I think we will probably see a trend in the direction of more civilian attacks and residential attacks, due to as this goes on longer, the pressure on Russia and on Putin gets greater and greater, and eventually Putin is gonna have to try harder to force concessions out of the Ukrainian people. They're gonna do that through civilian casualties, most definitely. So again, it looks like a live UA map is still down there. We're looking at Homer 21 on the radar here. And I'm also getting some other live cams in here, some of which look like they might have some interesting developments occurring on them, so we're going to get those up on screen here for you. So this is apparently this feed is not legit. So guys, again, keep an eye out for not legit feeds. Sorry, let me change that camera back. So there's a feed right now on YouTube, guys, stating that it's out of Kiev. It's actually a feed coming out of Sacramento, California. at the moment. So yeah, keep in mind there are a lot of fake feeds being passed around, and there's even attempts. I see people messaging me fake feeds constantly, trying for me to get them up on feed here for you. But we have people that are in place to vet those things and to make sure that the feeds that we're getting to you guys on screen are legit. So again, somebody's saying live UA map is back up. I'll refresh, but at the moment it doesn't look like that. Yeah, the page is still down for me here. Again, we're keeping an eye on Homer 21 here. Oh, here we go. Live UA map is finally up. Alright, so we're going to take a look at this here. Yeah, guys, I see a lot of people telling me to switch the radar. We will do that. We'll switch over to some other flights here and take a look at some of those in just a moment. First, I'm going to try to scroll in here on Kiev, and we're going to get a look at some of the activity going on in and around the city. 3 hours ago, another Russian attack on Irpin, Kiev region repelled. The UN expects 4 million refugees to flee Ukraine in the coming weeks. Over 520,000 have fled already. Not counting the ones that went to Russia, because there are some people that have fled into Russia that may have family there. Okay, so here we go. Here's some interesting developments here. Ukraine lifts the visa requirement for foreign citizens wishing to join the fight against Russia. So if any of you in the chat are listening, you guys want to take up arms against the Russians in Ukraine, you can now do so. You just got to fly to Poland and get across the border into Ukraine. So strikes reported at the Berdyansk seaport. Again, we were talking about that earlier. Some of the ongoing conflicts that are happening in other parts of Ukraine, not just the battle for Kiev, the ongoing push for Kiev, I should say, by the Russians. General Staff of Ukraine says Russian troops regrouped and accumulated armored vehicles and missiles and artillery weapons in certain areas, primarily to surround and capture Kiev, okay, and major cities of Ukraine, including Kharkiv, Chernihiv, and Odessa, Kherson, Mariupol. A significant part of military equipment comes from the territory of Belarus and through occupied Crimea, and we have already seen a lot of evidence of that. Apparently, police destroyed 2 Russian tanks in Derhachi, Kharkiv region. Let's show that video here quick. Yeah, it doesn't look like we actually have a video source on that right now at this time. Again, it could be because of the ongoing technical issues that Live UA Map is having. So some people were saying that there is evidence that they've used the thermobarics. I think it's time that we probably touch on the thermobarics. A lot of people are asking about that in the chat. So if anybody has more information on the thermobaric situation, I know we showed images of them coming across the border, and we were tracking some of the movements of those thermobaric weapon systems. So people said that they might have used them today. If somebody has maybe some footage or some other intel on that and they want to send it over to me on the Discord, I can get that up on screen for you guys here. So the ongoing internet issues in Severodonetsk, which we were talking about earlier, most likely have to do not only with cyber, but with shelling that is ongoing there. You can see here Russian troops shelled Severodonetsk, causing widespread damage. This was earlier today, about 15 hours ago. We are most likely missing a lot of most recent reporting because of the site being out, but I guarantee over the coming hours, as this site comes back up, we'll see more of that. So this is some more footage of Smerch, MLRS rocket booster section in Kharkiv. Um, uh, is that video here? Let's get this video up here, guys. Looks like a unexploded ordnance there stuck into the pavement. I probably wouldn't be standing so close to it. But I don't have balls of steel like most of these Ukrainian citizens. Again, some stark footage there of that bomb sticking out of the pavement. Here's a picture of a Russian tank seized near Sumy. Interesting photo there for you guys. Oh, it says it's just a booster. Interesting. Again, let's get back over to Kiev, because that's where we're trying to pay the most attention here. Here's some other explosions that were reported kind of to the east of Kiev. 10 hours ago, missile strike on Kiev. Again, just trying to get everybody caught up here. By the way, this is, I believe, in the same direction as one of our cameras we have pointing. So here, I'll refresh that. In fact, we should have clipped... oh, wow, that was a pretty large strike there. I'm not sure if that... So that looked like ballistic missile there. Yeah, for those of you watching the cameras, we should make an attempt to, when we see flashes on our live cams, to screen cap those and report on them as best as we can. Red alert in Kiev, missile strike threat. So that came out right before that missile did hit there in Kiev. We're anticipating more strikes similar to this, so that's why we're keeping tuned in to Kiev as much as we can. So Zelensky making a plea here to the Russian forces, saying, "Put down your weapons and leave." He says that prison inmates in Ukraine may be allowed to join the fight. That's a hell of a story right there. Yeah, that would be an interesting development, seeing if they pardon a lot of their prison population to help join the fight. Tactical says, "Don't move the clock. Don't worry, man. I'm not planning on moving that clock anytime soon. We will eventually probably redo the layout, and I'll consider some people's requests for changing the clock location. But for now, we're going to be keeping that where it is, steady." Somebody says clearing up on cam 2. Yeah, we definitely have some good angles coming out of Kiev tonight. I'm interested to see how they look in the morning. We can see signs of maybe the sky starting to lighten slightly on cam 1 there. I believe that's our Fox News cam. You can see, guys, the stark difference on how many lights are on in Kiev versus the first few nights. A lot of people... Okay, so I kept speculating. I was saying, why do they have the lights on? Why do they have the spotlights on? I expected them to go lights off, you know, like you saw London do in World War II. You know, you have a citywide blackout to make it harder for aircraft to target the city. We now see that in Kiev, and this isn't just due to power being out. This is also directly due to them trying to blacken out against airstrikes and air raids. I mean, of course, there is a difference in modern military aircraft capabilities, but I think some of these same rules of blackout do apply, especially against some aircraft that we are probably going to see potentially doing bombardment on Kiev in the event of an air raid. Somebody said the Russians hit a primary electric substation near the city. Yep, that could also do it. We do see there is still some lights on in the city, though. So we do know that Kiev still has some power on in the city. But it definitely looks a lot darker than it has in the previous days of us doing this coverage. Yeah, so again, live UA maps is down to a lot of people right now, but we're keeping. I managed to refresh the page here to get in, so we're going to keep an eye on that. 9 killed, 37 wounded, including 3 children, as a result of Russian army shelling on Kharkiv today. So again, the situation in Kharkiv is dramatically escalating. We watched it last night unfold. We were watching live footage roll in from Kharkiv of that Russian advance. At first, the Ukrainians had really put up a fight, and they were having a lot of success keeping the convoys of Russian troops out of the city and repelling a lot of those attacks. However, it does look like they have made it closer to the city and have now launched a full-scale attack on the city as of the past few hours, from what we're hearing. So here we go, another interesting development with the markets, guys. NASDAQ and the Intercontinental Exchange, so basically the New York Stock Exchange, have temporarily halted the trading in stocks of Russian-based companies listed on their exchanges. So that another increase in the sanctioning and financial embargoing, which we are seeing here. So 9 hours ago, Russian army targeted with missiles 5 stories residential apartment blocks in Vasilkiv. I believe that is in Kiev as well. In fact, that's right over here, kind of to the southwest of the city, is where we see that there. There's also another report nearby from 9 hours ago. So wait, that's another one there. What's this one then? So that's the same. That's the same report, 2 different areas. It looks like there. So another War Gonzo video taken at the bridge crossing the Kalmias River on the eastern edge of Sartana, 14 kilometers northeast of downtown Mariupol. Clear shelling of Sartana ongoing. So I don't believe this is the first video we've seen from this guy here. We've been watching quite a few of those videos over the past few weeks of the multiple rocket launcher systems, the Grad systems. He's been seen in a couple of those videos of them being fired on certain locations. So the Russian Foreign Ministry says those who supply Ukraine with lethal weapons will bear the consequences. Some big words coming there out of Russia. So Turkey has warned both Black Sea and non-Black Sea countries not to pass warships through its Bosphorus and Dardanelles Straits. So the 1936 Montreux Convention allows Turkey to limit naval transits of its straits during wartime. That makes sense. Turkey definitely already has had a hard time kind of keeping control of the situation down there in the straits. We've seen a Turkish tanker got hit recently. There's been talk of Turkey getting involved in the conflict. We've definitely been keeping an eye on those developments as they come in. Big Russian column with tanks, Grads, tankers destroyed with artillery and drones near Lebedin. That is to the east of Kiev, I see. So some more Russian troop movements hit there, it would seem. Give me 1 second here, guys. I will be right back. We're keeping a track on Homer 21 here, who is taking a cut up right to the western edge of Ukraine here, heading over Romania. We're going to keep an eye on that. 1 second here, guys. I will be right back. Somebody says to hold a vote on the clock debate. Yes, that's a good idea. We will run a poll on the clock and a couple other things. We'll probably do that tonight, guys. That's actually a really good idea. Just give me about 2 minutes here. I'll be right back. If you guys could, just go ahead and hit that like button real quick. Share the stream anywhere you guys could share it. Hit that subscribe button. If you're on Twitch, hit the follow button, just so we can get some more eyes and voices in here on the conversation. Again, I will be back in 2 minutes, guys. BRB. All right, guys. Yeah, the CNN open mic, or the hot mics, as we've been calling them, as of this time, we're pretty sure the actual hot mics are no longer active. There are some people showing fake hot mic cams, um, basically just recordings of what we had the other night. So keep that in mind, guys. Um, as well as the other loop cams that we've been spotting the past night or two now. Somebody says thunderstorm noise. No, you're hearing a little bit of wind noise coming from the Maidan Square cams. Um, we will, again, guys, the clock. We'll do a poll on the clock later, but okay, if we don't have the clock there, keep in mind, if we don't have that clock there, everybody in chat will constantly be asking what time it is in Kiev. Having the clock there allows us to confirm the timestamp times of our cameras to the real clock coming out of Kiev. Yeah, we are definitely going to keep the clock where it is. So he says it just needs to be smaller. Yeah, I'll shrink it. I'll have the guy that made our layout, he could possibly go and shrink down that clock size a little bit for us. So again, taking a look at over what's going on here. In fact, let's go. What are these? Taking a look at some of the alerts out of the inside of Kiev. So this is for that aerial attack threat that happened earlier. So, advisor to the Ukrainian president says negotiations are difficult, and the Russian side is still biased towards the destructive operations launched by it. So yeah, the talks didn't go as expected, and that's what leads to me to believe we're going to see a sharp increase in the tensions over the next 12 or so hours here. Apparently, there are reports that the talks are that are looking to continue the talks. However, at this time, we don't really have any concrete information on that. To people asking, yes, live UA map is down, and it is currently experiencing some cyber attacks that are being launched on it from unknown actors. Most likely, Russian operatives are trying to decrease the free flow of information here. I mean, that's pretty obvious from what we've seen. But at this point, I do have live UA map up. If you guys keep refreshing the page, you should be able to get through. However, just keep in mind that doing that does put stress on the live UA map servers, having to serve all of those page requests. So keep that in mind. But yeah, I was able to get in by refreshing a few times. Somebody said the talks went as well as we expected they would. Yeah, which is not well. I didn't expect them to go very well either, because as I had stated last night and the night before, I thought any talks with the Russians would probably not go well because they're extremely I don't know what the word is here I'm looking for. They're looking to basically get the concessions out of the Ukrainians, get them to put their weapons down, and they're not really open to too much more than that. And I think that's the issue here. Putin's gone so far in that I don't believe there is a abort button at this point. I believe the abort button has been broken at this point. He's probably not going to. Yeah, one side of this TJ says he's probably not going to pull out of Ukraine without, at the very least, having some kind of change in government and or getting the concessions he wants out of NATO, which are very unlikely at this time. So yeah, I don't think we'll see that from them. So yeah, as I said there, guys, uh, I don't think we will actually see Putin pull out of Ukraine at this point, and at the very least, if he did, he would be still holding on to the Donbass, not just the original rebel-held areas, but the entire eastern part of Ukraine that is known as the Donbass, as well as everything on the southern coast from Mariupol to Crimea to Odessa, which would basically landlock Ukraine, rendering it a failed state at that point. But as I said, now the way things are, I believe he has too much in the game to pull out of Ukraine. We've been seeing them, piling up forces around Kiev, trying to encircle the city, cutting off supplies going into Kiev, including their power and food and all the things like that. All of those valuable resources that people in Kiev need on the ground to sustain themselves. He's also been trying to establish air bridges, so trying to take control over different landing strips and landing sites in and around Kiev to then be able to fly more troops and more forces in. Somebody says the drone is making a 4-leaf clover. Take a look at that. Actually, we still have Homer 21 on the map here, and yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on Homer 21 for sure. We definitely want to keep tabs on that RC-135V rivet joint. So somebody said that there's a hot mic of Anderson Cooper a few hours ago, but it suddenly switched to something completely different. Keep an eye out; it may pop back up. I believe he is in Lviv at this time. So thank you for that, Thyatra. We'll keep an eye on that. See if we can get another CNN hot mic. Those were pretty interesting to tune into the other night because we were getting some pretty real-time developments of what was going on the ground there. So here's an interesting image sent over by Mike G. It shows the locations of some NATO flights in and around the area at this time. So that's most likely why we're seeing, a lot of the other flights coming out of the Mediterranean, is to help monitor airspace with a lot of these flights that are ongoing. But I mean, look at all of the air presence here, guys, all around Ukraine and Russia. I mean, there's just a constant presence by NATO and U.S. aircraft in and around the airspace. So thank you for that update, Mike G. Very much appreciated. Somebody says Cam 4 is stuck. Let me get a check on that here for you. Nope, Cam 4 is still up and operational. You can see the timestamp moving. Or hold on, I'll switch over to that so you guys can see that. Here's our cam there. You can see the timestamp in the upper right moving. It just looks like it's not moving because of it's such a wide frame. You can see though the power line swing in the wind there. Again, this is out of Nova Kharkova. Somebody says, any Global Hawks currently up? No. So over the past 2 days, we have seen a sharp decrease in the amount of U.S. reconnaissance aircraft directly over Ukraine. Since it is an ongoing war zone, I would say that the airspace above Ukraine is not safe enough for them to be flying the Global Hawks right now. They would most likely get shot down, and the U.S. doesn't want to have that surveillance hardware going into the hands of the Russians. So yeah, that's probably why we haven't seen the Global Hawks up. We've seen instead a switch to manned surveillance aircraft, mainly the RC-135s that we've been seeing so much of up and around Ukrainian airspace there. Again, I'll switch back to Homer 21 so we can keep tabs on him there. Looks like he's going up into Romania now. We're gonna have to keep an eye on where he flies. I mean, they could just be going flying base to base. Like he could be going into land. However, it's more likely that he is actually he's trying to get into position to start a reconnaissance holding pattern with that aircraft, though. So we will keep an eye on Homer 21 as it pops up onto the radar there for you guys. So people saying Cam 4 is a loop. Yeah, so people haven't seen military trucks driving on that camera. So far, we have confirmed that this is a live cam out of Nova Karkova. And we will keep an eye on that. If there's any other question about that, we will take a look at it. However, again, guys, I mentioned this at the beginning of our broadcast night, that there's a lot of there is a lot of misinformation being sowed about the cameras. There's a lot of cameras that are being broadcasted that are false and that are loops. And so, yeah, we have been keeping an eye on all of those. We've been making sure to vet all of these cameras we've been seeing. Yeah, we believe that they are doing patrols in and around Nova Karkova, so that is most likely what we are seeing there is some Russian patrol movements. But that camera is currently up to date. And yeah, somebody said that would be a super well-made loop. Yeah, I mean, we have seen some very well-made and manufactured loops and live streams, and we've been doing our best to keep those off of the stream and to keep those in your guys' minds so that you were aware of them. Because yeah, there's a lot of disinformation being sowed here by the hour on the hour. So he says, where do I get that flight map? You can find that flight map in the description below the live stream. It's flightradar24.com. There's 3 or 4 different flight radar systems that we have been using to track these flights. Some people just have they have personal preferences, but they all basically show a lot of the same information. A few of them do show a little bit more about some of the military flights we're seeing. Somebody said, what about the unknown flight 1100169? Yeah, we've been watching that earlier. That was we proved that to be a U.S. Army reconnaissance UAV. It's a Gray Eagle, I believe it is. A MQ-1C, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, made by General Atomics. That is another unmanned drone that we have been keeping an eye on tonight. Eli, thank you so much for tuning in. Again, thank you for everybody that is tuning in now to the stream. Glad to have everybody here tuning in tonight. We're continuing to bring you guys the latest updates out of Ukraine as they come in. Gray Eagle is what I call my old clock, says Jason Stewart. Well, thank you very much for that. John Bull says, I read it can stay in the air for 24 hours. That makes sense. Yeah, we saw those Global Hawks. They can usually stay in the air about 31 hours, I believe. Somebody says, any word on if it was a thermobaric bomb in Kharkiv earlier? I don't think it was thermobarics in Kharkiv, but we have had reports that they have used thermobarics tonight. Again, if somebody wants to send me some more information of the use of those thermobaric systems tonight, we did have some people passing around some videos earlier, however unconfirmed. But we will keep an eye on that development, because the use of those thermobarics would be absolutely devastating against any civilian target or military target for that matter. Farmer Jake tracking the Strato tankers in the air right now. He says LAGR 224 moving in toward LAGR 222. I'm assuming to switch out shifts. Thank you, Farmer Jake, for keeping us updated on those Strato tankers, because that is definitely important, and keeping an eye on where our other aircraft are going to be operating. Here, somebody sent us a screenshot of the 4-leaf clover. Our other drone is currently drawing in the air. We saw this earlier. It was originally in a hexagonal holding pattern, and then it switched. This is a standard sector scanning holding pattern. So it could be that they are actually attempting to scan something in that area of Poland right now. Maybe some kind of sabotaging is taking place by the Russians there. There could be something going on in that area for them to be flying this surveillance holding pattern, especially at 5 a.m., you guys. not the apt time for them to be running any type of drills or tests. However, again, I could be wrong. This is just speculation. Starburst says, "Who's the guy streaming on NEMICO Network? You? Yep, that is me. Happy to see Starburst is tuning back in. He says from the UK, going out there soon. Maybe able to give you some info. Well, thank you very much, Starburst, for tuning back in tonight. Glad to see some familiar places are back. So here is some news from the Independent about them using the vacuum bombs during the invasion. They're called, people are calling them vacuum bomb, but really they are thermobaric weapons. Calling them a vacuum bomb isn't all correct. Yes, it does cause some pressure indifferences, in which cause a vacuum effect. But to call them a vacuum bomb, I think, is a little bit of a stretch. More accurate, we should just call them thermobaric. A thermobaric weapon, thermo meaning heat, baric meaning pressure. They create very large shock waves, which are capable of basically destroying anything. It uses a fuel-air explosive. We talked about this on the show before. Yeah, again, that's why this has kind of been in the news a lot. So the bomb, also known as thermobaric weapon, aerosol bomb, draws oxygen from the atmosphere to create a bigger and more devastating explosion. The claim was made by Oksana Markarova, the Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S., who was approached by reporters after a meeting with White House lawmakers in which aid for Ukraine was discussed. She did not reveal where the vacuum bomb was unleashed. Miss Markarova, sorry, I'm having a hard time pronouncing that. They used a vacuum bomb today, which is actually prohibited by the Geneva Convention. I don't know if the thermobarics are prohibited on the Geneva Convention, but I'm pretty sure they are, directly prohibited against being used against civilian forces. However, I would like to get more information on that. Also, yeah, there was no source. She didn't really say where it was used. However, we're gonna keep an eye on that because yeah, we've definitely been keeping a close eye on these TOS-1 systems, these thermobaric systems. Yeah, we also heard reports of illegal cluster bomb attacks as well. We're keeping an eye on those. We should. I would really like us to get some concrete information. Derp said thermobarics are considered incendiary weapons. So yeah, I also heard people refer to them as flamethrower, a flamethrower system, which again is a little bit misleading. When most people hear the word flamethrower, they think of a jellied fuel jet, coming out of a backpack sprayer. But this is more akin to just a very large and intense explosion. Very violent shock wave that is produced from these fuel-air explosives. The sun is starting to rise in eastern Ukraine. If somebody wants to get me the sunrise information for this morning, I can let you guys know what our almanac is looking like as for sunrise. So again, guys, a lot of people talk about, how calm. So 6:42, people are saying the sunrise is, again, thank you for that information. So we will see the sun rising here over Ukraine as we approach the 6 o'clock hour. Again, guys, these cams, so somebody said, so we've been watching these cams for days. No one else finds it weird that there's no tanks or anything in view. There is, though. We have reported hundreds of troop movements on this show here, watching these cams here. Again, guys, don't believe a lot of the misinformation because there's a lot of it going around right now, trying to discredit cameras like these, live streams like what we're doing right now here. We have seen troop movements. For those of you that have been watching in the chat for a while, you guys will remember P47. P47 Highway will never forget the actions in which we took on that night. Again, thank you to all my intel analysts, which helped with that operation. We have been seeing plenty of activity on these cameras here, guys. War is not constant, okay? People don't get that. When the average citizen turns into our stream here and sees these cameras, which are live, They're like, well, where are the troops? Where's the fighting? What's going on? There isn't constant fighting happening everywhere. I mean, there is, but you can't get fighting in war zones, okay? Because the internet goes down, the power goes down. The Russians have been taking down cameras. For instance, P-47, what we were just talking about, it was a stretch of highway. We were tracking Russian movements on the other night. We had reported multiple columns of Russian military hardware to the Ukrainians that night. We did a lot of reporting that night on P-47, and that was just an excellent example of some of the capability which we've been able to amass here. Somebody said, NEMICO, has there been any more sightings of the tank with the communist flag? Yeah, again, on that P-47 highway, we were watching T-80 tanks. We found one that had it was flying a Soviet flag above the tank. We've showed pictures of that on the stream over the past few nights, but yeah, that night was absolutely crazy, as Cody Bell puts it. That was the most eventful night we've had on stream so far, tracking all of those movements. After hours of reporting the Russians' movements to the Ukrainians. Sorry, Jesse corrects me. It was a T-72 that we saw that Soviet flag on. Thank you for that. But after hours of watching and reporting their movements, they finally got wind of what we were doing, and we watched them in real time take down all of those cameras. That reporting actually ended up making it to The Guardian and a couple of other popular news websites. So that was definitely a pretty big accomplishment for us here on the stream. And that says, I only trust NEMICO videos. We even saw a guy doing a figure eight in a parking lot. Yeah, we saw him do a reverse donut in his Lada in a parking lot on the Kharkiv cam. One of the first nights we were on the show. Somebody says, show the clips. Yeah, if somebody wants to send me over some P-47 clips as well as some shots of that Russian tank, I'll put those up on stream so you guys can see some of that action. So, yeah, incendiary weapons are banned in most circumstances as per Protocol 3 of the Geneva Convention. So, technically, these thermobaric weapons would be considered, since they are considered incendiary, they would be technically against the Geneva Convention. So, if he does use these on populations, especially civilian populations, that will definitely not be good for the Russians. Again, Mike G, thank you for sending over some aircraft tracking information right now. Apparently, we do have a Boeing E-3 Century currently up in the air. I believe this is over... where are we at here, Mike G? Is this Poland, or I'm trying to look on the map? Yeah, so this is above Poland here. I'll get this image on screen for you guys. So there currently is a Boeing E-3 Century above Poland at this time. We're keeping tabs on that. One of our other flight radar analysts is our radar analyst. I'm going to start referring to you guys by your proper rank and not by... Intel analyst. You guys are radar analysts over there. Thank you to all my radar analysts for keeping an eye on the flight radars today. Specifically, Kremlin says specifically this part in the document, the object of attack by any weapon or munition which is primarily designed to set fire to objects or to cause burn injury to persons through the action of flame, heat, or combination thereof produced by a chemical reaction of a substance delivered on target. So that is why the thermobaric fuel-air explosive system is considered an incendiary and is against the rules of the Geneva Convention. Farmer Jake, again, thank you for sending over the updated radar images of our Strato tankers, which are currently swapping shifts over here above Poland. We're seeing a steady presence from them. Thank you very much for that information, Farmer Jake. No, so somebody asked if the pistry cams or highway cams are fixed yet. No, those will probably stay down indefinitely. What are the tankers refueling? The tankers are there to supply refueling service for any NATO or U.S. military flights that may need it. So the reason we see them staying there in that holding pattern is because at any second, another aircraft in the area that is operating could need refueling service, and so they stay in that holding pattern so they can be basically on call for if any other aircraft still need any assistance. I'm going to switch back over here to our flight radar. Still tracking Homer 21, which has now taken a hard right turn over the Black Sea, just as I suspected it would. It's probably going to do some surveillance passes over the Black Sea to take a look at that Russian military hardware. They're keeping a close eye on the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov because they want to. I think they want to give the Ukrainians a heads up when they're looking at launching some amphibious attacks on the southern coast. That could be what we're seeing. Somebody said an E6B Mercury, aka the Doomsday plane, is up heading northwest over Colorado. Dusty, if you can keep some tabs on that and send me over some screenshots of that flight data over to me, and I can get that up on screen. It is an interesting development. Every time we see any one of those E7 or E47 or E6B planes, any one of the Doomsday capable nuclear command and control center planes, whenever we see one of those in the air, it's definitely an important development. Even if they are just testing equipment, it is important to keep track of that. So here's another post by Reuters, back to the thermal barracks that we were talking about the other night. Ukraine envoy to U.S. says Russia used a vacuum bomb in its invasion. Human rights groups and Ukraine's ambassador to the United States said on Monday accused Russia of attacking Ukrainians with cluster bombs and vacuum bombs, weapons that have been condemned by a variety of international organizations. Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch both said that Russian forces appeared to have used widely banned cluster munitions, with Amnesty accusing them of attacking a preschool in northeastern Ukraine while civilians took shelter inside. So that's definitely some dark developments coming out of Ukraine. We'll have to keep an eye on that escalation there. As I said, you guys, I think we're going to see an increase in the attacks on civilian targets as Putin tries to ramp up the pressure on Ukraine to concede. So I was able to refresh live UA map there without it going down. So that's good. So, Industrial Strait, Mosier, Belarus, Russian soldiers seen loading the killed and wounded onto a special train back to Russia. At least 8 such military ambulance buses were spotted there today. So that is definitely another interesting development there. Again, more companies banning Russia from their services. Again, we cite Google, demonetize all of Russia's state-backed news agencies on YouTube and many of its other platforms. I'm going to scroll to the top here, guys, see if there's anything of the latest that I can give you. 33 minutes ago, a Russian column in Inkanim filmed by satellite. So that is, again, outside of Kiev. Is there pictures on that? I want to see that image. Doesn't look like the satellite image is loading up, but as soon as I get that satellite image for you guys, I'll keep that in mind here. I believe the red that we're seeing here on the map is the Russian incursion. However, I believe it does extend a little bit farther than where we see this here, but I believe the red is now referring to Russian-controlled territory, if I'm not mistaken. 2 hours ago, Taiwan sends 27 tons of medical supplies to Ukraine. The Taipei government announced on Tuesday. The statement emphasized that the Taiwanese authorities are lending a hand as a member of the democratic camp in the international community. Somebody says the E6 is for nuclear operations if ground communication is lost. So it's kind of a doomsday plane. Yes, and as I said on the show before, I have tracked, in the past we've been tracking some of those nuclear command and control center planes. I believe it was the E47B, if I'm not mistaken, was the one that we were tracking before. We were watching it do a surveillance holding pattern over the Great Lakes in the U.S. there. They were testing very low-frequency radio equipment. It's basically a mile-long wire antenna that they drag behind the plane. It allows them to communicate with deep-sea submarines, ballistic nuclear submarines that are, deep under the surface in the ocean. Somebody says, proof for the E6 in the air. If somebody wants to get me some call signs sent over, I'll get that on the air for you guys. So here is an image sent to us by a user over on the Discord of the E6, Boeing E6B Mercury. You can see that there on stream. I'll try to zoom in a little bit more, enhance for you guys there. It is currently over the U.S., heading, looks like over Colorado at this time. This was tracked over on ADSB Exchange. We'll keep an eye on this aircraft. Yeah, but whenever we see this this command and control aircraft in the air, that is not a good sign, even if it is training. So we are hearing our 6 o'clock chimes, guys. Confirmation that we have our camera audio is, yep, it's signed that Kiev still stands. Hearing those chimes, guys, chime away at 6 a.m. here as we come on to dawn into Ukraine this morning. Again, thank you for everybody tuning in right now. Glad that everybody is here tonight in full force. Make sure to hit that like button. Make sure to share the stream wherever you can. Get some more people in on the conversation here, in on the exchange of intelligence. Somebody says Homer 21 has changed direction again. Roger that. We're going to take a look at that now. So I'll put that up on screen. Where's Homer 21? Oh, yeah, they did. So they have turned again, heading back up towards the direction of Moldova and Ukraine. We will have to keep an eye on that. I'm going to keep that up on the map here for a few minutes. Somebody says, why are there two bells? The bells you are hearing are coming from the church. They sound every morning in Ukraine at 6 a.m. Yeah, so they have been running patrols on Cam 4, guys. That is out of Nova Kharkova. All night we have seen Russian patrols on those cameras. People have been sending me images of those patrols and video clips of those patrols. So keep that in mind. Cam 4 is a hot cam tonight. We have been seeing a lot of Russian patrols passing by. So people asking if I can recap what happened today. Okay, well we had the talks take place on the Belarusian border with the Ukrainians and the Russians. They didn't go well as expected. There was no resolution that came out of those talks. Apparently another RC-135 is up. Homer 19 turned on at Chania. So that is another reconnaissance aircraft about to go up into the air here. That could be that maybe they're looking at a heightened escalation here this morning. They want to get those planes up so that they can keep an eye on what's going on in the region this morning. It could be that we are expecting an escalation of conflict in and around Ukraine. So that's most likely why they're getting those other RC-135s in the air. Yeah, so we had the talks that happened with the Belarusians, at the Belarusian border. Between the Russians and the Ukrainians. Those did not go well at all. There's also been a further assault on Kharkiv and Kherson. Kherson has been under heavy fire most of the night. Are those Ukrainian planes? No, the planes we are looking at now is a U.S. Air Force RC-135V rivet joint reconnaissance aircraft, currently flying out of the Mediterranean and heading up towards the Ukrainian region. So we're getting we're keeping a fix on that aircraft, and we're definitely going to keep an eye on that and the other RC-175s. Yep, this is Homer 21. Homer 19 is also up, flying out of I forgot how to pronounce it. Basically, up out of the Mediterranean. Same Air Force base that um, this plane flew out of. The E6B is over Colorado. There are no E47s up right now, but we were talking a little bit about that a few moments ago on the show. There is currently an E6B Mercury up over Colorado. Somebody mentioned in the Discord, that is quite common to see the E6s running flights. However, I would argue that it probably also is kind of coincidental that we are seeing them flying the certain patterns they are seeing now during this heightened state of tension between the Russians and the United States, especially with Putin just putting his nuclear forces on a heightened alert in the past 24 or so hours. So yeah, my comment I made a minute ago though about it being rare, the E47s, to see the E47s up rocking in and around U.S. airspace and running, holding patterns and testing their equipment is never a good sign. That does mean that the world, they need to be testing that equipment because the world is in a heightened state of conflict between Russia and the United States, the West and the East at this time, and so of course we're seeing a trend upward in the amount of aircraft activity that we're having, especially from some of these command and control aircraft. So yeah, guys, again, just a few minutes ago, we heard the first bells of the morning chiming in Kiev there, confirming that that the city of Kiev still stands, and that not only that, but our cameras still stand and are current with time. So that is good. Somebody says Cam 2 looks like it's foggy or either smoky. It is dawn there this morning. I believe there might have been some snow that we had in Kiev last night, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe some snow or rain. Looks like somebody's adjusting cam 5 there. Also out of Kiev. We geolocated that cam earlier. We currently have geolocation data on all of the cams that we have on screen right now. Somebody said the alarm clock air raid is late, though. No, I believe we'll see that sometime around 7 or 8, if I'm not mistaken, is when we usually see that initial air raid. Somebody says it looks like snow. Yeah, I do see what seems to be maybe some white powder on some of those roofs there. We'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, there was a snowstorm most of the night centered over Ukraine. And that has definitely kind of slowed down the Russian advance and has quieted things down. But as I was speculating earlier, we will most likely see some parties in the group take advantage of that to launch some possible counter offensives. Again, guys, if the map or anything looks blurry for you, make sure you guys are tuning in 1080p. You can hit the settings cogwheel down in the lower right and turn on 1080p 60. That'll definitely help clear up some of that resolution. The difference between different KC-135 platforms determines what they are looking. Combat Sentinel versus rivet joint aircraft. Yeah, so we've touched on that over the past few days here. There is a difference in some of the reconnaissance aircraft that we are seeing flying in and around Ukrainian airspace. Somebody asks, has the morning sirens gone off? Nope. So somebody says 6:30 air raid sirens. We will keep an eye on those air raid sirens. They usually do come with dawn, though. The main reason they are doing that, guys, is because they want to keep the citizens of Kiev alert to the fact that they could come under air raid at any time. Okay, and so I think that's why we're seeing those, on the hour every morning. Fallen Race says, is it a possibility to send in an actual peacekeeper from someone? No, I don't think so. At that point, we're stumbling into World War territory. We've already talked about that here on the show. I don't think we're going to see too much. The Russians already said they were sending in peacekeepers. Okay, the words peacekeeping when made by a military force does never means anything peaceful. The words peacekeeper are just kind of you know. Um, Propaganda terms, if anything. DEFCON level is classified probably higher than 4, though. No, so the DEFCON level is determined, the lower the number, the more serious the situation, okay? Currently, we're at DEFCON 3, I believe, in the U.S. Overall, DEFCON level has been raised, though, to 2, I believe. European Command, I believe, is around DEFCON 2 at this time. Of course, yeah, the actual DEFCON levels are kept a secret, but the same variables that they use to determine DEFCON level, the independent watchdogs that we use, like defconlevel.com, they're using those same variables to estimate what the current DEFCON level is. So it is a pretty accurate. It's a pretty accurate. Sorry here, guys. I'm getting some other information here for you coming in on the Discord. I just want to kind of go over it before I show it here on screen. Sharp says there has been no change to the U.S. total force DEFCON level. Roger that. Roger that, Sharp. Thank you very much for that. Also, Sharp, glad to see you're using the St. Javelin as your profile picture. Much appreciated. Somebody said I would have moved supplies during all that snow last night. Yeah, as I said earlier, the Russians are most likely taking this as a chance to resupply, recuperate, and get more forces in place to launch a further offensive on the city. That'll most likely be started with a further air raid. I guarantee that. Yeah, we spoke to this earlier. Giadi, again, thank you for updating the live chat. We spoke to this earlier, so the Ukrainians have lifted all visa requirements now for anybody wanting to go into the country and fight. All you need to do now is fly to Poland with your gear and head to the Ukrainian border, head to Lviv or wherever your nearest embassy is, and I believe they can get you hooked up there. And if you want to fight and assist the Ukrainian Defense Forces, they've now set up an official means of doing so. So that is a good development there. Somebody says this will be the first major battle in this conflict, in my opinion. Yeah, most likely. We have seen some fairly large battles take place over the past 5 or 6 days here. However, the battle for Kiev will probably last days, is what I'm guessing. It'll probably last at least a day or two. In and all, and if its entirety, and will probably be the most bloody fight we've seen in this entire war so far. It'll also most likely yield the most civilian casualties, unfortunately, as the Russians look to prep the battlefield in Kiev by bombarding the city. I believe they will most likely switch over to targeting some residential sites as well, either indirectly or directly. Depends on how things go over the next few hours. To a day here. I'm not sure if this offensive is going to happen today. It is currently Tuesday. Original estimates said that Russians were looking to sack the capital by Monday, so they are definitely late. We also had the snow here today. So yeah, guys, that's why we're keeping such a close eye on Kiev here, is that this could happen at any time. As I said, the Russian forces have been encircling the city. Somebody says a day or two is way too quick. Yeah, it's anybody's guess. It really is. I speculate that just because of how many Russian forces we're seeing amassing on the outskirts of the city, and I believe that, as I said, they will probably try to start an offensive with a severe bombardment campaign, most likely on residential areas, not just military targets. Somebody said this will be a modern-day Stalingrad. I literally just was thinking that. I was going to mention with the snow, this is very reminiscent of Stalingrad, yes, this very well could be a modern-day Stalingrad. What we're seeing here develop in and around Kiev. Somebody says, why isn't Ukraine counterattacking the columns of Russian hardware moving in to Ukraine? They most likely are. However, the problem is that Ukraine doesn't have a very robust aircraft presence. Okay, they don't have very many aircraft. They don't have very many drones. We have, though, been seeing some drones that have been supplied to them being used. In the battle, we've seen evidence of some of those convoys being destroyed by some of these drones. So that is taking place. HG Twisted, thank you so much for tuning back in. Once again, thank you to everybody that's tuning in. Glad to see a lot of familiar faces tuning in to the stream tonight. Somebody's sending me, there's a Russian aircraft about to enter Poland. Let's get that up on radar here, flight radar. Get that tracked on the radar here. Okay, so yeah. So this is coming across from Belarus into Polish airspace now. It does look like a commercial aircraft. It could be that Poland hasn't restricted Russian aircraft from the airspace yet, but this is definitely interesting. And there is no destination set. So this could be a delegation flight, perhaps, but we'll have to keep an eye on that. Somebody said they are restricted in Poland. Okay. Somebody said that that's where they're meeting. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any concrete information on this, so we're going to have to keep an eye on this. Somebody says they are restricted in Poland. It's not commercial. Well, we're keeping an eye on the flight here, and we're taking a look at it. If somebody on one of our other flight radar programs maybe has any more information to send over on this flight, VDA 5956, Volga Dnepr Airlines, yeah, if somebody has any information on that, send it over to me, and I'll take a look at it. Somebody says, what's Homer doing? Homer is continuing to take a look at what's going on up towards eastern Ukraine. It's probably heading up towards Poland is my guess here. We'll see if it diverts. My guess is it's going to kind of fly around eastern Ukraine here, or sorry, western Ukraine here, and up towards Poland. We're going to keep an eye on this flight here that is supposed to be restricted over Polish airspace. They might have just gotten permission from air traffic control, possibly to fly over the region in route for one of these areas here. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to keep an eye on that flight there, guys. Yeah, somebody says it looks like it's going to Kaliningrad. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking it could be. Yeah, that jet might be going to Kaliningrad. Yeah, I think that might be possible. It could be that they just, asked for temporary clearance to fly over the airspace. Somebody says Cam 3 is not as light as the rest. Yes, we have two different square cam feeds, guys, but you can see it's definitely getting lighter in Cam 3 as well. Some of these cameras have different exposure levels, okay? Somebody's saying flight CL-30 looking a little sus. Flew up from Turkey to Belarus. Yeah, I'll have to keep an eye on that one as well. There's a lot of interesting aircraft in the airspace this morning, so we'll definitely be taking more of a look into all of them. Yeah, right now we have 2 drones up in the air that I know of. Yeah, that CL-30. We have Homer 21 and Homer 19. And we also have this aircraft here. We also have our 2 tankers, one that just swapped out shifts with the other one. Okay, so it looked like that plane was heading towards Kaliningrad, but now it is diverting. We're going to keep an eye closely on this Russian aircraft here and what it is doing. It's currently number 2 tracked worldwide. 14,000 people tracking this one flight now. We're going to keep an eye on it. The convoy, I would expect, we'll see, they've actually stopped advancing towards the city. They are currently resupplying and moving other forces towards Kiev at this time. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Yeah, it is currently, they are not currently allowed to fly over Poland unless they got clearance from Polish air traffic control to do so. It could be, as I said, a delegation flight or something else that is needing to divert. It could be that they ran out of fuel or something and maybe they're diverting to an airport nearby. I'm not exactly sure here, but as I said, we're keeping an eye on this aircraft, this Russian aircraft, call sign VI 5956 or VDA 5956 as we see here. On the map. It has 2 call signs it's going as right now. So somebody said the E6B call signs. Hold on, let me see that. Sure, Burn Cody said NEMICO Network E6B Mercury call signs Maker 03 and Nana 67. In case anybody wants to get those up on radar. So apparently there's 2 E6s right now currently up. We'll take a look at that. Somebody says it could be headed towards Warsaw. Again, apparently with Moscow, or sorry, Russian flights have been restricted over Polish airspace at this time, but we are keeping an eye on it. As I said, it could be like a delegation flight or something that has specific clearance to be able to fly over Poland. Alright, some people asking me to show cam 5. I'll do that here. Oh, whoops. Here is cam 5. There's cam 5. We were seeing some explosions on cam 5 in the distance last night, some flashes. Somebody says, why are all the news cameras facing away from where the convoy is facing? That's not true. They do have cameras, but they can't see a military convoy from, you know, how many ever miles away, 30 miles away or however it is. They're not close enough to be within camera distance yet. Soon they will be, though. Again, here's that cam 5, guys. Yeah, I just saw somebody talking about the sirens in the chat. Yeah, the sirens usually go off sometime around 6:30. They have been kind of keeping the sirens on like a schedule to keep the citizens in Kiev kind of on alert to make sure that they know that at any moment they could come under air raid. However, I have seen some mornings where the sirens don't come on until around 8-ish. They do occasionally broadcast the sirens over the course of the day periodically, as I said, to kind of keep people in that heightened sense of alertness, which is important. Keep people safe, keep people in the metro stations right now, because at um, any point, the bombs could start dropping on Kiev. Somebody saying the sirens are also a sign of martial law. Yeah, there is that. They are most likely though to keep the citizens alert to air raid because at any second, Kiev could come under a missile attack, air raid from aircraft, from missiles, from grad systems. There's so many different weapon systems right now that Russia has at its disposal for bombarding Kiev. Um, Somebody says Homer 19 is not in the air. Yep, it is. It's on radar. It's still on the ground though at that air base in and around the Mediterranean. I forgot the exact name of it, but somebody says the curfew end today. No, the curfew is ongoing. They originally said they were going to end it Monday, but I knew that wasn't going to happen. Really, it's like they just say until Monday, and then they continue to extend it. It'll go indefinitely until this situation is resolved. There's no question about that. They're not going to have people moving around in public at night. It's really dangerous for any citizens to be out in Kiev at night. In fact, the Ukrainian Defense Forces said basically if you're caught out at night, you'll be considered a Russian saboteur, and it's probably a good thing that they do that because they need to keep people in the metro stations, in the bunkers, so they can actually discern between civilians and Russian saboteurs. Again, guys, here we're just keeping an eye on this Russian aircraft real quick. I'm getting some other updates that you guys are sending in to me, and I'll start going through those here as they come in. Here's some information for the IL-76, which the Russians have used a lot for moving equipment and aircraft and stuff. Again, this flight that we're tracking right now is a IL-76. Here's some information on that plane. Just for those that are curious about why we are tracking this here. It is a strategic and tactical airlifter. All right. National origin, Soviet Union / Russia. The Ilyushin IL-76 is a multi-purpose, fixed-wing, 4-engine turbofan strategic airlifter designed by the Soviet Union's Ilyushin Design Bureau. It was first planned as a commercial freighter in 1967 as replacement for the Antonov AN-12. It was designed to deliver heavy machinery to remote, poorly served areas. So that's why it's interesting that they have IL-76 currently over Poland. All right. And it's coming from Russia. Where did it take off at? Moscow. Yeah, it took off in Moscow. So the only thing I could think is just maybe some kind of delegation flight, but why wouldn't they be on a passenger aircraft and not a strategic cargo aircraft? If this was anything of danger or concern, though, you could almost guarantee that that some type of military aircraft would be intercepting it right now. But we're keeping an eye on it here again. Somebody says paratroopers. No, it probably would have been shot down already if it was any sort of combat aircraft. It probably would have either been intercepted or shot down at this point. Somebody says it already has an escort. Yeah, if you have proof of the escort, send it over to me and I'll get that on screen here. Somebody says it's been diverted and being escorted. Okay. If somebody maybe on ADSB or another one of the flight platforms wants to give me some information on that, and I'll take a look at that. So yeah, Big Nilla, we mentioned this a second ago, but again, guys, the IL-76 is owned by Russian cargo company Volga Dnepr Airlines. So it is owned by a cargo company. So this could be a commercial cargo flight simply into Polish airspace, and then maybe has been diverted and is being escorted. So some other interesting troop movement maps sent over by Mike G. Oh, somebody says it looks like Homer is heading towards it. Oh wait, this is our E3 Sentry again, doing some kind of reconnaissance circle holding pattern. I believe this is also over Poland. Yes, this is over Poland. Again, those are our 6:30 chimes coming on there. So somebody says it looks like Homer is heading towards it. I'm gonna get fix on Homer here. Homer 21. There's Homer 21, and there is our Russian flight there. I don't know if you guys can see. There's Homer 21 there, and there is our Russian flight here. We're keeping an eye on that. Yes, that other one I just showed, yes, that is a giant airborne radar system. Somebody said a Cam 3 is behind, wait for the late bells. Yeah, so there could be a slight difference there in those two audios. Let me see if I can sync those up. I'll look live and current, however, yeah, if we do have that 50-second delay, I can remove one of the audio feeds, so I'll do that if need be. Especially if we have like air raids and stuff and explosions, I'll mute that other one. So he says, looks like it's going over Warsaw. We'll keep that on the map here so you guys can see this Russian aircraft. Somebody says it's Russian deserters. Yeah, you never know. E3 Sentry has a 250-mile radar range. Yep. The RC-135V also has a pretty significant reconnaissance range, as well as the Global Hawk that we were looking at recently. They have a pretty far range as well. Also, there is that experimental aircraft which we've been watching sweep the Belarusian border over Poland and a couple of the other NATO countries, and that aircraft has apparently up to 1,000-mile reconnaissance range for at least its electronic reconnaissance capability. Somebody said that why is it going to Warsaw? That Russian aircraft is hella sus. Yes, we are keeping an eye on this Russian aircraft pretty closely. It could be nothing, guys, but again, it is interesting just keeping an eye on where it's going. We did see it get quite visibly diverted. We also have other flight radar analysts currently saying that it is indeed being escorted at this time. So I'm trying to get some other information up here on screen about that, guys, and I will here as soon as I have it for you. Yeah, Martin said he speculates planes in high altitude don't fly exactly straight. They have waypoints they follow. The IL-76 to be very straight, so possibly escorted. Romanian Air Force is up, no call sign. Here's an image sent over to us by who is that? Farmer Jake. Thank you, Farmer Jake, again. Sorry about that. No call sign aircraft by the Romanian Air Force, so they are on the playing field this morning. So we have a slight change in course from our drone from earlier. This is that drone here, the one we were showing on map, the U.S. Army drone, call sign 111-00169. Still doing its grid sector sector scan holding pattern, but we are going to keep an eye on that as well. I know we have a very limited amount of eyes, as some of you keep mentioning, but we will try to keep all of them glued. Yeah, so as somebody said, if it was sus, it would have been shut down by now. That is possible. So the battle maps, Mike G has sent us over some battle maps. I'm going to take a look at those for you guys now. So these are some updated battle maps, you guys, out of Ukraine. So this is the current Russian forces moving down through the Chernobyl zone from the north and encircling Kiev. They are attempting to get forces down around Kiev as much as possible. In fact, this blue line here, I believe, represents the Russian forces that have begun to encircle the city. The red shows basically fully controlled Russian territory. This is all contested territory here. The fires you see here are sites of explosions and ongoing conflict. They're also moving down here from the north, from Belarus to Cherniv, and out of the east here, as you can see. So these blue areas here are contested areas. Yeah, blue means battlefront, you guys. The blue is basically the contact line between the Russians and Ukrainian defenses. The blue lines are not Ukrainian forces; those are conflict lines, as we were saying earlier. Yeah, the map with the flights, guys, is Flight Radar 24. You can find that in the description below the stream. So Michelle says that Russian plane is near a Luxembourg military plane. We'll keep an eye on that. Again, I got some guys, some of our radar analysts are currently looking into that, seeing if we can get some eyes on the escorts that are currently tracking along with that aircraft there. So Klusa, again, thank you for sending over that radio information. So there are some intercepted radio communications that we've been looking at, guys. For anybody interested in joining our effort of intercepting and translating the radio communications coming out of the region, please head over to the Discord. Our radio guys could definitely need more help over there, especially with translations and just the interception of that data. We've been intercepting Russian military communications, civilian communications from the ground, and piecing together some of the intel that is coming out of the region. So again, thank you to Klusa for that information. He's sent over a whole bunch of pictures of some sensitive radio data. I'm going to have him divert all of those into the radio intercept channel if you can. Please, that would be useful, Klusa. I will try to show some of those radio communications on the show later. We'll probably have a section where we start to talk about some of those developments that we've gotten out of our radio interception channel there. So apparently somebody just posted on Reddit about the plane, Russian plane in Polish airspace. So yeah, this is being looked at. People are keeping an eye on this plane here, especially after it has been banned. Russian aircraft have been banned from Polish airspace. So this definitely either has clearance or it's being escorted somewhere where they can safely take a look at it. Not too sure. Still trying to get some concrete information on that for you guys at this time. So there are reports via AFP that 70 Ukrainian soldiers were killed in Okhtyrka in eastern Ukraine when their base was shelled. Here is a Twitter post about that shelling, reported by AFP. Also from a verified Twitter source here, we have seen quite a few tweets from this account here. Here's a video of that area here after the shelling. So they are guessing that it is a ballistic missile that was used here. There's a large impact area, as you can see. Yeah, definitely looking like a possible ballistic military strike there. We'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, Aklusa again with the radio stuff. He said chatter is going to get heavy soon, so I could use extra hands monitoring all the frequencies. If you guys want to head over to the Discord and the radio intercept channel and the translations channel, we will be needing more hands on deck, guys, for not just running the translations, but also intercepting and listening to these radio communications. Try to get this Russian aircraft back up on screen here, Furious. Sorry, I keep losing that. So, UHD Freddy again coming in clutch. Says the Ilyushin IL-76TD close to Poland. Wait, is this the same one that we're looking at, man? I believe this is the same one he just sent over. Oh wait, he sent this over earlier when we first saw it come up. Yeah, he was sorry. This is an old PM. Again, that's the same Russian aircraft we're currently looking at. Thank you again, UHD Freddy. He's really been on task all night, keeping an eye on this aircraft here. So apparently the MO6, we're getting reports in now saying the MO6 highway is now completely cut off to Kiev. Heading towards Kiev, this was taken an hour ago or so. It's an MP4 video. I can't show that to you guys here. If somebody has a video from Twitter or YouTube of that, they could send that over to me. But yeah, it does look like that highway now has been fully blocked off from the Russian forces. The Russian forces have blocked off that highway there. So here's some other data on that flight that we're looking at right now, Volga Dnepr Airlines VI 5956. We've been watching this all day. So it's departure. So Bratislava Airport. Where is this airport at? Slovakia. So it was heading to Slovakia. So that looks like it is on track. So they probably had to get first clearance from Poland, and then an escort to guide them down to Slovakia. So that's probably what we're seeing here, guys. This Russian aircraft is currently most likely being escorted across Polish airspace to Slovakia, right down here to Bratislava. I'm pretty sure that's where they're going. So apparently there's two E6 right now, one in Colorado and one in the center of Wyoming. So we have aircraft radar analysts currently keeping track on both of those aircraft at this time. We're going to keep you guys updated on those. But yeah, at the moment it does look like we have we found a source for our other flight here. It does look like they were heading to Slovakia and got escort and clearance to head over Polish airspace at this time. That's what that looks like. Somebody says Cam 5 is down. Yep, roger that. Cam 5 does look like it's down. Let's get that back up for you guys here. Yep, video unavailable on Cam 5. That's unfortunate because that was a good angle. We'll have to look for another shot there for Cam 5. If anybody has any other cameras they want to throw into the ringer for Cam 5, please send them over now, and I'll get those on screen for you guys. Somebody's asking what the second E6 call sign is. If somebody in chat could, if my aircraft guys in the YouTube chat could sound off with those call signs, so people can take a look at those. Again, if anybody has any other Kiev cams they want to replace Cam 5 with, I'll get those up on screen. Yeah, definitely a lack of good cams. That is for sure. Ones that are definitely like to be trusted. There's so many fake cameras right now. There's even, I mean, there's fake multi-streams out there that have popped up over the past few days that we've been watching, and definitely a large amount of disinformation being sowed. Again, if anybody has any other Kiev cams, I'm trying to get the other one we just had back up. About an hour ago, air raid sirens in Rivne. Residents should head to the nearest shelter. That's another update coming out of Live UA Map. We'll keep an eye on that. Oh, hey, here's our Asian friends. Thank you so much, James Baby, for sending me this over again. Yeah, so this is our Asian friends cam from yesterday. They really have been doing a good job keeping this camera up here. So this is again a live feed out of Kiev from our Asian news team there. I'm going to get that down there for you guys. Thank you so much for sending that over. This cam has been actually a really good camera. This team has been dependable. In fact, actually, it's the same as the cam we have in the top right, but they do cycle through some different angles. So we'll keep that up either way. Hold on, except I'm gonna make that live again. Okay. Yeah, if somebody else has another cam though to go into the ringer for that, I will put another one up there. So Big Nilla says Gordo 15 is an E4B on the ground at Tinker Air Force Base, may take off soon. So we do have possibly an E4B in the air. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on that. Sick-Eyed sent over another cam here. In fact, I'll see if we can replace it with this one. Okay, so yeah, this camera is definitely having issues. It just went blue. Okay, here we go. So I have it up there. This camera is having issues, but this is another live feed out of Kiev. Somebody said it's another cam, but has problems, but is live. So yeah, we'll take a look at this one, and we'll keep an eye on it. Hopefully those glitches stop to occur, but that is a good feed here. And as you guys can see, it is current. You see the snow on the rooftops. A good way to know if some of these cams are not current in Kiev is to look for the snow. Okay, look for the snow, you guys. You go to other multi-streams and you see cameras claiming to be Kiev that aren't Kiev, or you see cameras claiming to be Kiev that don't have the snow on the ground. That's most likely what we're looking at is a fake camera then in that case. John Redcorn taking action over here and sending me some interesting updates. Thank you very much for those updates, John Redcorn. If I can, I will get some of these up on screen. So he sent over some images that were translated for us, basically of some back and forth messages, I believe, are what these are, of some Chinese kids trying to flee Kiev. Somebody said if Russian forces, one of them said, and the translation on this might be a little rough, guys, but if Russian forces take the city quickly, then that's that, but if the fighting continues, you'll need supplies. And the other guy says, I'm willing to stay in Kiev, but can you guarantee my safety? You can't. And then another person says, in wartime, whose safety is guaranteed. And the last comment was the embassy is our only hope. So these are Chinese kids and adults trying to flee Kiev at this time. Yeah, Cam 5 is acting up, guys. It is live, but it is having some issues, so keep that in mind. Again, thank you. Again, thank you, John Redcorn. He says basically Chinese notoriety, Chinese narrative, sorry, has been pro Russian. Yeah, we've seen that. We've seen that's consistent with some of the other reporting we've had from China and stuff. A lot of it has been pro Russian narrative. However, we did see the Chinese condemn Russia in their UN statement, but it wasn't very, it wasn't very specific. So, okay, here is. Thank you for this. I can't pronounce your name because I'm just going to call you P. Thank you very much for that update. I'll go over to live UA map and show everybody that. So here's that Russian column. Apparently, the satellite images have loaded now. However, I'm still unable to pull those up here. Live UA map is still having issues, as you can see. But I will go ahead and I'll pull that image up that he sends over to us so we can look at that anyway. Here is the image here. Let me see if I can get this on screen for you guys somehow. It is being a little bit finicky. Anyway, here's the image here. You can kind of see it down here of the Russian column in Ivankiv, filmed from satellite, heading towards Kiev. We were looking at that earlier. So, yeah, evidence of that Russian buildup occurring in and around Kiev. Thank you again for that, P. Much appreciated. Yep, Cam 5 is live. As you can see, the snow on the rooftops, guys. That's our golden domed monastery over there. We have eyes on from all of these cameras in and around Kiev here. It looks like this camera changed too to another shot of the monastery here. If maybe somebody wants to send me over another cam to replace that with, I can go ahead and do that. I'm just going to make sure really quick that all of my feeds here are current. Yep, that looks good. So he says there's no way the convoy is 40 miles, right? That's crazy. Yeah, we watched a convoy the other night on P47 that was probably just as long. We watched it stretch for miles and miles and miles and miles. All day we were watching troop movements. Shkemega says, my gut says it's time for something. Yeah, there's definitely been kind of a calm before the storm we've seen over the past 6 or 8 hours here as the snow has been falling over Kiev. They've definitely been regrouping, resupplying, and moving in place for a further attack on the city. Yeah, Cam 4 is a little bit to the south. It's down by Nova Kharkova. That cam is also recent, though. However, there wasn't any snow in Nova overnight. As you see here, that's our timestamp there. Except, hold on, I'm looking. We're getting inconsistent dates out of this Nova cam here, guys. Yeah, we're getting inconsistent dates. So, okay, I would like to propose that we swap cams 3 and 5 with fresh cams. If you guys want to send me over cams 5, new cams for cam 3 and 4. Sorry, 3 and 4 here. We're going to swap out 3 and 4 if you guys want to send me over some other cams. Yeah, another thing, guys, the clock is current live in the lower right. That is the exact time in Kiev at this time. Chaz, you might be behind in the stream because if you look at all the cams, they are clearly bright. That sounds like possibly your stream is behind right now. Again, thank you to everybody that's sending over cams. I'm going to try to get these up on screen here. P, thank you for sending over that footage. Yeah, we already saw the footage of the tractor stealing the Russian tank. That was some pretty hilarious footage there. thank you so much, Mega Crypto, for the words of support. Very much appreciated. I got a definite chuckle out of that. OB1 sending over another camera here. I'm going to get that up on screen. Thank you very much. He says needs geolocating but looks live. Roger that. Oh yeah, I think this is the same cam we had up the other day. I'm gonna put that. I'll put that up on screen here for you guys. We're gonna put that over this cam here. Somebody send me another cam to replace Nova Karkova with, and we'll get that up on screen for you guys. Somebody says, why not have one of the cams as a news feed? Yeah, we do that occasionally. However, right now I'm trying to I'm trying to get Kiev cams on all the screens. So stand by for that. Somebody says Homer turned around, most likely getting onto a patrol path. That's not. We've been seeing that quite a bit, so I wouldn't be surprised. I'll take a look at Homer in just a minute here. Hanklin says, I'm watching the radar view on Flight Radar 24. If I see anything, should I send it here? If you see anything that we haven't already covered and something that maybe is suspicious, yeah, man, send it over. Thank you so much for keeping an eye on that flight radar. Extremely important. Where is Homer 21 now? I'm probably going to have to look him up, aren't I? I know it's around. Here we go. There's Homer 21. I didn't even need to use radar. So yeah, here it looks like Homer 21 is falling into what we call a surveillance holding pattern here, and you'll see him probably doing that for the next couple hours or so, probably even longer. So I'll go ahead and I'll replace our Asian friends camera there. We're not getting we're getting a bunch of, so they are like doing some news reporting there on that cam. I'll get that swapped out here in just a few moments. Again, to anybody that has any cams that we should replace with, we need a cam for cam 4, and we're gonna we'll put a new one up in cam 5 as well. Again, if I could just have everybody that's tuning in tonight hit that like button, share the stream. Switch this cam with cam 4. Yeah, it is down, Tom. Tom, if you can find a replacement feed from that location, from that Victory Square cam, I would really like that, because yeah, that cam, that was a good camera. I would really like to get that cam back up on screen. So if you can find an alternate feed for that, Tom, I will put that up for us, because yeah, that was a good cam. Again, more updates here. Thank you very much, P, for those. So here's another cam. Kurt, yeah, send over the geolocation. I just need to know what city and what direction it's pointing. Other than that, we don't need like coordinates or anything like that. I primarily need to know if it is what city it's in, and what direction it's facing. However, I'll still get this up on screen here. We're going to put that over our Asian friends feed there for now. Somebody asked, what kind of plane is this? This is an RC-135V Rivet Joint Reconnaissance Aircraft. We've been tracking them on the stream in the past. Yep. Again, yeah. Like Gnostic says, Snow and fog is probably slowing them down. Yeah, we've been talking about this all night. The Russians definitely have been regrouping, resupplying, and taking kind of this lull in the action around Kiev to regroup and resupply. But don't let that fool you, because I believe that we will see a increase in tensions here this morning. Somebody saying, is DDoS attacks ongoing? Yes, we have been monitoring the DDoS situation across the globe. There has been a lot of activity in the cyber realm for sure. Twista asking about super chats. Yeah, as soon as I can enable super chats, we'll probably have those up for you guys. The IL-76 is in Slovakia now, so that makes sense. That's consistent with what we saw from the other flight radar tracking data and from our analysts, is that it was heading to Slovakia. So most likely, as I said, had to get clearance over Polish airspace and then proceeded to get an escort down to Slovakia. The audio in the cams, guys, is coming from Cam 1 and Cam 2. That audio is directly out of Kiev near the square, so keep that in mind. Every about 15 minutes to half an hour, we hear the chimes coming out of the... Right there, just on time, guys, to prove my point. There's the church bell chimes there coming just on the hour here at 7 a.m. in the morning. I'm expecting us to hear our usual air raid probably within the next hour or so here. So we don't have, I saw somebody asking if we have confirmation of Kherson being officially Russian-controlled. We don't at this hour. However, we do have reports that there is fighting ongoing in and around Kherson at this time. Yeah, Cam 5 is not in Kiev, guys. Cam 5 is another location. We're currently getting geolocation data on that for you. In fact, I'll just go ahead and take away that label for now until we know more info on that Cam 5 there. Tom says, I think you have the most updated cams available right now. If I find a new one, I'll let you know. Thank you very much. Yeah, so our top 3 cams, guys, Cam 3, 1, and 2 are all out of Kiev updated. Cams 5 and 4 are in different locations. We're currently getting geolocation data on them now. Okay, so somebody's saying to refresh Cam 4. I believe Cam 4 is a fake, actually. But just give me a second here and I'll get to all of them refreshed. What's this one? That's also the monastery cam. Okay, so that's the backup monastery cam. Okay, that didn't sound good. It sounded what sounded like a shot or explosion and then air raid. Not too sure what that was about. We'll keep an eye on that here. I'm trying to get that bottom cam refreshed. There's our air raid sirens, guys, just on the hour here at 7 a.m. Okay, I'm going ahead and refreshing that cam for us. Once again, the date is showing from January 3rd. On that. The time is consistent, though, so I'm not sure. I'll keep an eye on that, though. So I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to take just a quick 1 or 2 minute break here while we listen into these air raid sirens. Just give me 1 second. Stand by. Oh my God, you guys! I just realized. Yeah, it is. It is the 1st of March. Whoops. Sorry, I kept thinking it was the 28th still. Yeah, we are past midnight here again. So that does look like that Novacam is current. Sorry about that. Again, guys, that's not my mic. You are hearing audio coming out of one of the hot mic cameras here that we're listening to. I did go ahead and mute. We did have a duplicate mic in there, and I went ahead and muted that for you guys. Oh, hey, there's one of our correspondent friends there, taking some pictures. Yeah, there could be some smoke rising from an explosion nearby, and that could be what he's taking pictures of. However, I didn't hear any blasts too close, so it must have been pretty far off. We definitely heard some shots and blasts there, at least some small arms fire, maybe a couple smaller explosions or distant explosions. He's definitely taking quite a few pictures, though, at the moment. I can hear his camera shutter. Those just look like citizens on Cam 3 walking around. That didn't look like Ukrainian personnel. That looked like maybe some citizens just out kind of in the yard walking around, I think. It didn't look like militia either. They weren't armed or anything. Yes, just to reiterate with everybody, Cam 4 and 5 are not Kiev. Cam 4 is Nova Kharkova. Cam 5 we are currently geolocating, but we believe it to be somewhere near, I believe, Nova as well. I have somebody working on that right now to get us proper geolocation data off that camera. I just put that there while we're getting another camera for the Kiev. 8-Bit Dan says nothing abnormal in the air quality map. Thank you very much for looking at the particulate maps. Thank you very much for tuning in again. 8-Bit Dan and Rain, thank you so much for tuning in again. Julia says, wow, the CL30 just turned up again. Yep, we've been keeping eyes on that CL30. He's been around. Yeah, as Nathan says, I wish he would turn the cam for us to show what's happening. Yeah, I really wish we had aligned to some of these reporters on the ground so we could have them turn the cameras for us too. Somebody says, is it blurry or is it my end? If you're getting a blurry stream, you could make sure to turn up the stream quality to 1080p. We are coming back at you tonight, again, in 1080p, 60 frames a second. So yeah, seeing some interesting activity from both Homer 21 and our tanker there. The Russian plane seems to have landed, I believe, for now, in Slovakia. Either that or if it's almost to Slovakia. Soviet Tornado says another E-6B flying south of Oklahoma City. Call sign Mayo 38. If you guys want, if you aircraft radar analysts want to get that on your radars at this time, get tracking those. And we now have, what is that, 3 E-6Bs in the air this morning? That's not good, guys. Someone asked, what does that mean? We've been tracking these E-6Bs. They're basically what we consider what people in the States call the doomsday plane. They're basically command and control aircraft meant to house people like the generals of the U.S. military, the Joint Chiefs of Staff. People like the president himself would be upon airlines like that in the event of an all-out nuclear war, or really in the event of any nuclear escalation, they would immediately be scrambled on board those aircraft. So yeah, it's interesting to see 3 of them in the air at one time. That is definitely concerning. I think there's somebody also said there might be an E4B up in the air. If we do see an E4B up in the air along with 3 E6s at the same time, that could be a really concerning development. So I mean, they do run training, they do run drills, so it's not unheard of, but that many at one time. E4B, yeah, is the doomsday plane. We were tracking it a couple weeks ago. The E6Bs are also, I mean, I would consider are in the same league. The E4B definitely takes the cake. Yeah, E4B is a nuclear doomsday plane. It's the command and control center in the event of a nuclear war. E6B is also, you see those in the air during heightened levels of escalation. So somebody said the E6s fly the mile-long antenna. No, it's the E4Bs that fly the mile-long antenna. The E6s might fly that same equipment, but a few weeks back we were tracking the E4Bs running racetrack holding patterns over the Great Lakes here in the United States, and they were dragging a 1-mile-long antenna behind them to basically they're testing very low frequency radio equipment in which they use to communicate with deep sea submarines, nuclear capable submarines to be precise. So he's saying the Russian plane descending down to 8.5 thousand. Yeah, it's most likely getting ready to land. Somebody says, are those flying over Ukraine right now? No, those are not flying over Ukraine. We don't have any aircraft that are on radar that are flying over Ukraine. Ukraine's airspace is dead. It's deader than a doornail. Somebody says, don't we have an E-4B in the air 24/7? No, we have E-6s that sit in the air basically 24/7. The E-4B though is the E-4B is the big one. When you see the E-4B in the air, that's a special occasion. The E-6s they can control Minuteman missiles and talk with subs, as TMB5 says in the live chat. That is correct. And the E-4B also has that capability and more. The E-4B, I think you would consider the E-6's older cousin. I'm not too sure as to the specifics of these aircraft, guys. As I said before, I'm not an expert in military hardware, but from what we've deduced, the E-4B is the one that it's the one that they call on when times are really getting tough. The E-6s are the ones, they're the daily driver. Yeah, if people want to call off in the live chat what the E6B's call signs are, I know we have 3 up in the air right now. If somebody could get those on screen, I'll read them off to everybody so they can throw those into their radars. I know people have been sending them all night, but again, if we could get those call signs, and we'll get those up for you guys. So yeah, we have multiple aircraft of interest in the air right now, guys, that we are tracking. We're currently tracking Homer 21 over Romania. It's a U.S. Air Force RC-135V rivet joint reconnaissance aircraft. We've been following them for some time now. Homer, and that call sign has been used in all of these rivet joint reconnaissance aircraft. And then also, this was a tanker here that kind of has done an interesting diversion from its flight path here. My guess is that it's lining up to do a fuel pass. They're probably going to fuel up the RC-135 potentially. I'm not too sure. She's still moving. She's still in the air there. We're keeping an eye on that Strato tanker. But it's possible that Homer 21 could be doing a pass back around. It could be going to refuel with that. No, so neither of the planes that I was just speaking of carry nukes. They're the ones that control the nukes. The planes that we're talking about control the nukes, okay? The president has the command and control infrastructure on those aircraft to control the nukes in the event of an all-out nuclear war. 8-Bit Dan mentions that the diversion started exactly when the siren started. That's interesting. We'll definitely have to keep an eye on that. So yeah, just now you guys heard on the every 15-minute mark you'll hear those chimes. Just now we saw the chimes there. It came right on the 15-minute mark, as usual. So keep an eye on that, and that's how you guys know that the audio feeds are coming out of the square. We do have a couple channels of audio coming through, so if they get a little bit delayed, if like one gets a little bit far behind, you might hear 2 chimes, but just let me know and I'll remove one of the audio layers or get them synced back up when need be. Chuckbot says, I feel like we should have heard the airline sirens already. We did, just a short time ago. You missed them, bud. Just about 30 minutes ago, we heard some air raid sirens here. We heard quite a few of them. Meow Meow says, how can you track the airspace? Well, Meow, you can track the airspace too. There is a variety of aircraft radar tracking applications, which you can use yourself. The one we're using on screen here is called Flight Radar 24. You can look that up yourself. You can use that right now for free if you want to hop into the airspace with us, hop into the radar with us, and analyze some of the aircraft flight patterns here. You can do that as well. So yeah, you guys hearing the delay in the one of these audio feeds is delayed. I think it was that one. I just muted that one. We just heard those chimes again, just a minute past the, just a few minutes past the 15-minute mark here. Somebody said an E4B is on the ground in Lincoln, Nebraska. Roger that. Server says not finding the E6B in Oklahoma. You'll probably need a call sign for that. Again, if my flight radar analysts want to sound off with those call signs, we will get them up to you guys. Cam located in Nova Karkova. So the cam we have, guys, that is in the center of the screen is Nova Karkova, just to confirm. Okay, here's an image here, guys, of all current. Right here, guys, is a image of all current military hardware in the air over the U.S. airspace that is currently trackable. So all of these. So Nana 67 is an E6. Mayo 38 is an E6. Okay. Do we have another E6 here somewhere? I thought we did have another E6. Where's that other E6 at, boys? I thought we had 3 E6s up. Well, we got Mayo 38, Nana 67. Where's that E4B? It's not in the air, but it is on the ground. We have some C-17s, some EC-45s. Here's the IL-76 here. 596. That's what we were tracking earlier over Slovakia. So yeah, Kurt says that is all trackable military aircraft currently up over the whole U.S. Sorted by aircraft type is on screen for you guys right now. Those are your E6s there. Nana 67, Mayo 38. VAD 5956 is currently landing. So somebody says the E4B operates out of Lincoln. Yeah, I believe that is consistent. The Discord link is not broken. The Discord link works. The Discord link is discord.gg/NEMICO. You can find that in the description below. You might need to copy it over into your Discord to get it to work. If clicking on it doesn't work, sometimes people have issues with that. But if it's not working for you, it is most likely banned. You are most likely banned from the Discord. Get some water, man. Take care. Yeah, I do need to get a drink. I'm going to go get a drink here, guys. I'll be back in just a minute, and we will continue going over the information here that is coming out of Ukraine. I'm going to leave these flight radar call signs on the map. If anybody wants to track any of those E6Bs, you can do that. So yeah, another thing, really quick, guys. Somebody mentioned in the chat, and I should have mentioned this. I forgot to, but the E4B, that Doomsday plane, you do not see those in the air all the time. The E6s, yeah, maybe. The E4B, though, as somebody mentions, it costs $160,000 like an hour to have that thing in the air. Okay, it's extremely expensive for them to even take it out for testing. Okay, so when we were a couple weeks back, I was tracking the E-4Bs, I talked about this earlier. We were tracking them over the Great Lakes, and they were running those racetrack holding patterns. They were tracking. They were using VLF radio equipment, that long wire. It's a mile long behind the plane, to test radio equipment. I should have seen it then, okay? But what happened then? The reason they were testing that equipment is for readiness. They needed to increase their readiness level for what's happening right now. The U.S. defense, they saw that that Russia was going to invade Ukraine, and they took action, and they started increasing the readiness level, testing equipment like that. Somebody says $160,000 an hour is literally nothing in the government budget. Of course, yeah, it's nothing, but it's still expensive, okay, for them to be running that equipment all the time. All right, the E6s, yeah, I believe they usually keep an air presence of the E6 all the time. It would not be normal to see E4Bs constantly in the air all the time. The E4Bs, from what I've gathered at least, is that to have them in the air means that they are training for as an increase to readiness level. Okay, and that's the only time you'll see them in the air. The E6Bs are basically, yeah, as Crazy Hot T says, just a recon plane. It's an advanced recon aircraft for sure. It's also a command and control aircraft, though. They do have the ability to communicate with other military command and control, and possibly even use those nuclear systems if they need to. Somebody says, "Do you think Russia will go to NATO countries?" I don't know what you mean. Do you mean like, will they attack NATO countries? We'd hope not, because that would be a big deal. Yeah, as PG says, yeah, E4B is rare. It is rare to see the E4B up in the air, as much as we have been seeing it, and we saw that we saw them doing training over the Great Lakes multiple days in a row, for a period of about a week or two, and that was definitely some interesting activity that we had never seen before. The aircraft people that the aircraft tracking community in my area, like all of the guys that I know locally, they said they had never seen E4B flying like that in the holding patterns it was flying, how it had been flying, and just where they were flying, where they were flying out of. They kept going up above like the Great Lakes in the northern kind of U.S. up there, by Michigan, and they were flying over the Great Lakes in racetrack holding patterns, testing. What we ended up getting information on was that they were testing that VLF equipment, which again is like a 1 mile long antenna, a wire antenna. I don't know if you guys could try to feasibly picture that in your mind, but just imagine a gigantic jumbo jet in the air carrying a mile-long piece of wire behind it, and that's what they use to communicate with those nuclear submarines that I was talking about earlier. Somebody said they found another Kiev cam. I'll take a look at those when I get a chance to. Yeah, again, guys, remember that the Russian trolls are just waking up. So we will see influxes of disinformation and bot accounts here in the chats, and that's why we've enabled things like slow mode, and subscriber only chat. It's just to help cut down as much as we can on disinformation and the sowing of distrust and uncertainty about the sources that we're showing you guys here, the information we're showing you guys here, things right back down to these live feed cameras, which are from proven and verifiable sources. Every single one of them is available to you guys, and to make up your own minds. You guys can go check out all the sources linked in the description below the YouTube live stream, as well as over in the Discord. That's really where you can find the real meat and potatoes here for everything we're showing you. Yeah, I mean, again, I saw somebody just point out there, the disinformation doesn't just come from the Russian side. It does come from both sides of the spectrum. There is misinformation on both sides of the spectrum, and uh, the information war that is being waged here, okay, it's not one-sided, okay, because if it was, we'd be losing. All right? If the information war was one-sided and Russia was the only ones giving out false news and propaganda, the U.S. would be losing. It's important that both sides have wage war in that information campaign. Okay? The same thing was done in World War II. The Americans had just as much of a propaganda campaign as the Russians did. So you guys got to keep that in mind as well here, as you know, you're following along on the stream. There is two sides to this equation. Actually, there's more than two sides. There's a million sides to this equation, really, and it's our job to stay in the middle, all right, as much as we can. Somebody in chat just now said they're pretty sure that Putin installed Ventrilo for the entire military's communication. That brings back some nostalgia, hearing the words Ventrilo. Somebody says, can't you just block the trolls? See, it's trolls from both sides of the spectrum. It's bots from both sides of the spectrum. Those are the problems. The trolls and the bots, we're totally willing to have Russian people in here communicating, being part of the conversation, even sharing us intelligence, you know what I mean? And joining in on the open source intelligence gathering that we're doing. But you have to do it from a neutral perspective, okay? You can't come to sow disinformation. You can't come to be a bot account. You can't come to spam. Somebody says you will hear a bird chirp one time, then 1 minute later a door closes. Yeah, okay. So keep in mind, guys, there is about a 15 to 30 second delay on the stream here, on my stream here. So if you guys maybe have like a Kiev cam with that audio open, you'll probably hear it like 15 to 30 seconds before you hear it from my broadcast. It's simply because we are running with a delay from Twitch and YouTube. So there's just a 15 to 30 second delay basically built into the stream. Thank you, cameraman operator, for wiping off our cam there and slightly repositioning it. Now it is... Yeah, I noticed this guy has been cleaning everything in the past hour or so. Somebody said that dude's earning his money. Yeah, I bet he has nothing else to do but sit there and worry about being bombed at any second, so he's probably trying to keep his mind busy. I know I would too. If I was on the ground. It's been really interesting seeing the work coming out of some of these reporters through these hot mics and cams. It's been great. Okay, but what's happening here? What are you doing? Why are you hanging something up? Hey, don't do that. What are you doing right now? Is he trying to hang something up here in front of the cam? He better not. Better not block our view. What are you doing there? Hey, keep the cam up. Put that down. Yeah, maybe he's putting up a windbreak, somebody says. Yeah, that could be. Oh, somebody said he could also be putting something up above. Oh, yeah, you're right. He's putting up a tarp over it, hopefully, to keep the snow off the camera. Okay, so I went from worrying that he was going to be obstructing our view to now being appreciative of this guy. Yeah, we need another lens wipe here. Yeah, it looked like a pretty high quality vinyl tarp he was using there. Dusty Nuts for Sale says, this guy and Steve Lookner at Agenda Free could induce a national heart attack if they stream together. Yeah, I guess I have a habit of speaking up too abruptly and causing some jump scares in chat. Sorry about that, guys. Once again, I need another drink here. My mouth is a desert. I will be back in about 1 second. Saw somebody say the Cam 2 is frozen. Well, if it is, we will refresh. In fact, I'll refresh all the cameras really quick, just to make sure they're all refreshed and up to date. There we go. I'm refreshing this one as well. Yeah, it looks like that one did change angle. Wait, is that our Cam 2 is our live rooftop cam, right? Yeah, Cam 2 is our live rooftop cam. Cam 2 is tarp guy. Yeah, Cam 1 and 2 show same direction. Yeah. Except Cam 2 has tarp guy. He's going to turn it back. He'll hopefully turn it back. No, the white paper is probably not for camouflage, you guys. It's probably to keep the snow off of the equipment. He's been having to wipe snow off of the equipment for everything. Giatti says, can you recap what's going on flight radar, please? Yes, I will. In fact, let me get that off the screen, the call signs. Okay. So, we are currently tracking Homer 21, who is, my guess is he's going to turn around here and head back up. These RC-135s like to do a holding pattern like this. They basically go through 3 points, bing to there, bing, and then down to there, and then back, and then back. It kind of like, they rotate, they patrol between 3 points. Well, that's my guess, is he's going to turn around here, he's going to go back up to here, then over to here. This Stratotanker is basically just on standby to refuel the RC-135 at this time. That's my speculation. And then we also have 2 E6s. I heard reports of a third E6 in the air in the U.S. here. And also some other reports. There's other Stratotankers that are up over Poland right now, I believe. Ghost Hunter says Cam 2 proof that is not a loop or fake. Yeah, we've been watching it right in front of us, man. I don't know if you've seen the I don't know if you've seen the reporter. Also, guys, one way you guys can know that my streams are real is there hasn't been snow in Kiev until today. Okay, all of these streams have snow on them. They are current. We have timestamps, and we are working against the grain. Okay, there are people, as I said earlier, trying to sow disinformation and people coming into streams like this and saying, "Oh, those cams are looped." You know what I mean? To sow disinformation, that is direct. It is a directed and targeted effort. Okay, to get people to think that what they're seeing through these cameras is fake and manufactured. All right. However, every time we have found a fake cam, because we get sent them and they're put on our stream. I get sent, people in the Discord will send over a cam, it looks like a great angle, turns out it's a fake loop or it's a fake cam or it was recorded earlier. It happens all the time. And so we have teams of people right now that are vetting these cameras to make sure that we only have good cams on screen. And when a bad cam is on screen and we find out about it, we take it down, we make it known to you guys, okay? Constantly. And so the top 3 cams you're seeing are Kiev. So cam 3, 1, and 2, 1, 2, 3 are all Kiev. Cams 4 and 5 are both Nova Kharkova. There was no snow down there today, but those are still current and accurate. We have timestamps that are current for them as well. Here we go. Finally, they're changing our angle back over here. Thank you so much, cameraman. Off of Cam 2. Whose ever news agency is this? We need to find out who this guy is, and he needs a pat on the back. He needs a raise. So, Yardo says RFR 9785 Eurofighter 2000. Look at that. Took off. We'll take a look at that. I have another radar tab opened up here. All of the call signs you guys are sending me, I'm keeping them on track here so we can keep an eye if any of them do anything interesting. Carlos says, since I'm living about 1,000 kilometers from Ukraine, and the thing you just told us with the E6 stuff, I'm starting to look for a shelter. See you guys. Stay safe. You stay safe, Carlo. Thank you so much for tuning in, man. Zerat says, there was an issue last night where one of the camera's shadows was not moving for around an hour, then jumps to a different position and repeats. I think you were sleeping during that. Yeah, so sometimes some of the cameras do get frozen, and then what will happen is when that camera goes offline, it will cycle back around to the beginning of the stream and continue playing. And also, we have, as I said, gotten looped cams before, and also some streams will like loop their footage back around when it goes offline. I've seen them like go back live with the same footage from like yesterday. So we have to keep an eye on that. Every time we see any signs of that, we get those cameras off stream for you guys, and we immediately put something else up. Also, keep in mind when I'm sleeping, some cams might get frozen or might go down or might even start showing some wacky news or something like that. I don't have any systems in place to just automatically switch to a better cam. We'd have to get something in place in the future for that. But I do try to make a good effort, before I go offline, before I go to sleep and leave the stream online. I like to go through and make sure that all of the cameras that I have on screen are ones that have kind of a good track record and will still be there when I wake up the next day. As I said, I've been doing this now for 7 days straight. Or actually, it's probably been like 8 days straight here on the stream. So I've gotten pretty good at making sure that we're not showing bad cams on the show for you guys. No call sign, C-130 near Bucharest. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that one. I'll try to find that here on my flight radar. Yeah, I'm hearing about this flight near Vegas. I'll take a look at that too. If you guys want to send me screenshots of these flights with call signs, it's much easier for me to report on them to you guys and kind of like keep track of them. If you guys send me over either Flight Radar 24 links or better yet screenshots so I can just show them. Subi Drift says, your PC is crying for help. My PC is doing just fine. Purring like a kitten right now. Got about 1,000 tabs open and it just wants more. Matt, thank you so much for tuning in, man. Thank you for those kind words. Much appreciated. Nice to see that you're tuning in with us. Yep. So it does look like Cam 1 has been repositioned now. That is our Fox and Friends cam. We'll keep a look on. We'll keep an eye on that. Hopefully they rotate it back over to the square because I really liked that. There we go. Thank you for that. Thank you. He was just tightening up the hinges or something there. Hopefully they're not tearing down their setup. That would be unfortunate. So yeah, it does look like Cam 1 and 2 are from the same guy. So that's awesome. Okay, guys, what are you doing? Come on. Yeah, sorry, I'll try not to jinx it here, guys. Again, if anybody has any links or other cams they want to send me, you guys can post those in the Discord. We have a channel set up called Ukraine Cams, where you can post your live cams. If they are public IP cams, we have a separate channel set up for public IP cams because we want to keep those quarantined to their dedicated channel. And we also have, dedicated channels for intel reports, images, media, stuff like that. Okay, so head over there to the Discord. It's discord.gg/NEMICO. You can also find a link to that in the description below. Sounds like he's doing some more sweeping here. I really wish he would reposition Cam 1 so it wasn't hindered by that, what seems to be a column there in the middle of our view. For everybody just tuning in, the Air Force planes we're watching is a RC-135V rivet joint reconnaissance aircraft over Romania, and its partner in action, LAGR 224, a KC-135R Stratotanker waiting to refuel Homer 21 if the need arises. Somebody says they're RFR, so that's Royal Air Force, I believe, escorting. We'll have to take a look at that. Yeah, good morning to all of our European friends tuning in to the stream now. And good evening to all of our American friends here in the States that are also tuning in with us at the moment. Yeah, we also have the General Atomics MQ-1C Gray Eagle. We were tracking that earlier. That's still in the air, and is probably still doing its sector scanning holding pattern that we were watching earlier. If you guys want to look up that call sign, I believe it's oh god, I forgot. It's just like a random number string. If somebody wants to sound off what that call sign is in the chat, so that people can take a look at that one as well. Kenny Dan, thank you for tuning in tonight to the stream. Somebody says, what is the E6 news? Well, we are tracking 2 or 3 E6s above and around the United States airspace this morning. So it's interesting to see multiple in the air at once. That call sign, again, guys, for that Gray Eagle is 111-00169, in case anybody wants to take a look at the holding pattern there. Somebody said that dude's risking it. Yeah, he is. He's earning his paycheck right now out there doing some on-the-ground reporting. Setting up that tarp there for us. So he says, Forte 11 still up? No, we haven't seen any action from the Global Hawks, and I kind of expected that because it is wartime, and that's some very expensive reconnaissance equipment. I don't think that we're going to see any more of them, at least flying over Ukrainian airspace. Somebody says switch cam 1 and 2 for continuity. Oh, yeah, I guess actually that would make sense. Maybe in a second here I'll do that. Somebody said camera 3. What was that? Camera 3 just showed Russian. Possibly. There is some citizens that are walking around down there in and around that park, though, so I don't know if that is a Russian. Sam Blue, you can find those links down in the description below if you're looking for anything. Somebody says RFR, so that's that Royal Air Force is off radar now. Okay, I'll have to take a look at that on my other radar tab here. First Cat says, Nemico, what times are you usually here talking? I don't know, man. I'm a wild card. You never know. Keep an eye on the stream, and I usually announce an hour or two in advance before I start going live. However, the stream is up 24/7 though. We were having some connection issues due to some ongoing line node issues in our area on our fiber network, but we have had that taken care of, so we are back up fully operational for you guys. Cerberus says, alert, have confirmed KC-10 extender near Kois, Slovakia, call sign NCH 0222. Roger that. Yeah, that's definitely interesting to see another extender, another KC-10 in the air. It seems like there's a lot of Stratotankers in the air as well tonight. So yeah, looks like we might have lost audio from at least one of our hot mic cams there. I'll go ahead and see if I can get that returned. So stand by for that, guys. So there we go. We have audio back now from those cameras. Matthew says, what are they refueling? More importantly, what are they waiting to refuel is the question. They are currently standing by in case any other NATO aircraft in the airspace require refueling in the event that something needs to happen. They also are probably standing by to refuel this RC-135, which, guys, just as I suspected a few minutes ago, I said this was going to turn around and head right back up on its patrol pattern, and look what it's doing right there. It's heading right back up So here's point A, B, and C here, and you're going to see it alternate for the next couple hours between these few points, as it gives a broad surveillance reconnaissance scope over all of this area here. Its reconnaissance coverage is hundreds of miles. Yes, I suspeculated, says Ryan F. I suspeculated. Yeah, that is a more accurate terminology. Daryl says I pulled up Flight Radar 24, but no military showing up. You have to type in the call signs. Type in these call signs. Type in Homer 21. We can see those on there. Not all aircraft on the radar are military aircraft. Some of them are also commercial, and not all military aircraft will show up on the radar. The ones we are showing, though, you can see. However, the reason they have those transponders on is because they are flying in and amongst international airspace, amongst other commercial aircraft, and it's required of them to have those transponders on when they are flying in and around, other countries' airspace. Okay, this is U.S. Air Force, but they're flying over Romania. Okay, and so part of that NATO agreement, is that they keep those transponders on for most of the aircraft when they're flying in friendly airspace, and that's just kind of a safety thing. However, if they were immediately doing some kind of mission that was sensitive and needed to be, kept on the down low, it was if it was of any operational security importance, they would definitely turn those transponders off, and we wouldn't be seeing them. Yeah, somebody said with a towel, what a legend. Yeah, he's doing a good job keeping these cameras clean. Again, guys, for those of you tuning in, make sure to hit that like button real quick. If you're on Twitch, hit that follow button. And thank you guys so much for tuning in tonight. Share the stream so we can get some more eyes and ears in on the action here, helping us piece together the puzzle that is ongoing here in Ukraine. Please swap the cams. What cams do you guys wish me to swap? Cam 2 and Cam 1? Is everybody's OCD is being triggered here because of the location of these cameras here. We'll put these back. Right there, and right there. Is that better, guys? The Twitch link is in the description below. It's twitch.tv/NEMICO network. If you're watching on YouTube, right in the description below, you'll find links to everything you need. Again, that's twitch.tv/NEMICO network. You're welcome, guys. I'm glad I was able to help with that. Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, we still have that column in the way of the monastery there. It's nice to know that we have actually two separate cameras in the same room on screen right now for you guys. That is awesome. I'm really grateful for that. They're both real time. We proved them right here, right now on the stream. Cam 3 also verified. It is in Kiev. It is currently operational, 100% live. Cams 4 and 5, Noah Kharkova. We've been watching Russian patrols through that town, so keep an eye out for Russian vehicles on those cameras. Somebody says, I thought the internet was out in Ukraine. Yes, in eastern Ukraine right now, Severodonetsk, there is a 100% internet outage in that area due to ongoing shelling and sabotage to that communication infrastructure. Somebody says, nice, now it's a panoramic. Yeah, it basically is actually not a panoramic now. Yeah, you will occasionally see some people on Cam 3. I keep hearing people say, Cam 3, it's a Russian. No, it's not a Russian. It's most likely a civilian that's living in and around that area in Kharkiv. These are by a lot of residential apartments and residential areas. I've been seeing people all morning walking their dogs, out having cigarettes, stuff like that. These Ukrainians have balls of steel. The fact that they are still above ground hanging out. However, they can come out in the daytime. The curfew is mainly for nighttime because at night, anybody that's out on the street is considered a Russian saboteur at that point. I do think they still have kind of maybe a curfew in place during the daytime. I'm not exactly sure on the specifics of that, but yeah, and I have had people sending me what is obviously Ukrainian troop positions, what is obviously Ukrainian checkpoints and stuff, asking me to show them on stream, saying that they are Russian troop movements. And yeah, we're smarter than that, guys. We know not to show Ukrainian troop movements on stream. We're not going to compromise the positions of any Ukrainian forces, especially militia forces, which are made up of untrained civilians in most cases. Okay, so keep that in mind, guys. Yeah, as I said, there's a large effort to sow disinformation, and we're seeing that in real time. Can we please get background audio louder? Louder. Roger that. I'll increase background audio now and let you guys listen in. Roger that. I muted the Asian channel because there was, yeah, some backfeed audio coming through there. Somebody says Ponger stole Saint Javelin. Nobody stole Saint Javelin, you guys. Saint Javelin is a image. It's an idea that will live on. Nobody can steal it. Nobody can kill it. It'll live on in the heart of not only every single one of us, but every single one of the Ukrainian people. Yes, just like the ghost of Kiev, says Andrew. If any of you guys that are listening in now want to send me over some videos of our work on the P47 highway, I can show some of the people that are just tuning in, like the piss tree cam, just so we can get maybe, yeah, if somebody has any videos of that, send that stuff over to me so I can show some of our viewers some of the great work that we did that night, reporting those Russian troop movements and. Yeah, if you could send over videos of them taking the cams down too, so I could show everybody. I do have those around here somewhere, but again, it's easier when people just PM me stuff because I can just click on it, throw it up on screen real easy. Yeah, so somebody just said in the chat they're restocking. Like I said, this next 24 hours will be critical. Yeah, I was just saying this earlier. They're taking a chance now to resupply. Okay, the forces that have moved down to Kiev have they've been fighting for days. Those Russian forces have been fighting the Ukrainians for days. So just like the Ukrainians, both sides are out of food, they're out of fuel, they're out of everything they need. Okay, and so right now they're taking a chance to regroup, resupply, and I believe we're going to be seeing a further offensive by the Russians onto Kiev, probably within the coming anywhere from 6 to 12 hours is my guess, maybe even a little bit longer as troops continue to get closer to the city. Um, it's anybody's guessing game at this point, guys. It's anybody's guess as to how long it'll be until we see them moving into Kiev. What I do know for sure is we will most likely see a further escalation of air attacks before they move in. Somebody asked, how is Ukraine getting supplies into Kiev? I believe through the south is the only way they could be getting supplies in at this time. Either that or via air. I know there's some spotty areas around the south, on the outskirts of Kiev, where they don't have as many Russian forces in place. That could be where supplies are coming in. I know they've over the past 24 hours, though, the Russians have attacked a fair amount of power infrastructure and fuel infrastructure in and around Kiev. So they're definitely tightening the grip on the Ukrainian forces that are in Kiev. We're seeing exactly what I thought would happen, which is like they're doing like a almost like a I think it's a pincer movement. I'm not a military expert. I believe it's called a pincer movement. They're moving up from the south, as well as from the north, and then from the west as well. They're kind of coming from the northwest into Kiev, and they're basically going to by doing this, they're going to cut off all the Ukrainian forces that are in the eastern portion of the country, stopping a advance. Stopping a retreat, stopping them from retreating to the west of Ukraine. To shore up defenses in that part of the country. Okay, yeah, basically, yeah, they're going to pinch them. Yeah, a double envelopment, as U.S. Marine Corps Archangel 03 says. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight, giving me that piece of information. Yeah, as I said, I'm not an expert on on military movements. But yeah, I believe that that's what they are doing here. Is they're trying to cut off the forces that are in eastern Ukraine, not allowing them to retreat to help defend. The final cities that are going to be in this battle are places like Lviv in the west. That'll be the last holdout. Is Lviv most likely the last city to hold out? And so I believe the. Okay, that sounded like just banging, but it almost sounded like gunshots at the same time. I'm not sure. I think it was probably just knocking. Again, we're hearing the chimes right on the hour here at 8 o'clock. So, AR Gaming says, it looks like a swap over. Maybe NCH 022 is moving closer to LAGR 224. Okay, so we'll have to keep an eye on that on the radar. The pincer has been a standard Russian operation for a long time, says WM. That's an interesting piece of information. Yeah, I'm not a expert on Russian military history either, but I mean, they have invaded a few countries in the past, and you can definitely see some traditional military tactics as for like troop placements and their movements into the country. As I said just a second ago, how they're kind of trying to block off retreating Ukrainian forces from the east, trying to retreat back into the west. They're trying to encircle them. They're also trying to encircle Kiev as well. So he says, how do I get this guy to read/check the cam channel? Yeah, I will. I'll take a look at everything that's coming on the Discord here. I was just taking a second to kind of answer some live chat questions coming from you guys. Here's a video sent to us from Syncor. This is along that P47 highway that we were getting footage of. In fact, we had a camera right here on the corner that was aiming down at like this gas station thing there, whatever that is. But here's some of that old Soviet hardware we've been talking about, that we saw tons of. In fact, hey, that's this dog. We saw this dog, I believe. I believe we saw this guy with his dog on the cameras when we were watching this first go down that night. Yeah, you might not have seen the dog. The doggo is right there. There's the doggo. Yeah, the Slava doggo. Yeah, P47, never forget. Never forget, guys, P47. Okay, let's just start to go through some of the PMs you guys have sent me. So, guys, the night that we did the reporting on P47, the day after, those same clips that we had recorded, the same stuff we were streaming to you guys that night to, I think it was almost 10,000 people were tuning in that night. We made the news the next day. The next day, everybody sent me this. The footage we had screen capped from the cameras we were using, same cameras we had sourced. Our teams in the Discord had taken hours of slaving over Google searches to finally find these cameras, and hours of keeping an eye on these highways and tracking the troop movements. And the next day are these same clips that we clipped you guys on the live stream, like this clip right here of the guy looking up. They all made it to the Guardian, to Guardian News. What an awesome little tidbit there. So somebody from the Guardian was watching, or I believe what happened was somebody posted these clips to Reddit, as well as maybe possibly Twitter, and they went and went viral. Yeah, rest in peace, P47. Never forget I'll never forget the efforts that our intel analysts and mods did that night. You guys are awesome. Yeah, it was a good run. That was by far the most Russian troops we had reported on. We had people that night calling the Ukrainian Defense Ministry and trying to translate English to Ukrainian to tell them that there was these troops moving in to Kherson. And it's just honestly crazy what we've been able to accomplish here, guys. And now those same troops, right now, guys, those same troops are fighting over Kherson as we speak. As we speak, Kherson is in a battle with those exact troops that we saw on those cameras. Somebody said, I wonder what happened to the tank flying the Soviet flag. We should try to track down that T-72, actually. And we should try to track down the T-72 and see if we can get any updates on its movements, or see what happened to the Soviet T-72, which we saw. Blondie says, yeah, I bet that helped them with flooding their communications. Yeah, in fact, we have taken steps to address that. Yeah, and of course, it's possible that they had that information at the time. Though it was under our understanding that they did not have that information, that they did not know, in fact, that the Russians had and were moving up that highway, at least in the numbers that they were. So it's good that we got that information out to them. However, we have taken steps to not bombard the Ukrainian defense with reports, you know what I mean, that they could already have intel on. But whenever we think that we have intel on something that they might not, we definitely let them know. Yeah, so everybody keeps freaking out over Cam 3. Keep in mind, guys, that curfew is a night curfew. It's not a daytime curfew. They don't want people on the streets at night because of the actions of Russian saboteurs, okay? It makes it harder for the defense, the Ukrainian defense, to, react to possible Russian saboteurs. That's why it's everybody off the streets at night. During the daytime, people can come back out. As you see here, we're seeing people walking their dogs and stuff down there, all right? So stop freaking out about Cam 3. Cam 3 is online, operational. No Russian troops in Cam 3 at this time. Again, hearing our chimes coming out of our cameras. However, it might be delayed. I'm getting some delay there. It's 8:07. I'm hearing those chimes. So I'm going to get all my cameras refreshed for you guys. Stand by, guys, while I get these cameras refreshed for you. I like to do this now every once in a while. I started doing this, just kind of like refreshing the cams every time they go down. Or every time there's even like a question that they might be down, I just kind of refresh them. Okay, so that's that one. Here's our Fox and Friends cam over there from Fox and Friends. Thank you very much, Fox and Friends, for sending us this camera, Fox and Friends. Let's go up here. Okay, no, that one is the... Wait, is this the other one? No, that's the same one. Okay, we got that one there. This one here goes here. Put this up here. Got that right there. Sorry, I'll adjust those. Sorry, 1 second, guys. There we go. Get this over here. Put this right here. Alright, now, let's go back up to... That's our other feed there. Okay, so this is our other feed. The backup feed for that other feed. So I'll put that there just as a backup. This is cam 3 that we had before. Put that right back there. And this is cam 5, which we have right here. Shrink that back down. Put that right up there. Actually, shrink it down just a little bit more there. Right there, that's good. Okay. Somebody said the T-72 was destroyed in battle. Any proof of that? If you guys can send me proof of that, I'd like to see it. The old Soviet T-72. Somebody asked, can Mariupol hold? Hopefully. Hopefully. I'm expecting that the Russians are probably going to launch an amphibious attack. We haven't really seen any amphibious attacks yet. And Odessa and Mariupol are targets for possible amphibious attack. Somebody says, I just googled and Russians possibly marked buildings to be bombed. Yeah, in fact, all around Kiev, they've been finding these different fluorescent markers that have been used in and around different locations, different buildings, both military, residential, and civil buildings in and around Kiev that have been targeted for possible airstrikes. Moneycat says lots of people out in Lviv right now. Yeah, Lviv is for the most part business as usual. Lviv is definitely a lot safer than Kiev. Lviv is in the west. Kiev is in basically smack dab in the center of all of this this chaos. IR beacons. Yeah, that's what I meant. There was fluorescent markers as well as IR beacons that I saw. But yeah, IR beacons is most likely what we're seeing being placed around at different buildings. Yeah, and I believe those are being put in place now for a future air raid, okay? We're seeing those type of things being put in place now. Yes, you guys can see the trolls are now out in force as we come into the morning there in Russia. You will see a increase in bot activity and disinformation being spread here in the live chat. For those of us that have been tuning in most of the night, you'll definitely notice that. So somebody said if you zoom in on Cam 2, you can see some dark spots that's like floating behind the clouds. Are you speaking about smoke? Because it could be some smoke possibly that we're seeing. We'll have to keep an eye on that. I can switch over to that cam if you guys want me to do that. Somebody says, but seriously, why is Ukraine allowing their cities to get encircled? They're not. They are fighting to every last man. We've been showing you guys. Images of. There was that story of the Marine that blew himself up to stop the Russian advance. He blew up a bridge, sacrificing his life, and in the process has stopped the Russian advance. We've seen plenty of that occurring. The Russians have been, as I said, fighting till every last man. So he says it's dirt on his screen. Yeah, it could be. Could be. Yeah, I didn't see anything on there either. Booley says he has posted a better view of Cam 2 in Discord. Thank you so much for that. Some Style says read Cam channel, please. I will. We will take a look at that here shortly. So somebody says north of Kiev, bridge issues holding up the whole column. Nice logistics, Putin. Yeah, we talked about this just yesterday. We saw them blow up that bridge. It was that bridge that we were looking at yesterday, I believe. We watched them blow up that bridge to stop the Russian advance. Not the same one that with the Marine. It was a different bridge. But we watched first the bridge got blown up. Then about an hour later, a mall was hit with I think it was grad fire or an artillery strike. I'm not too sure on the specifics of that. But we were watching videos on live UA map of the mall that was on fire there. Yeah, again, you'll see a lot of people saying that things like the ghost of Kiev isn't real, and that they don't believe in, the story about like Snake Island and stuff like that. I would bet 99% of those unbelievers, those non-believers, are most likely Russian trolls. I personally choose to believe in the ghost of Kiev, as I believe the people in Ukraine do as well. The ghost lives in our hearts, says the Warp Hunter. Exactly. The ghost of Kiev, like many symbols that have come from this conflict, they keep up morale amongst Ukrainian, not only service members, but Ukrainian citizens. And so I think it's important that that those ideas continue to live on. Sorry, somebody said the Marine guy was an accident. Now he's a hero. Nobody knows that. Nobody knows the specifics on that. The Marine guy very well could have detonated that explosion to save Ukrainian citizens and to blow up that bridge. We saw tons of that in World War II. Okay, look at the fighting in Europe in World War II. Bridges were always targeted. They would hold out until the last second, right? Because you need that bridge to continue fighting, right? Past the conflict line. But until the last second, they would wait to hold out to blow those bridges, only until the enemy was there on their doorstep. And that's when you see them, start to take out that infrastructure, things like roads and bridges and tunnels, to stop the enemy advance. No, it was not a U.S. Marine. It was a Ukrainian Marine that sacrificed his life to take out that bridge. There's articles on that. You guys can look up the information on that if you're interested. So we said, can you update flight tracker? Yeah, I can do that. I'll go ahead and refresh actually right now just to make sure that that's current. Currently tracking our Stratotanker and Homer 21, who has gone off of his flight path and has taken a little beeline towards the Ukrainian border here. We're going to keep an eye on Homer 21, see what he does. He might cross the border here. Either that or he's going to turn. He'll probably turn here shortly. We'll keep an eye on it. Somebody asked to turn up the background audio. Yes, I'll turn up the background audio here. I wanted to get those cameras refreshed for you. So I did that first, but I'll turn that audio back up. Somebody said that the Ukrainians should just give their anti-tank troops a St. Javelin patch. That is an excellent idea. That is an excellent idea. Toxic Mint says, I really wish I was able to find your channel under better circumstances. I await the return of your old content with fervor. Thank you so much for that, man. It means a lot. And I will be continuing to do open source intelligence content into the future. In fact, I have a whole bunch of stuff planned for future videos and other content. So stay tuned for that. But yeah, again, back to the patches. I think that'd be awesome if we could get some patches made and send them over there to Ukraine. That would be an excellent. Yeah, we could do that. That would be an excellent thing to look into. I had also thought of looking into. There's some ammo companies in Poland, and I thought about. We were thinking the other night about maybe setting up like a fundraiser, and buying ammunition, and then arranging to have it shipped over the border into Ukraine for the Ukrainian Defense Forces. We would directly be buying ammunition for them, things like 7.62, 5.56, and having shipped over from Poland into Ukraine to basically directly aid Ukrainian defense forces and the militia forces. So that's also another idea that we've been looking into. But the patches seem, yes. Pumbaa says, is that legal? Yes, they would totally allow that right now. I don't think anybody in Poland or Ukraine would bat an eye at that idea, because the Ukrainians need all of the help they can get, and definitely that could be something that we might look into. In fact, I've already been looking into different Polish ammo companies that might be able to arrange that, like where we could just purchase the ammo and then they would take the liberty of actually delivering it to the border and then handing it over to Ukrainian defense forces. But the patch idea, definitely something we could do. Yeah, we couldn't do it from the USA for the ammo. As I said, we'd have to get ammo that is made in Poland. As I said, I was already looking into some ammunition manufacturers in Poland that would allow us to. We'd basically buy ammo off them, and then they would drive it to the Ukrainian border and hand deliver it to the. Yeah, put the patches in the ammo. That's an even better idea. Yeah, we could do that. We could put the patches in the ammo, and then take care of two birds with one stone. I'll call it the NEMICO care package. Somebody says Gray Eagle is heading south. They might be heading to base. That could be possible, but we'll keep an eye on it. We'll be keeping an eye on Gray Eagle all night. Homer 21 is about to get off radar here. As you can see, it did a U-turn, as I thought it would. It wasn't going to go over the Ukrainian border, but it got pretty close. Somebody asked what happened to the IL 72. You mean the 76? IL 76, I believe it was. It landed in Slovakia. It was escorted by Polish, I believe Polish aircraft escorted it down to Slovakia, or at least to the Polish border. Yes, I'll get those cams turned up in volume. Give me 1 second here, guys. I now have the camera bumped up for you guys. Somebody's saying the E6s turned off their transponders. Okay, I'll take a look at that here on the radar. They do occasionally do that, but that's interesting. Keep an eye, and they might pop up in I would estimate maybe 10 or 15 minutes. If they haven't landed, that'd be interesting. Boeing E-4B in Lincoln, Nebraska. Well, yeah, they're on the ground in Lincoln, but tell me once they're in the air. Somebody says, "Are you looking at my PMs?" Well, if they're on Discord, I will take a look at them. I don't look at PMs on Twitch, guys, so keep that in mind. I only look at PMs on Discord. LEC, man, if you want to send me that over on Discord, I can get that up on screen here. Send me the link to that. Lil Subboy, yeah, I'll take a look at your PMs. Just give me a second. I have hundreds of them to go through. Okay, so I'll get to them. Maiden Square Cam. Let me see here if this Maiden Square Cam is up, guys. Somebody just sent me a Maiden Square Cam, so I'll see if I can get that on screen for you. Whenever one of these goes live, we want to have it up, so. Okay, so this is a good one. Yeah, let's get this up. Alright, hold on. I'm going to replace that. Okay, there's Kiev again. So we have another Maiden Square Cam, guys, here, and it is current. You can see the snow on the ground. Thank you so much for that, Controlled Press, who was the first one to get that over to me here. A bunch of other people sent me the same one. Yeah, okay, to everybody that sent me this same cam, guys, thank you. Okay, just thank you, alright? I know everybody sent me that. Tom Luna, which going ahead, he went ahead and went over and typed up some talking points for me. Thank you so much, Tom. I will definitely take advantage of those here, but I'm going to take just a quick 2-minute break first, and then we're going to go through all of the PMs you guys have sent over, as well as those talking points that Tom Luno just took the liberty of typing up for me. Thank you so much for those, Tom. Somebody says they don't use 5.56 as a NATO round. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they use like 5.45. However, there are people using ARs, but I'm not sure what caliber they would be using in them. Maybe 5.45, I think somebody said. You'd have to see. But yeah, I know most of the Ukrainian Defense Forces are actually using AR platforms from what I've seen. Three of these cams are actually producing sound out of Kiev, you guys. Cam 1, Cam 2, and Cam 4. However, Cam 4 is currently doing its thing, so stand by for that. I believe Cam 4 does kind of swap around. I was really hoping it would stick on that Maiden Square shot, but... yeah, I know 5.56 is NATO, but what are they... So yeah, so they said if they're using AR platform, they're definitely using 5.56. I mean, that's what I would think too, right? Yeah, because they're not using 7.62 in their AR platforms. So yeah, that's what I've heard, at least, is that they're using 5.56 in most Ukrainian Defense Forces are using AR platforms. I know there's a lot of them using 7.62 as well, but from what we've heard, some people are saying 5.45 is 7.62 in Ukrainian guns. Yeah, that could be true. As I said, though, we've seen a lot of soldiers using the AR platform in Kiev and in and around Ukraine. A lot of those defense forces are using ARs. So he said the AR platform can run 5.45. I believe it has to be modified, though, doesn't it, to run 5.45? Yeah, I know that there are 545 ARs, but I'm just wondering what would be the majority that they're using there. I'm actually pretty curious to see. They've obviously gotten supplied weapons from other countries, and that's where they're getting probably the majority of these AR platforms, is from other countries and other companies that are making those AR platform rifles. And I wouldn't put it past them for them to be using 556, yeah, or 223, as somebody said. Or 545. I mean, yeah, it's not that hard to just swap out, you know, a different lower and sorry, a different upper receiver, and what you'd need, like a different barrel probably for that. I don't build ARs, so yeah. Somebody says, yeah, probably 556. Somebody's saying 300 blackout, maybe. Some people saying it's NATO supply. Yeah, I would be interested to see where they're getting their supplies of 556 from, and 545. There probably are some Ukrainian ammo producers. I would say that that's probably not a stretch to say that they're probably getting a lot of their ammo from inside Ukraine. 8-Bit Dan actually with a good point. He says, honestly, I'm just happy it's pretty quiet and quiet morning, Kiev. People need a rest. Yeah, we had that one air raid siren, but so far it's been pretty quiet, mostly because of the snow. Mr. Terisk says, I am a Tarkov expert. I can confirm. Right on, man. Right on. Nice to see we have some Tarkov experts in the chat. Yeah, I think really in the end, guys, yeah, again, the talk of the ammo is still continuing. I believe it's mostly just they're using what they have. Whatever they can get their hands on, they're using. Somebody says you should really have the Oasis Center stream up in Kiev. It's a different angle. If you could send that over to me, I had that. Are you talking about the one in the Oblinsky district, I believe it's called, the arena? Because I usually have that angle up. However, I haven't found it today. If somebody wants to PM that over to me, I can get that up on screen. Bill Bob asks, do we know what's happening with the 20-mile convoy? Yes, they are currently working to encircle Kiev. Right now, the reason you're hearing this pause is because we're hearing this lull in activities because they are currently taking a chance to resupply and re-equip, regroup before they launch a new offensive on the city, which will most likely come with some airstrikes, I would imagine. 8-Bit Dan again with a good point. He says, I remember the old saying of never invade Russia in the winter. Well, maybe Russia should learn this themselves too. Yeah, I honestly, I mean, yeah, that's very true. Somebody saying, is the convoy finding resistance? Yes, a great amount of resistance. In fact, on live UA map, in fact, I could show you that they blew up a bridge yesterday. Actually, live UA map might still be down. Yeah, I'm still not able to get through to the page again since I actually refreshed it last time. But yeah, they blew up a bridge on the outskirts of the city. So, okay, I'm just going to go over some of the talking points Tom sent over here. Around 12:54 a.m., so a little while ago, Ministry of Defense announcement. Operational information as of 6 o'clock on the 1st regarding Russian invasion. From the beginning of the day, the enemy regrouped troops and fired missiles and bombs from the air. Attempted to land tactical landings, widely used sabotage and reconnaissance teams to attack civilian and military infrastructure. Defensive battles continue in the Seversky region in order to prevent the enemy from advancing to the capital from a northeasterly direction. In the suburbs of Cherniv, the appearance of separate enemy DRGs was noted, which, with the support of armored vehicles, tried to break into the city but were destroyed by Ukrainian defenders. In other areas, tank and mechanized units of the armed forces of Ukraine with support aircraft and artillery continue to conduct defensive battles on the occupied borders. Fire defeat of the enemy by all available means is carried out. In the Slablamchina district, I don't really know if I'm pronouncing that right, guys. Again, bear with me with my lack of pronunciation skills here. Mechanized brigades and BTGs of airborne assault troops from the operational group are destroying the manpower and military equipment of the Russian occupiers who are trying to get in and restore the position on the first line of defense. The Kiev Defense Forces continue to defend the city at this time, maintain the outer borders of the defense and critical state infrastructure, preventing the occupation units from approaching the suburbs of the capital. Active measures are being taken to identify and destroy DRG of the enemy who, ignoring the norms of international humanitarian law, disguise themselves in military uniforms of the armed forces of Ukraine. So basically you have Russians disguising themselves as Ukrainian soldiers. They're also disguising themselves as National Guard, National Police of Ukraine, and all in order to infiltrate Kiev through the battle formations of the Ukrainian defense forces. The steady defense of our troops rapidly lowers the morale of the enemy and his will to win. Cases of desertion and voluntary captivity by entire units have been reported. Thank you for the work of our Air Force. In the last day alone, they destroyed 5 planes of the Russian aggressor. About the total losses of the enemy a little later. Some interesting information here out of the Ministry of Defense announcement earlier. He also goes on to say, "Victory will be ours. Evil must be punished. Glory to Ukraine." So thank you again, Tom, for sending over some of those updates. Apparently, Ukraine's military is now getting some new Soviet-era jet aircraft from Eastern European partners. Bulgaria is sending 15 MiG-29s, 14 Su-25s. Poland is sending 28 MiG-29s. Slovakia is sending 12 MiG-29s. So that's good. Again, Tom, thank you for that information. I got to get my my flights tracked again here. Here's Homer 21. Keeping an eye on Homer 21 here over Romania. So some footage sent over. I forgot what your name was, but Ed, I'll call you, the one that sent over the information here about Ukrainian forces showing Russian captured MREs. So they are, capturing large amounts of Russian supplies from convoys that have been attacked, and they're soldiers with food which expired in 2015. So some of these MREs are expired, from 2015 that the Russian soldiers are using. So, this, continuing with my narrative earlier, guys, that I've been speaking of for the past few days, so it looks like they've sent in a preliminary force of conscripts and reservists, okay? Young men from eastern Ukraine in the rebel-controlled areas, okay? So they're Ukrainians that are in that Russian-controlled area, the DPR, Luhansk, Donetsk, okay? They called up basically every man 18 to 60, threw them into old Soviet gear, all right, with old Soviet weapons, and then threw them into old Soviet tanks they got out of warehouses, and are sending them in with expired MREs from 2015. As cannon fodder to basically soak up, you know, the initial munition supply of the Ukrainian Defense Forces, things like those javelins that we've been showing you. Yeah, I know, like a lot of these MREs, you know, even. I mean, there's probably a lot of other countries that issue outdated MREs as well, but I mean, this is kind of, you know, an example of kind of the lack of preparation you see that at least this preliminary force having. This is just the first wave, as 8-Bit Dan says. This is just the first wave with old equipment and soldiers that Putin's he considers it expendable. Okay, that's what we're seeing here. So he says, think about how long those MREs are meant to last. Those are Soviet era too. Yeah, they do look like they are definitely older. Okay, and somebody asks, why would he want to drag out the war? Well, see, no, this isn't to drag out the war. What he's doing is he's using expendable forces, okay? The forces that aren't expendable to him are Russian forces. He doesn't want to have to send home Russian citizens to their families in body bags. Okay. Instead, if he can get away of only killing people that are from eastern Ukraine, Luhansk and Donetsk, if he can only get if he can get away with only using Chechen troops and Belarusian troops, okay, then it looks better for him politically in Russia. Okay. In Russia, if there's less deaths, if there's less Russian military deaths, for him, that's better politically. So that's why he's doing this. Okay, he needs to soak up a lot of that anti-tank munition that was sent in to the country. You know, a lot of that foreign aid. He's trying to soak up a lot of those munitions. As Synex3 says on the Discord here, MREs are typically taken out of service at 7 years, but are still good to eat, confirmed by my veterans NCO stepfather, who did two tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. Yeah, I mean, again, you know, those MREs definitely can last quite a long time. Somebody's saying there's a NATO E3 sentry over Poland, Ukraine border, not showing on Flight Radar 24, but it is showing on ADSB Exchange. Linus, if you want to send me over some pictures, some screenshots, I can get that up on screen here, but that's definitely an interesting development. Again, here is the pictures of that Russian convoy north of Kiev. Announced Monday that dozens of civilians were killed, hundreds more were wounded when Russian forces began firing at civilians areas in Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city. Yeah, we've been talking about the ongoing situation there. Yeah, I'm hearing some gunshots here in the background. I've just kind of been too distracted to hear them. I've been deaf to the gunshots that are obviously happening here in our background. So he's asking about Kharkiv and stuff. Yes, we'll get an update on Kharkiv here. Somebody says there's a missile attack video on Kharkiv. Don't know if it's verified. Yeah, I've also gotten that video in here. I'm trying to find just a good copy of that. If somebody wants to send me a good copy of that. So here's Linus. Thank you for sending over this. Here's the proof of the E3 currently over Poland, running some surveillance holding patterns there. Thank you for that information off of ADSB Exchange. Hold on. Let me get zoomed out so you guys can see it. Actually, it's right there. That's that east. That's that E. That E3 there, Boeing Century. So yeah, again, pretty start to see so many surveillance aircraft today over the airspace. Makes you wonder why the heightened readiness level. They're probably expecting probably a move on Kiev today. That's what I'm speculating. Again, here's that video. Here's that video of that missile attack on Kharkiv that people keep sending me, but it's like from a monitor. I'll show it to you guys anyway here. Yeah, it's March 3rd. Yeah, so yeah, again, to us Americans, that they have a different date format there. I was tricked with that earlier. So again, there's that very large explosion there. If somebody could send me some raw video of this, yeah, a horrible explosion there in Kharkiv. This is unconfirmed at this time, guys, so we will keep looking at it. Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on the situation in Kharkiv today, but yeah, definitely some stark images coming out of Kharkiv today. Missile attack on Kharkiv Regional Administration. Sumska 64, grad shelling at residential areas. Putin now in total war with Ukraine. Yeah, some more stark images there coming out of Ukraine. Somebody's saying there's enough videos that I think it's safe to say it's confirmed. Well, we will keep an eye on Kharkiv this morning. Somebody says it looked like a cruise missile or ballistic missile. I agree. It looked bigger than a grad. They said they were firing grad on. It looks like they were firing grad on residential areas in and around Kharkiv, but that definitely looked like a bigger missile there. That might have been a ballistic missile that we saw, or at least a cruise missile. Somebody says it missed the building. So a lot of people are saying it looked like a Iskander missile, like a 9K 720, I believe. Kremlin, thank you for that information there. Here's the Blinsky district cam. Verified this morning. Has snow on the roof. He says, sorry, disregard. That is old footage. I did see it this morning. I'm going to take a look at this, though. I just want to take a look here. Yeah, so this is old footage. But if that cam does come up again, I want to get that on screen because that's a good angle to have. We got audio coming out of cams 1, 2, and I believe 4 as well. Yes, sirens did go off this morning for those that just asked in the chat. They went off around 6:37-ish, I believe. If not 7:30, I forgot. JJ, thank you for tuning back in, man. Glad to see that you're here. Fifth cam location is Nova Kharkova. Just sorry about that. I forgot to label that, but I will at some point here. Yes, cam 1 and 2 are in the same room being operated by the same camera operator. There are separate cams, same room, and we're getting audio feeds from both of them. Definitely hearing some explosions there in the background, or some shots possibly. Somebody says if you say thermobaric 3 times into a mirror, Putin will fire a rocket into your bathroom. Yeah, I would want to put that to the test. I really hope that he doesn't start using thermobaric systems like that on citizens. That would definitely be a pretty bad development. Yeah, we have been watching the videos of the Kharkiv explosion. We just saw that a few minutes ago. I'll show more information on that once we get more concrete information coming out of Kharkiv. Kharkiv is still a war zone at this hour, so... Again, we're listening to that hot mic cam, guys. He's been trying to keep things clean the past few hours. You can see him sweeping. Sorry again to all of our audio. Hey, it looks like cam 1, 2, and 4 are in the same room. You guys, we're getting 3 cams from the same camera guy right now. That's awesome. This camera guy just he's like, he magically appears in all of our cameras all of a sudden. No, they are not all the same cam. They are different cameras in the same room, okay? Camera number 1 and camera number 2 are different cams, and cam 4 is also a separate cam. They are 3 separate cameras in the same little area there. I think it's like a balcony or a room that he's in. But yeah, he is a based broom guy, as Evil Corn just said there. Yes, he definitely deserves a medal for keeping those cameras clean. You can hear him. He just went back inside. See? Yeah, we're definitely... So these are 3 separate cams coming out of Kiev here. Yes, we can still call him Cam 2 guy, even though he's now Cams 1 through 2, or 1 through 4 guy, but excluding Cam 3. So we hear some other air raid sirens right on the hour here, kind of as expected. I hope it's not indicative of an air raid, but we will continue to listen in here, no less. So yeah, you guys are hearing multiple audio streams. They're all coming from the same location. One of them is just a little delayed. I'm trying to pause that one. Actually, that's the loud one. Let's keep the loud one, and then the quieter one I will mute. So I muted that quieter one now. We have another feed here. Oh, looks like that audio just got cut out from there. So I'll go ahead and I'll unmute the other ones. There we go. Again, that audio is cut out. Not sure. Oh, there we go. It comes back. Yeah, it's periodically cutting out that audio. Okay. All right. Nope, all feeds are up and operational. I just checked them all. Yep, this one's still good. Yep, still moving. You can see the birds there flying around. Top right, cam 1, 2, and 4 are all set. There's that audio coming back in from our other cams. So our other cam keeps losing audio. Stand by, guys. So that cam there keeps losing audio. No, it's that one. That's the one. Okay, so this cam, that cam there is good. Kind of a hum coming out of there, though. I'm not sure if that's related. Yeah, definitely some audio issues coming out of that cam, so I'm going to keep that audio muted. Also, this one is... yeah, that one's like making a high-pitched whining. I'm not going to keep that on there because that's counterproductive. Yeah, all of a sudden our audio just went to crap out of Kiev, guys. Here we go. So this is that Asian feed that was kind of doing some skippy actions there. We'll keep an eye on it. But yeah, I just lost audio off of 2 of our cameras simultaneously. Not sure if that is... not sure if that's related to something maybe that's happening on the ground, but... so here's our bells, but this audio is definitely not good. that audio is coming. That's coming out of the. Actually, no, it's not that one. It's this one. Yeah, so this is coming from that other feed. Okay, so I figured out it was that one. Here we go. This is the good feed. Okay, so here's the good audio. There we go. We hear the chimes right on the hour, as expected. Again, to everybody tuning in, thank you guys so much for tuning in, following along tonight. If you guys really could just real quickly hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, and share the stream. We can get some more eyes in on the action here. Get some more minds helping us kind of piece together this puzzle here. Yeah, I thought I heard some shots maybe off in the distance there. Yeah, I hear that high-pitched hum, guys. I think that's on all of our Kiev feeds. I actually think that's on all of our feeds, guys. Because I'm getting that high-pitched hum on all of them. Yeah, it's like the air raid is stuck on or something. It might be a siren. No, it's not my PC. it's coming from these audio feeds. I'll go ahead, I'll show you. Look, I just muted it. And then I'll unmute the other one. Oh, that's not that one. Okay, yeah, this is the same one. Except that one's the screwed up one. Here, I'll unmute this one. Yep, see, right, like, look, this one has it as well. I mean, it's there in the audio. Somebody says they're hearing the same on another feed right now. Yeah, so this definitely sounds like it's... Yeah, we know Cam 5 has some issues occasionally. We'll keep an eye on Cam 5. 8-bit Dan says a broken air raid siren, not exactly what you need anymore. That's very true. Yeah, I also heard some shots there in the distance, but hold on. I'll go ahead. Okay, I'm going to mute that. That's the really screwed up one from the Asian feed. This is unknown. This one, that one's also messed up. This one's lagged out. Let's refresh that one. Yeah, this one might have gone down, actually. Stand by, guys, while I attempt to get this audio back up. Yeah, it looks like that's a consistent feed, guys. What you're hearing is actually coming from... Yeah, somebody says that noise is also on CNN. Yeah, wherever this noise is coming from, it's coming from Kiev. I just muted all of my channels except the 3 Kiev audio channels. They're all having the same thing coming from them. Yeah, Cam 5, guys, this one here is that Asian feed, and the audio sounds like... I'll show you what the audio sounds like. It's really messed up. Like, it's obviously having issues. I'll show you. Here, I'll turn it up. Hear that? Hear that? That's coming from that Asian cam there. This Cam 5 is that weird beepy sound. Now, the whine you're hearing... That sounds like a freaking air raid siren broken. That's coming from all 3 of the Kiev cam feeds. And we're also hearing shots. I'll turn it up there. Yeah, you guys can hear those shots. Listen in. Turn that down just a little bit. This is the audio coming out of Kiev, though, that we have. There's something stuck on off in the distance. Jack says, I'm becoming disoriented. Yeah, so guys, I've looked here in the background, and it definitely looks like this audio is coming from separate sources. A lot of people are speculating that the air raid siren might be broken. That actually could be. It could also be a hum of something. I don't think it's a vacuum. Some of you said it was a vacuum. It sounds like it's coming from pretty far off, but there's definitely something sounding out on multiple of our audio feeds right now. Again, I'm taking steps to turn that down just to kind of like take the edge off for some of you guys. So yeah, people are saying on CNN, same sound right now. Yeah, we're definitely hearing shots off in the distance. heard somebody just say that the shots sound like they have different calibers. Yeah, I definitely heard that as well. And no, it's not the tarp flapping. No, we're definitely hearing some shots ring out in the distance here. There definitely is some of the sounds of the tarp flapping. You can hear that, but that's not what we're hearing. We're hearing shots ringing out for sure. I've been listening to this audio over Kiev for a week now, and it's, yeah, definitely shots. So that's our camera guy there, coming back out to what sounds like adjust the cameras or something, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Yeah, so a longer siren does mean an imminent attack. A lot of people are saying that here in the chat. That is also consistent with some other things that we've heard about their air raid protocols there in Kiev right now. So this could be indicative of incoming air attack. And there are our bells on time on the 15-minute mark there. I told you guys it was the siren. I told you. Finally. That dang siren. Finally. I knew it was the siren. Yeah, sweet relief, as somebody said. Okay, so... So it looks like that one stream has gone down. I will keep an eye on it though. But we might replace that with another one. Somebody says, how long was that siren? Felt like 10 minutes or 10-15 minutes. But I knew it wasn't a vacuum cleaner. Everybody's like, it was a vacuum cleaner. No, that was definitely the siren. Yeah, I'm hearing it again now. It could be an... Yeah, it could be... It could be that there is actually like an air attack being expected here. And that could be why we heard that siren for so long. Okay, what? I just heard that again. It sound you guys could hear it spin up just now. This one back up for now until the other one comes back. Yeah, they're going into their news broadcast hour. So you guys, look, we can hear the siren again now. In a health state. I believe this does mean an imminent attack. Also, notice Homer 21 is diverging back off its path, maybe heading home. Yeah, something has to be up here. Yeah, somebody says steady tone is an alert warning. Yeah, so we're gonna keep an eye on this pretty closely here, guys. Oh yeah, yeah, I'll fix the clock. Sorry, clock, no work. All right, clock work now. Yeah, I'm hearing shots. Separately from the shots, I'm hearing the tarp flapping. And then separate from those things, I'm hearing the air raid siren and dogs barking. That definitely sounded like a bit of a boom. Again, guys, we can hear the siren still going in the background. We're listening in here. The steadiness of the sound does lead us to believe that there is an imminent attack possibly here going on, so we will keep listening in. Yeah, so we're hearing a mix between wind, tarp, shots being rung out. You might also be hearing a plane or even maybe a helicopter in the air. I'm not exactly sure. I did hear some kind of aircraft there a little bit ago. We're hearing dogs barking there. The continuing of that siren in the distance. Yeah, the movement in Cam 3 is just citizens walking around, guys. Again, we've been telling you that all day. MP, thank you for tuning in, man. Thank you for watching the stream. Again, to everybody tuning in on Twitch, you guys are awesome. Go ahead and hit the follow button over there on Twitch. If the stream goes down on YouTube for any reason, you guys can always hop over onto Twitch, and vice versa. If the stream goes down on Twitch, you can hop over onto YouTube as well, because we have some redundancy there. It looks like Homer 21 is actually heading for home at this time. Matthew, with a good point, says dogs barking isn't good. They could tell when something's going on. Yep, I agree. Somebody's like, shush. Okay, I'll continue to let you guys listen in here to these sounds. No, again, guys, it was good. We were listening to the audio there. Just kind of hearing what's going on. Yeah, we still hear that siren. It's getting louder. Yeah, I clearly just saw my audio level go up there. Yeah, so for everybody tuning in, yeah, my stream, we do have like a 15 to 30 second delay from Twitch and YouTube. So if you're hearing another stream, you might hear a delay from when it comes onto my stream, because I have to get the audio from the stream I'm watching, and then it's 30 seconds delayed to you guys. But keep that in mind. Somebody asked, is that a UAV plane? No, what we're watching is a RC-135V rivet joint manned reconnaissance aircraft. We believe it's on its return home path now. That's what it looks like to me, at least. But we're going to keep an eye on it. Somebody just said check your cameras to make sure they're still live. Yep, I just checked every single one of my cameras. They are all still live and current, and we just refreshed them a short while ago as well. If anything goes down, I could tell you guys right now that cam 4 is going to be definitely the cam to be taking a look at, because you can see so much off in the distance. We'll definitely be bringing that up. I hope it stays up for the majority of the day. Cam 1 is also pretty good, I would argue. See off into the distance on that cam as well, pretty well. Somebody asked if I can make cam 4 bigger. Yeah, we can cut to cam 4 for a second so you guys can take a look at that. I'll do that now. Tom Luno says, I just checked cam 1 has a sound, Japanese cam doesn't have that sound. Yeah, the Japanese cam is not dependable. That's why I don't have it up on screen here. This sound is the actual sirens. We've been hearing it all day. In fact, we just heard it again. The Japanese the Japanese feed is not dependable. That feed is definitely glitching out and has been for some time now. That's why I put that one in the background. So we're hearing more sirens again here, guys. Again, there are 2 different cam feeds, so we might have like 2 layers of audio. I'll try to do my best to help that, but we are hearing sirens again here out of Kiev for the second time. Yeah, there's definitely a risk of imminent attack here in Kiev this morning, guys. We're going to continue to look and listen. So you guys can hear, that's the Japanese feed that's cutting out, I believe. Or wait, no, that's not. That's our other one. Okay, I muted one of them, so we just have this one here, I believe. Alright, so I muted 2 of those, so we should just have 1 audio feed coming back to you guys now. I went ahead and refreshed Cam 5 there. Yeah, so definitely hearing some inconsistencies there. Yeah, so we're going to switch back over to this audio. I want to make sure that everything is decent there. I'm going to get that one refreshed as well. Okay. So yeah, that audio feed is definitely cutting in and out, guys, so keep that in mind. That one audio feed is definitely cutting in and out. That's why we're hearing it do that. So yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that camera. I'm also going to refresh this one. So that Japanese cam is back up. So I'm going to keep that on screen. Yeah, it could be their internet being affected, guys. This could be what we're seeing here. Definitely some inconsistencies with that audio I was just getting just now, so I'm trying to mitigate that as best as I can. We're still definitely hearing the continuing of the siren, and there it goes, it winds back down. Somebody asked, what about Starlink? Yeah, Elon Musk has been sending Starlink systems into Ukraine. We were showing pictures actually earlier of those Starlink systems arriving in the back of trucks in droves, and those are going to be used to do exactly what we're doing here, to keep these camera feeds online, so people like us can keep an eye on things. I guarantee it, and also so that communication can occur in and out of the country. It's very important, as a lot of the other infrastructure gets down. Again here, so that siren, yeah, just went away. So, okay, that must be, yeah, so that's that audio feed that's coming in and out, guys. I'm hearing that audio feed cut in and out sporadically, so we might get rid of that one, just to make sure that it's consistent. So, somebody confirmed multicam room is the International Hotel Kiev, cam 1, 2, and 4. So cams 1, 2, and 4, guys, are in the same room out of that hotel in Kiev. It's the cams that we've seen that guy coming and sweeping and moving the snow around. So, oh, I heard a couple shots there off the distance for sure. Somebody's saying Freedom Square got hit. Are you talking about in Kharkiv or Freedom Square in Kiev? Yeah, we haven't heard any major airstrikes yet in Kiev this morning, but we are hearing shots ringing out and multiple air raid sirens. Yes, we have been looking into the situation in Kharkiv. That is ongoing. We're going to bring you guys some concrete reporting out of there here shortly. I'm going to try to get as much information together as I can. Yeah, that government building got hit. We watched the footage of that earlier. It was very hard to watch footage. It looked to be basically a bunch of civilians going about their business. Maybe some government workers, but they were mostly civilians and in their cars and stuff getting hit. It definitely was some pretty stark footage there to see out of Kharkiv. Definitely looked like some kind of ballistic missile. Yeah, of course, we're trying not to jump to conclusions with the shots, but I mean, I'm having a pretty... On my side, you guys, I'm getting clearer audio out of these cameras than I think you probably are getting, after me restreaming it to you. I'm listening right now, and I mean, I can definitely hear we do have some shots going on in the background. Of course, we're trying not to jump to conclusions on those. There definitely is the sound of that tarp going in the background, the sounds of our camera guy moving about, but I'm definitely hearing some sporadic bursts of small arms in the distance. And yeah, there's no air traffic over Ukraine, for those that were wondering. Ethan, thank you for the backup. He says, I'm listening to the direct CNN feeds, and there has been 100% sporadic small arms fire. Yeah, that's consistent with what we're hearing here, for sure. Somebody says single shots, maybe sniper. Possible. I also was hearing some sporadic bursts, like 2 or 3 round bursts there for a minute. For those of you that don't know, we have been listening to a hot mic feed from the CNN crew that is on the ground in Kiev for the past few days now. They come and go, but we still have some users that have been tuning into there. They have a hot mic feed that I don't think they know that we're listening to it, but we've been listening to it now for a few days, and it goes online and offline. Sometimes I get it up here on the stream, but we've. The other night when that ballistic missile got intercepted, or actually we thought it was a ballistic missile, it actually turned out to be a Su-24 that was shot down. We were listening to that CNN hot mic feed, and we were getting some almost instant updates from the ground of what was going on with that hot mic feed. So yeah, even though it's coming from CNN, it has been a valuable resource actually to us. Somebody's asking if you can link the CNN feed. One of our users would have to link that over to you guys. I actually don't have the CNN feed pulled up here, but I know a few of our users are monitoring that in the Discord at this time. If something of interest comes up on that, we'll pull up the CNN hot feed as soon as we can. People asking, got any Kherson cams? At the moment, I don't think we do. I know there was a couple floating around. I'm not sure if those are still live right now, but we are planning, I mean, in a couple hours, once we start to get some more concrete evidence of what's happening in Kherson, we'll definitely be looking into bringing that news to you guys. Somebody says this cameraman has been here for about 4 to 5 days. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's CNN or Fox that has cams 1, 2, and 4. Cam 5 is our Asian news channel. I forgot the exact name of it. Cam 3 is an independent cam, I believe. Cam 4 and all of its feeds can be found in the Discord. People have linked sources to those. Yes, I think Fox has cams 1, 2, and 4, if I'm not mistaken. It could be this one camera operator is operating multiple cams for multiple news agencies. That does happen. That could be what we're seeing here happen. Somebody said a Russian aircraft flying over Ukraine near river south of Kiev? Nuh-uh. I don't see it on radar. If somebody sees it on radar, let me know. But somebody said there's a some kind of a Russian aircraft flying north of Kiev. I don't have that on my radar. But if you got it on yours, by all means, send over some information on that. We'll get that up on the feed here. Yeah, Kiev is right here. Look, it's right here. Kiev is right here. No, there's no aircraft in this airspace. He said south? Yeah, I don't see anything south of the airspace either. Yeah, I don't see anything south of the airspace either. If somebody wants to send me a call sign, get me a call sign and I'll get it on the map. Yeah, again, yeah, I am trying to be mindful of this clock here, guys, as it's there. I try to keep an eye on that to make sure that stuff is up here so you can see it. Gonzo says, has this live stream actually shown anything useful besides chatting and coordinates? Yeah. If you were here during the P47 incident, you would know exactly some of the things that we've been able to accomplish here. But that's just one of hundreds of things that we have done here on the stream. If you stick around for a while, you might see for yourself a thing or two. Somebody says, sorry, one question. Where can I buy iodine pills for radiation poisoning treatment? I believe you can get those online. I don't know about it. Depends on the country you're living in, but you should be able to get those. I don't think they outlaw iodine. Yes, the clock is where it is, and it is there because if we don't have a clock, or if we have it any smaller than this, then every fourth comment in the live chat will be somebody asking, "What time is it in Kiev?" Trust me, we've been there. We were there 5 days ago. Yeah, potassium iodine. Yeah, good to correct that there. Some people asked what the P470 incident was. You can look into that. Basically, there was a section of highway in Ukraine that had I believe it's a P47 highway actually, and we had tapped into cameras, CCTV cameras, all along the highway, and we started feeding. We were watching them for hours, and then all of a sudden, columns, an entire convoy of Russian troops started showing up. For hours, we were watching just tank after tank after tank, probably hundreds of Russian vehicles moving along this highway. And we started to report their movements to the Ukrainian Defense Ministry. And hours later, the Russians caught wind of what we were doing and started taking down the cameras. And that coverage actually ended up making it to The Guardian and a couple other news agencies. People started tweeting the clips that we were taking in the Discord. Yeah, the piss tree incident, for those that were there. Started taking clips, posting them to YouTube. We sent it to the Ukrainian Defense Ministry, everywhere. And the next day we saw clips on a couple mainstream news outlets, basically screen capped right from the clips we took on our stream. And they went live with that news. That was pretty interesting. But yeah, the Russians definitely caught wind. Yeah, so, as Dan said, literal keyboard warriors. That's what we aspire to here. Yeah, the Russians had set up a checkpoint there, and we were watching them for some time. And then a convoy started moving in. Yep, and then that convoy got bombed, as Hayden mentions. Yep, that also happened. But we were still, that's when they had to reroute. We watched them reroute after they got bombed.
and then we kept reporting their movements that they had rerouted. And then about a couple hours later, yeah, the USSR flag clip came out of that. The Scooby-Doo van came out of that P-47. The smart car, the Russian smart car that had the Z on it, came out of that. Yeah, that was a very eventful stream for sure. Somebody said Chair Force 1, yeah. Three F-16s north of Italy. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them. I wouldn't be surprised if we had multiple attack aircraft in the air at this time. KC-10A right outside Romania in circle pattern. Roger that. Thank you for that, Parker. Giotti asks, ever find out what they were doing on that train track? Yeah, we had some speculation to what they were doing. That they were possibly laying a temporary pipeline for fuel, possibly that they were laying mines. There's a variety of ideas that we were passing around, but we didn't actually get any concrete evidence on what they were doing on that rail line along P-47. It's anybody's guess. Somebody asks, when do you think Russia will reach Kiev? Honestly, it's anybody's guess at this point. If I was to speculate, I would say maybe the next day or two. I mean, Putin's really trying to, ramp up the pressure here. He's really trying to push hard. I mean, they're going to resort to striking residential. They're going to start, bombing things like this church here. They're going to start bombing things like the square. They're going to start bombing things like residential buildings, okay? Whatever they can do to increase the pressure on Zelensky to concede. And we're definitely going to start to see that here. I mean, the Ukrainians are going to continue to fight, hopefully never. Yeah, hopefully they never reach the capital. And hopefully they continue to fight like they have been every day. They're, as I said earlier, to the last man. But again, if we're being realistic, guys, the Russians are definitely going to escalate to striking civilian and residential targets. Things like that square, things like the church, things like these government buildings, these hotels. I have a feeling that that's where this is going to turn very quickly. Yeah, we are already in a full-scale invasion, somebody asks. Yeah, we are already in a full-scale invasion. There's no question about that. Somebody said, no worry of Putin using nukes. The thing with Putin is he likes to use tools at his disposal. However, I do think he has an understanding of the, mutual assured destruction, the idea of mutual assured destruction, and I don't know. I think he'll definitely use them as a tool to get concessions, but he's not going to use them as a. I don't think he'll use them in a literal sense. Hopefully not, you guys. That's the worst case scenario here. Is that yeah, if he gets backed into a corner, that he'll use nuclear force, and we really hope that doesn't happen. That would be extremely unfortunate for not only the Ukrainians, but for us here everywhere. It would be unfortunate for every human on the planet if we went down that road. So let's pray and hope that doesn't happen. However, I think the more immediate threat here, guys, is if Putin gets back into the corner like he is now, he's going to start bombing residential targets in and around Ukraine to speed things up. I mean, he needs to. He needs to start carpet bombing the entire city if he really wants to make any type of dent on the Ukrainian forces. The Ukrainian defenses are so dug in right now.
now that to really do any damage to them and really break those lines, he's going to need to step up the bombardment of the city tenfold. He's going to need to really saturate the ground, those ground targets, so that he can move into the city. Yep, and another person said even if they take over the capital, good luck holding it. That's also true. There will definitely be a large insurgency that will come up after the Russians move in, that will rise up. I mean, we can already see that happening now with the militia forces. Everyday citizens have been armed and have risen up. Again, thank you for everybody that's tuning in on Twitch, by the way. I think we just passed 1,000 followers. Thank you guys so much. That's awesome. To everybody that's tuning in over there, the Twitch community and Twitch chat is a whole different environment. Everybody over there is very chill, very relaxed. I love seeing that, guys. Everybody's helping each other out. That's great. Yeah, right now, again, guys, we're just kind of listening to the audio coming out of Kiev. I'm getting another round of updates going for you guys here right now. We were also keeping an eye on Homer 21 and some of the other aircraft in the airspace, but I'm going to go ahead and look at the top flight, see what everybody else is looking at for a second here. Yeah, most people are just taking a look at these tankers, this tanker aircraft. Is this commercial? It's a DC-10, okay. So there's a DC-10 hanging out, sorry, KC-10 extender here over Romania. Again, a lot of that tanker aircraft is hanging around tonight. So there's that. R-44 right on the border with Lviv here. No information on that. Just a little heli there, cruising the Ukrainian border. I believe there's 2 aircraft on that, actually. Oh, no. Okay. So it seems to be just doing a tour in a circle here, little holding pattern. Interesting aircraft there. Here's another aircraft here out of Rizal, this Polish airport. We've been seeing a lot of aircraft coming and going out of there. Interesting flight pattern here. This is right around where our drone earlier was hanging out, if I'm not mistaken. The Gray Eagle that we were taking a look at. Some other commercial aircraft there. Let's track, yeah, so this is our other Strato tanker, KC-135R. It's currently over Warsaw. So yeah, nothing going on really in the aircraft space at this exact moment, around Ukraine at least, except these Strato tankers that are hanging around. Homer 21 took off. Is the other Homer up in the air yet? Could we get some updates on that from my radar analysts there? I believe... Yeah, Forte isn't up in the air right now. I was talking about that earlier. I don't think we're going to see too much more information out of our Global Hawk. Yeah, but I would like to see some information here if our other Homer is in the air. I believe it is. If not, it's about to be. Yeah, Homer 29 is headed east. Yeah, I saw that, but Homer 21 and 29 are up. Okay, so both are up right now. So he said the UK also has a refueler up. Call sign Nickel, Saber 11, Skyhawk 8, roger that. I'll take a look at those. Jay, thank you so much for tuning in and sending me over those aircraft call signs. So just really quickly, guys, here, I'm taking a quick 2-minute hiatus here. I want to get some of this news out of. A lot of people are asking about Kherson and Kharkiv, so I'm going to try to get some information about that, and we'll take a look into that. I'm just going to take a quick break here. Give me about 2 minutes.
Also, for those of you wondering, yeah, live UA map is under continuing cyber attacks. However, some people have said it's been back up. Some people say it's down still. I believe it's probably under continuous service outage at this time. So we'll keep an eye on that. Again, for those wondering, this clock is not wrong. This clock is currently in sync with Kiev. This is Kiev time, 9:59 a.m. If you're seeing like a 30-second delay, that's because of the stream, okay? The stream always, to Twitch, has a 15 to 30-second delay.
So it looks like our CL-60 is up in the air here. Some people asking about the CL-60. The CL-60 is believed to be an experimental surveillance aircraft being designed by the U.S. Air Force, I believe, if somebody wants to correct me on that. I believe it's the CL-60 that we've been tracking, which is that experimental reconnaissance aircraft. Yeah, again to everybody, make sure you're tuning into the stream at 1080p, 60 frames a second, for the best picture quality. It'll help with looking at these cameras, it'll help with reading text on screen, everything. Somebody said I thought it was just a business jet. Yeah, it's because they want you to think it's just a business jet. Somebody says probably Lockheed and DARPA involved in that one. Guaranteed DARPA is probably involved, but yeah, we've been tracking this. People didn't even know that this was the CL-60, that the CL-60 was that aircraft. And everybody in the flight radar community, not our community, but like in general, the flight radar community, has recently just figured out that the CL-60 is indeed that experimental aircraft and have been tracking it on radar now. But yeah, when you look, upon first glance, you just think it's like a private jet or something when you look at it, but no, it's really a, at least on the radar it does. I don't know what it actually looks like in real life, but I do know that the surveillance hardware on this plane that's on map right now can stretch not hundreds of miles, but thousands of miles of electronic surveillance capability. It can scan. It has ground radar, so it can like look at where tanks are on the ground, but 1,000 miles out, okay, or hundreds of miles away. It can see, okay, there are Russian tanks here, 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 and here. Right now, it's heading up towards the Polish-Ukrainian Belarusian border. It'll head right up here. My guarantee is that it'll probably head right up here, somewhere around Belarus, and that's where they've been flying the CL-60 to get reconnaissance data out of Belarus and the Russian troops that are placed here. They're using that radar. There's like a radar that they use on here. It's basically an experimental radar, which can detect like tanks and stuff that are in formation. It also does some other reconnaissance activity as well. It probably has some visual reconnaissance hardware on it, probably has some electronic reconnaissance hardware on it, things like intercepting radio communications, cell phone communications, internet, you know, that sort of stuff. I guarantee it does more than just that ground radar. Some people are saying live UA map not updated anymore. Yeah, it's currently under cyber attack at the moment. So keep that in mind. Live UA map is probably going to be down for some time. So we said a C-130 just left Bucharest. We also have multiple F-16s in the air from what I hear. Somebody said to track call sign Nickel. I'll take a look at call sign Nickel here. Somebody says, what were the sirens for? Nothing happened. It could have been an incoming airstrike that they suspected maybe would happen. It could be that they were just doing their morning sirens like we've seen to kind of keep people on high alert. So yeah, it's anybody's guess with the sirens. We're definitely hearing some occasional sporadic small arms fire from outside the city, occasional explosions. Of course, keep in mind we are also hearing some of those tarp noises that are nearby. So it's kind of hard to filter out through those. I'm going to get Nickel on the flight radar here because some people are asking to see that. Yeah, some of these F-16s that we got flying around right now. So this is out of... is this Italy? It looks like we're flying out of Italy here, I believe. If I'm not, yeah, it's near Venice. So we have two F-16s in the air right now. U.S. Air Force F-16s, both under call sign Nickel. And we're going to keep an eye on those, see what they're doing. Near Slovenia. Keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on that. That what was that CL-60? Yeah, keep an eye on CL-60, guys. I guarantee you it's going to go up here and start a reconnaissance pattern back and forth. Somebody said 7 jets over Sweden? No way. Send me some call signs. People are saying there's 7 jets over Sweden right now. Somebody says the CL-60 is owned by the Army and goes by the name Artemis. Yes, I have also heard that as well. That is consistent. So yeah, I was wrong. It's not U.S. Air Force, it's U.S. Army, the CL-60 is. But it is an experimental reconnaissance aircraft. Somebody says GN-98, GN-45, roger that. Yeah, let's take a look. Oh yeah, okay, alright. Yeah, got quite a few over here. Possibly doing some training. Again, it could possibly be part of this, heightened alert readiness level. Wow, look at them all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 in the air now? Yeah, wow, there's a large Air Force presence here above Sweden, that's for sure. Yeah, a lot of people are saying those Sweden jets are trainers. Yeah, we also have been kind of watching them do a lot of drills in the Swedish airspace over the past week or so. Yeah, and the Swedes are always training. I think if we have any military Swedes in the chat, they could probably attest to that. They're always at a heightened readiness level. Yeah, is the E4B up? If somebody wants to send me the call sign for the E4B, I can get that on screen as well. I'm going to go back over here. We're going to monitor the CL-60. To me, this is the most interesting aircraft out of all of them, is to see what they're doing with the CL-60 here, with that reconnaissance system. Somebody says the CL-60 is not a business jet. No, this right here, what we're seeing, this CL-60 is an experimental reconnaissance aircraft. It is not a Bombardier Challenger 650, okay? This one right here is codename Artemis under the U.S. Army. Look it up. Google it, okay? Google it right now, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. This aircraft here is new. This is a experimental reconnaissance aircraft that the U.S. Army has been has been working on. Somebody said Discord just cut out for a second. Yep, looks good for me. Looks good for me, guys. You might have had there is communication issues happening. Yeah, there is server issues happening. So keep that in mind, guys. Yeah, the Discord is up. In fact, we're almost at 14,000 members into the Discord right now. Yeah, some people said it died for a second. Yeah, it could be that they were pushing an update or something. It could be connection issues to the server because I wouldn't put it past it. There's a lot of ongoing cyber conflict happening right now. Somebody asked, what's the speed of the experimental aircraft? Currently around 393 knots. True airspeed around 382 knots. Indicated airspeed 223. So around Mach 0.6 is its current speed. Wind at the head 12 knots. Temperature negative 50 C, so it's pretty chilly up there. Yeah, she's moving. No, as I said, I don't think it's going over Ukraine. My guess is that it's going to be flying. My guess is it's going to fly up here, guys, and it's going to do like a reconnaissance pattern around the eastern part of Ukraine. It might even go up as far as Belarus. It could just turn around right here and go back. Who knows? We'll see. We gotta wait. That's why we're looking at the aircraft. But yeah, this CL-60 is always something to keep an eye on when the Artemis is in the air. And we just started tracking this one recently. It flies out of the same spot every time. Yeah, to clarify with you guys, yeah, it's the systems that they're using inside the plane that are new. The plane itself, the Bombardier Challenger 650, has been around, but the CL-60 right here, Artemis, it's equipped with, as I said, that experimental ground radar. Somebody says E4P call sign is Gordo 15. Roger that. That's actually consistent with the other call signs they've used. However, I can't find it here. Yeah, I'm not seeing that here. If you could send me maybe that, it might not just be showing up on flight radar. That could be. Oh, Duke 26 is up in the air again. Yeah, some people might be having some server issues with Discord. Discord's still up for me, though. Everything's good on my end. And we still have people chatting away in the Discord as we speak. There could be some ongoing connection issues. Titan 25. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything off that call sign either. Again, our CL-60 is taking a turn here. I suspected that would happen. It's probably going to go around. It's going to go around the border of Ukraine here. It's probably going to go up towards Belarus. That's my guess. Somebody says call sign Nickel is regular training from Avino. Thank you for that. So somebody says there's another CL-60 left Shapiro heading to Russia. Okay, we'll have to keep, or heading towards Russia. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Over northern Romania. Yeah, that's what we're looking at right now. Unless you're, oh wait, Duke 26. Yeah, Duke 26. Okay, this is interesting. Very interesting. Also interesting. It's just a Cessna, but interesting lack of flight data here. I'm going to keep an eye on our CL-60. Duke 26, though, that is definitely interesting. came out of Aeroporto International Airport. Interesting. Yeah, I'm definitely going to keep an eye on this CL60 though. I want to see what that's doing. Somebody says Sweden. Yes, yeah, we've been looking at Sweden, guys. We saw the jets above Sweden. They're most likely training at this time. Somebody says a CL60 flying out of Moscow. Yeah, but that's not important. We're looking at this CL60. This CL60 here is the one with the. It's the one that came out of the same airfield, same airstrip. And we have been watching this same CL60. Watch, I'll show you guys. It's going to go into a reconnaissance holding pattern. Andy Mine actually just posted in the live chat a little bit of information on that. Thank you for that, Andy. The Airborne Reconnaissance and Target Exploitation Multi-Mission System. That's what Artemis stands for, okay? Again, that's Airborne Reconnaissance and Target Exploitation Multi-Mission System. It's a contractor-owned sensor platform housed in a Bombardier Challenger 650 business jet. Yeah, it's basically an experimental ground radar system. It can look for tank placements and stuff like that, basically troop placement. We've talked about this before, why we can see these on the radar. Again, guys, this is flightradar24.com. You can find a link to that in the description below. We've talked about why we can see these planes. It's because they are flying over international airspace, okay, above and around other commercial aircraft, okay? And so they need to keep those transponders on. It's just kind of the law. However, if they needed to turn their transponder off, if they wanted to, they can, okay? If they wanted to go dark, they can. We're seeing them because they want to be seen. It's simple as that. Yeah, we're not watching Duke right now. We're watching the CL60. We've seen it, yeah, go as the call sign Artemis. On flight radar, it usually just goes as just default CL60. And that same airfield that we just saw it fly out of here, down in Romania, we've seen it fly out of multiple times. And always with no direction data. And a big tall tale sign is it's our CL60 is when half of flightradar.com is watching it. That's usually a good tall tale sign that it's Artemis that you're looking at there. But really, you'll know once it goes into its holding pattern, its surveillance holding pattern. You'll see what I'm talking about. That's indicative that they're doing reconnaissance. Helix says, did you guys see the update about 70 planes being donated to Ukraine? Yes, we heard about the MiG-29s. A couple of countries are actually sending some aircraft into Ukraine, so that's definitely a good development for the Ukrainians, that's for sure. Homer 29 is a combat sentry that is up. Yeah, that actually is, usually we only see the rivet joint. We don't usually see the combat variant. That could be interesting development. Again, for those asking, this air traffic map is called Flight Radar 24. You can find a link to it in the description below. So he says 2 Chinooks are about to break that airspace? Probably not. I guarantee you they're going to turn around before they get to Belarus. We always see them brush the border there, but they never go in. Somebody says Putin's plane is in the air. RSD-073. Let's take a look at RSD-073. RSD-073. Oh yeah, big red star on there too. From Moscow to unknown, it is an IL-96-300. Currently not in the top track. It's currently flying from Moscow, heading eastbound. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. We're going to go back over to our CL-60, though. Was the aircraft we really wanted to keep an eye on right now. The noise in the background, you're hearing audio coming from multiple cameras in and around Kiev. We're hearing a mix of small arms fire as well as tarps flapping. It has been a little bit difficult to differentiate between the two sounds, but when you start to hear the bursts of small arms fire, it becomes pretty clear. Somebody says, what about the other CL-60 leaving Moscow? As I said earlier, the CL-60 is a common aircraft, okay? But what's not common about this one is, first of all, the location it took off from. Second of all, because we've seen this exact one come out from that location. And second of all, this one is owned by the U.S. Army and houses an experimental ground radar, which we've been talking about over the past hour or so here. Somebody says Putin flying to his bunker, maybe. Maybe, you never know. Somebody says, I doubt Putin's plane would be at 7,000 feet. Yeah, I don't really know too much about flight patterns for that type of aircraft. Yes, all cams except... Actually, yeah, all cams are in Kiev. All of our cams are current, live, and in Kiev. I made sure just to refresh them just a moment ago. All of them are currently accurate. Somebody says, how do you know that's his plane? I don't personally know that that's his plane. Somebody just told me that, and I take it that they have probably done the research. I know Putin does have, like, a plane. He has the equivalent to, like, Air Force One, the equivalent of our E-4Bs, stuff like that. He has his own equivalents for that. Somebody says, does the guy who maintained the camera got a team, or is he alone? I'm not sure. We believe it's probably a freelancer who is broadcasting these 3 feeds for multiple different news agencies. That would probably be what's going on here. Somebody just said, it's his plane. I just looked it up. So yeah, I mean, that's probably, I mean, is in the same way that we know that, you know, the E-4Bs are, you know, like the president's plane during wartime. You know, it's the doomsday plane, as we call it here in the States. That same, you know, it's the same for the Russian president as well. They have those emergency aircraft in place. Nightshades on the Discord says you should definitely check out the Netherlands Lower Saxony. There's a crap load of helicopters. Interesting. He also sends a image of that. I don't think I'm going to break off the... oh, wow. Those are some interesting ones, too. The Airbuses, H-135s. So, yeah, guys, a whole bunch of aircraft in the air. Or, no, here. As you can see there, we got what looks to be 5 choppers. One area. Who knows what's going on over there? Keep an eye on that situation, though, Nightshade. Thank you for that. Keep an eye on that. If you see any interesting developments out of that, let me know. Our CL-60 is still heading where I thought it would, right around the eastern border of Ukraine there. So the 40-mile convoys, just to update everybody, there is a large gathering taking place outside of the city's skirts. The outskirts of the city of Kiev. And the Russians are resupplying, regrouping, and mounting an offensive on the city. I expect that'll start with an air raid. Probably no doubt about that. It'll start with bombardment before they move in. We showed some conflict maps earlier of where the Russians had kind of moved in. Oh, here's an interesting one. So here's what the Russian media says they've captured. Okay? So this is what the Russian media says they've captured so far. Really, it's not... They haven't gone that far in some of these areas. Like, some of these areas are still kind of under Ukrainian control. But, I mean, for the most part, this is kind of accurate with what we've seen. They have moved down here from the north and out of the west towards Kiev to kind of encircle the city. They're doing the same thing from the east right now. But, yeah, this map definitely looks a little bit chunkier. You know, filled in, like they've taken a little bit more territory than what they really have. some of the other maps we've been seeing from independent sources that aren't government affiliated on both sides, like some of the independent watchdog agencies that we've been seeing publish maps. They've been a little bit less. It shows a little bit less of a Russian movement incursion. They definitely are beefing up these numbers in some of the maps to make it look like they have moved farther into the country than I believe they have. Somebody says, check the translating channel in Discord. Okay, I will take a look at that. If somebody has something out of the translating Discord to send me that... Okay, here we go. Yeah, and this is accurate. Okay, so here's the symbols. Z is Eastern Forces of the Russian Federation. That is the same as what we've seen coming out of the Eastern Forces. The Z with the square is Russian forces from Crimea. The O's are forces from Belarus. V is Marines. X is Chechens. You guys can't see that because, hold on. Let me scroll down here. There we go. The X is for Chechens, as you can see there. And A is for Russian Special Forces. Sober Alpha, CCO. So, like, basically all the Spetsnaz. So yeah, some interesting information there for everybody that was asking about the letters. For everybody who was asking about those letters there, that's what the meanings are for those. Here's another picture. It might be easier for you guys to see. So, actually, yeah, but see, no, Kharkiv doesn't make sense. Crimea was the Z in the square. Yeah, the other one looked more accurate than this. Because I know for a fact the troops that we saw coming out of Crimea had the Z in a square. And all of the troops we saw coming out of the east had just the Z. So this first map I showed you guys is definitely more accurate. The Z is the Eastern forces coming out of basically just the entire eastern portion of Ukraine. Any Russian forces coming over the border there are going to have a Z on them. Anybody from Crimea is the Z with the square, and so on and so forth. Somebody said 1,000 hours in paint. Yeah, probably. Take a look at live UA map, see if that's back up and operational. It looks like it is. Good. It hasn't been updated in quite a while though. Yeah, it's still down, guys. We're gonna have to keep it. We're gonna have to keep coming back to that. Again, keeping with our CL60 here, who's moving westbound. Yeah, some people saying surely the flight maps won't show planes en route to attack. Of course not. No, as I said earlier, if they're running any sort of serious operations, they're going to turn that flight transponder off. I mean, yeah, definitely, guys, we are seeing a heightened level of aircraft this morning than I saw yesterday morning. There's a lot more U.S. aircraft in the air this morning than I have seen, including those E-6s. What's this guy doing? He's blowing off his camera. Sounds like he's blowing snow off the camera, maybe. Somebody says Homer 21 up. Yeah, do we have another RC-135 in the air? I'll look on the... I'll just look here. Homer 21 and Homer 29. Is Homer 29 the one heading home? I believe it is. No, it's not. Homer 29 is heading down to the south. Homer 21 is right here. It's heading in to land. We watched it do some reconnaissance up here earlier. But yeah, both of those planes are off the playing field for now, at least for Ukraine. We're keeping an eye on our CL60 here, who kind of went along the same surveillance area as that RC-135. Could be
Could be a coincidence. Somebody says the Putin plane turned around. Interesting. Somebody says, is live UA map a reliable source when it's updated? Yeah, it has been, and the reason is because they do a large amount of... They put in a big effort to geolocate and verify a lot of the posts that are posted to live UA map. However, in the past 24 to 48 hours, it has been infiltrated and manipulated through cyber attacks and other means. So we do have to, you know, again, keep everything... take everything in with a grain of salt. Yeah, live UA map is still down again. As I said, it's come under cyber attacks, and so we've been keeping updated on that situation. There's a lot of platforms that have been under cyber attacks, guys. Facebook has been targeted, Twitter has been targeted, YouTube has been targeted. Earlier we were hearing reports of further DDoS attacks. Discord just went down a short while ago. Who knows if that, you know, is part of this ongoing cyber campaign, which is underway right now. In fact, I was showing you guys the DDoS maps earlier. The DDoS activity is unlike anything I've seen. Just the amount of DDoS activity happening just this past week is crazy. Yeah, Ukrainian embassy's website's down. There's a bunch of Ukrainian websites. Not only their websites, but other infrastructure has been hit by cyber attacks as well. I guarantee we'll probably see some further cyber attacks from Russia on U.S. infrastructure in retaliation for the sanctions. I've been talking about that for a while. Somebody says, why is this chopper the third most watched aircraft? Okay, I'll take a look at it. No, that's a Stratotanker. I'm going to have to refresh here. Let me see, what do we got? R44. Yeah, we were watching this we were tracking this earlier. It's doing like a circle over here. It's running around this airport. Not sure exactly why people are taking a look at this. It's a Robinson R44 Raven. Not sure if somebody maybe wants to give me some more information on this call sign R44, this chopper here. We can maybe find a little bit more information on that chopper for you, but thank you for giving me a heads up on that. Yeah, I saw that a little bit earlier, and I was kind of curious as to what that might have been doing over there. Where's our CL60? There it is. Keep an eye on our CL60 again. He asked any updates on Elon Musk sending Starlink to Ukraine. Yes, he has sent the units. They have arrived in Ukraine. We saw pictures earlier of them arriving. Somebody says, bro, the clock. Yeah, I know. The clock sometimes gets in the way here. I'll move that up for you. There we go. Yeah, somebody said the E6 is also still up. Somebody asked, can I zoom in some? Yeah, I'll zoom in for you. It looks like it is turning. Not sure where. We're gonna keep an eye on the CL60 for sure. Again, guys, yeah, I'm going to start going through some updates here out of Ukraine in a few minutes. We're just taking a look at some of these aircraft and their movements this morning. It says, any possibility that our tankers are refueling Ukrainian jets? I don't know. I haven't heard any information on that. But, you know, I wouldn't say it's outside the realm of possibility. However, I don't think it's happening at this time. Somebody says that CL60 is trying not to look sus. That's exactly what it's doing.
Somebody says, I'm not sure that they're compatible. Yeah. Again, I'm not an expert on military hardware, but that's a possibility that, yeah, they might not even be compatible aircraft. I believe the Ukrainians are using mostly, what, Su-24s, if I'm not mistaken, maybe some MiG-29s. Somebody says they think that helicopter is Polish Air Force. That could be. Yeah, that could definitely be. So CL-60 is definitely taking a turn here. My guess, guys, is that it's going to run the same surveillance pattern that our RC-135V ran earlier. It's going to go like this to here, up, and like back and forth along these 3 points here. I almost guarantee it. If you guys go back and look at the flight pattern of Homer 29 that we watched earlier, it did the same thing. And I think they're running the same surveillance pattern, just with a different surveillance hardware now, a couple hours later. Yeah, sorry, Homer 21. Somebody asks, is this stream now or fake? This stream is all now. All of these streams are current. In fact, right on our 15-minute mark is our bells, as usual. Somebody said the State of the Union address is there. I did not know the State of the Union address was today. That could explain why possibly more of these aircraft are up in the air. That could be, at least for in the States, for in and around the U.S. Definitely a heightened readiness level that we are seeing, though, this morning. There's no doubt about it. We've seen more military aircraft in the air than I think we've seen all week, at least for in the western regions. Somebody says, what's Duke 44 up to? I don't know, but we could take a look at it. So getting Duke 44 pulled up here. Oh yeah, it's taking off. I guarantee we're going to see it clip down to Rizal over there. Oh, we got two of them. Okay. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on these guys. See where they're heading. Probably, my guess is down to Rizal here, down to that airport. Somebody says, have Belarus entered Ukraine? I don't believe they have yet, but there are talks of Belarus getting troops in on the fight. As I was talking about earlier, Putin is trying to take every step he can to win this war without any actual Russian military losses. Okay, all the troops he's sending in now are either Eastern Ukrainian rebels, Chechens, okay. We also have a lot of paramilitary groups on the ground at this time, mercenary groups, Wagner, There's a couple other groups that we've heard operating in the area in and around Ukraine. They're mostly just Russian-backed paramilitary groups, but you're also seeing the Chechens get involved, but they are now maybe pulling out. Still kind of conflicting information coming out about that. But yeah, it's possible that the Belarusians are going to get sent in as well, because as I said, he wants to have minimal loss of life for actual Russian casualties. Okay, he wants to keep those low because then it'll look better for him politically in Russia. Okay, the less Russian deaths he has, the better. Okay, for Putin. All right. Now, the way he's doing that is, again, as I said, he's sending in conscripts, reservists, and all men 18 to 60 from the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republic. All those people that are coming out of the eastern Ukraine, the rebel-held regions that have been held for 8 years, okay? All of those young men have been called up to serve Russia, okay? Every single one of them, age 18 to 60. All of those guys have been sent to the front lines. They're the first ones in. And they were sent in alongside the Chechens, a handful of Russian forces, okay, and also we're seeing the possibility of the Belarusians getting involved as well, okay. So that is what we're seeing take place now. It's that initial sweep into the country, the initial push with old Soviet hardware, with unexperienced unexperienced personnel, okay, inexperienced for the most part. The Chechens are more experienced, that's for sure. But as I said, it's mostly these young men, 18 to 60. They're being sent in. They're untrained. They're undergeared. They're wearing old Soviet gear. They're using old Soviet weapons, and they're driving in old Soviet hardware. In most cases, that's why we've been seeing all of these old tanks, all these old personnel carriers, all these old trucks. All that old equipment has been pulled out of warehouses. It's to soak up the initial munition supply of Ukraine defense forces. Things like the Javelins, things like the Stingers, things like even though I guess the Stingers are more for aircraft, but basically they're sending in this force first, and then that will be followed up by a more capable force made up of more modern Russian hardware that is still sitting on the border. We have stuff like T-90s. We have already seen evidence of this. There is another force along the borders. There are Maxar images showing the continued buildup of troops on the Belarus border and on the borders of eastern Ukraine. They're still building up. There's forces still sitting there waiting to roll in. We haven't seen the entire 200,000 Russian troops move in here. All right. What we've seen here is that, as I said, that first initial push. Ian asks, how vulnerable is Putin to the ballot? General knowledge of this subject is a vacuum. He's extremely vulnerable, I believe, at least in somewhat. I mean, in the end, Putin probably has the power to stay in office forever if he wants to, okay? But he knows and he realizes that if the Russian people rise up against him, that's definitely a problem. And it's already happening now, okay? He wants this war over as quickly as possible. He wants it done with as little Russian deaths as possible and with as little loss of Russian hardware as possible. That's why, as I said, you're seeing all this expendable hardware being put to use. You see, in his mind, expendable men, all right, men that are not Russian citizens. They're mostly Eastern Ukrainians, all right, that were in that rebel-held territory, Chechens, Belarusians, all right. He wants to send those people back home in body bags to their families, and not the Russians back home to body bags to their families. That's like how he's trying to keep the view of the war in control for his own people. So he says, look up X and Gold 72. They're flying together. Roger that. I will look up X, call sign X. Nothing for call sign X. Yeah, I'm not seeing for call sign X here. We're still keeping an eye on Duke 44 at the moment. So the update on the Belarusian troops is, yeah, they haven't been sent in yet, but there's talks of them being sent in, Belarusian forces getting involved. However, it's not official yet. Now, Russian troops that are coming out of Belarus, Russian troops that are coming down from Belarus, yes, they do have that O on them. We've been talking about that. That's their identification unit Symbol is the O for those forces, I believe. Willie says, check translate again. Yeah, I was looking through the translation channel, but nobody had mentioned anything to me, so I was having a hard time finding what you guys wanted me to look. Yeah, Willie, yeah, but see, no, again, I just said, yeah, the O is for the Belarusian forces. That's common. The Z is all the forces coming out of the east. Crimea is all of the forces coming out of Crimea. We have seen that. We saw that in our convoy the other night that we were watching. The X's are Chechens, A is for Russian Special Forces. So really quick, guys, we are keeping an eye on Duke 44. They're just kind of doing their thing here. I might actually go back to the CL-60 because I do kind of want to see what that's doing. Again, exactly what I thought. It's turning around and going. It's going to start a reconnaissance holding pattern here, guys. It's going to go like this. It's going to fly down to here, turn around, come back. It might just turn around here and fly back, but I guarantee you it's going to fly back and forth here. It's doing reconnaissance as we speak. That's what it's doing here. Alright guys, I'm going to take just another quick break here for a few minutes, and then we will be back. And when I get back, I'm going to start going through some of the Kharkiv updates, some of the Kherson updates, and some of the other updates of that are coming in of groups that are currently in conflict on the ground in and around Kiev. And then also, yeah, again, we'll talk about what's going on in Kherson and Kharkiv, and also Mariupol. People keep asking me about Mariupol. I'll see if I can get us some information out of Mariupol as well. So again, for people wondering, I mean, we're keeping an eye on these aircraft for a reason. These aircraft have directly to do with the events that are going on the ground in Ukraine. Every single one of them, okay? Every single one of these aircraft that we are keeping tabs on, all right? All of the call signs, everything we're looking at, it's all involved here, all right? Every single part, every single piece has a part to play here in this puzzle. So keep that in mind. Again, guys, yeah, live UA map is down, currently under cyber attack. We're keeping an eye on that. Again, guys, no, not every CL-60 is the experimental aircraft. This one is, though. As I said, we've been watching it come out of the base. They are currently using a ground radar to scan Russian troop movements in and around Kiev. That is most likely what they're doing with this radar equipment at this time. Yeah, I'm here, guys. Again, we just heard some air raid sirens sounding there on the hour, so that tells me that they, again, our theory has been that they're basically playing the sirens every like few hours to keep people, from getting complacent, because it's dangerous for people to be out walking around, because an airstrike could happen at any time, and so they want to keep people, in the bunkers. They want to keep people in the metro stations and not walking around where they could be mistaken for a Russian saboteur. Yeah, again, guys, there is a slight delay on the stream, as is the nature with Twitch and YouTube. So just make sure, like, if it's getting too far, maybe refresh your stream. Thank you, Sabaza. Yeah, we'll definitely look into that. Thank you for that alert. Somebody says a simple phone reminder would do the trick. Yeah, not everybody has phones. Unfortunately. Yeah, not everybody has a cell phone to use. The sirens have been around for, since World War probably one. We've been using air raid sirens like that. And they definitely work. Yeah, another thing, not everybody has electricity right now. As somebody just said in the Twitch chat, thank you for that. Yeah, not everybody in Kiev has electricity, and so these air raid sirens are there for a reason. They're to keep people safe, they're to keep people alert. Yeah, Ukrainian people are huddled in bomb shelter. As Giadi says, meanwhile, people in chat complaining about a few second delay. Yeah, guys, so as I said, there is a small delay on the stream. It's like 30 seconds or something from the time I hear something come in and then it gets broadcasted out to you. All right, but that small delay is nothing important. We've been able to do everything that we've been doing with the intel gathering operations without any hinderment from the small, minuscule 15 to 30 second stream delay. Yeah, basically the same thing as tornado warning sirens. You don't see, I mean, I guess we do get alerts on our cell phones for tornadoes, but they also use the sirens. Yeah, again, people talk about the flight radar. There's a large part of our community that, oops, drag that over a little bit. There's a large part of our community, let's get that up, and there we go, that's where it needs to go. There's a large part of our community that are radar analysts that are keep an eye on these flights all day, and to everybody that, that doesn't understand why we're taking a look at those, it's because they have a direct correlation to what we're seeing on the ground. All right, some people don't understand this, why we're taking a look at these. Again, the reason is because the reason this flight right here, okay, is running its reconnaissance pattern. All right, it's the same as the reconnaissance pattern we saw Homer 21 flying earlier. Okay, they are taking a look at everything that's happening here in Chernivtsi. Okay, everything that's happening here in all of these towns. They're looking right over into Kiev. That ground radar is letting basically the Ukrainians know what's happening on the ground, okay? This CL-60 here can see everything that's happening on the ground here, all right? It has a ground radar scanner, an experimental system, okay, that allows them to, from thousands of miles away, they can see that, okay, there's a 40-kilometer long convoy of tanks and trucks, all right? The reason we look at these reconnaissance aircraft is because when we see them deviate from their reconnaissance paths, okay, we take a look at, say the CL-60 was a Global Hawk, or say it was like that Gray Eagle we saw earlier. All right, it would turn and say it moves over to Chernivtsi here. All right, and it starts encircling it.
All right, what we do is we then go and we find CCTV cameras and other sources in that town. We see what's going on there, and 9 times out of 10, we find that there's some kind of conflict going on there. Sometimes we turn into those cameras and we see explosions happening. We see all sorts of activities. So there's a reason why we're keeping eyes on aircraft like this CL-60. It does directly have to do with what's going on in Ukraine, and that's extremely important, okay, for us to keep looking at stuff, all right? It's important because it not only tells us, yeah, that there's a presence and at what level that presence is, okay, what readiness level that presence is at. For instance, right now, today, we have seen a extremely heightened response from military aircraft all along the Baltic states, right down from Estonia, Lithuania, Poland, Slovakia, down into Romania, okay? And we can tell that the Russians are amassing forces around Kiev, all right? We can tell that these reconnaissance aircraft are keeping an eye on those forces and what's going on in Odessa and everywhere in this region. This ground radar is capable of scanning, all right? So there's a direct reason for us watching these aircraft and why it matters. Right? Because it does matter to know what is going on in the airspace, because oftentimes that gives us leads as to what's happening on the ground. If we look in the sky, what's happening in the sky, we usually can find what's happening in the ground. Again, I would like to have live UA map up on here for you guys, but it currently is down. We are having a hard time getting live UA map up on the screen. We're hearing some audio coming from that live mic. Looks like somebody's speaking Ukrainian or Russian. I can't tell. So again, guys, these are, this is a NASA map here. It's called the FIRMS, F-I-R-M-S. You guys can look at this map at firms.modaps.eosdis.nasa.gov. I know it's a long one. We have this posted over in the Discord Open Source Intelligence Tools section. So what this shows is light and heat anomalies from space. Okay, and they're marked with red squares on a map. All right, and so what these show is where fires have happened, where explosions have happened, like large, like flashes of light are picked up. Every time something is like that is picked up, it's marked on the map with a square ranging in intensity from orange. Yellow, orange to red, okay? So the intensity of the signals coming from the area. Yeah, I could be wrong on the color grading thing. It could be different. I believe that's what the legend said, though. Okay, no. So red is imaging data from this satellite, I believe. If I'm not an expert on how this exactly works, but what we do know is that this is two separate data sets. Obviously, you can see that there. I believe these are from 2 different satellite sources. So this is, yeah, so the VIRS is Visible Infrared Imaging Radiometer Suite. Fire layer shows active fire detections in thermal anomalies, such as volcanoes, gas flares. A fire layer is useful for studying the spatial and temporal distribution of fire. So yeah, there's some information on that for you guys. And then MODIS is fire and thermal anomalies. It's basically the same thing, I think, except yeah, it's basically the same thing. I think just two different types of sensors, but they're basically looking for light and heat anomalies on the ground, and then those are plotted on a map for us. Okay. Now what you're seeing here is the city of Kiev.
All right, and what we're seeing here around the city is basically conflict. Okay, these are signs that explosions have happened, that fires have happened in and around the city. We know that there was a large battle to the west of Kiev the other day, and this is basically the evidence of that right here. Now, what we've done is we've taken this data, and we've been correlating this data with the particulate maps, which if I could find one here. I'm trying to look through our open source intelligence tools and find the particulate map. Stand by here, guys, while I find that for you. But basically, we've been correlating the data between the two maps to kind of show you guys. We'll hear a report of an explosion, and then we can show you, okay, well here, this monitoring station shows the particulate levels to be increased. And here on this map, it shows that a light anomaly or heat anomaly was picked up there. And so we can get a good idea of, okay, yeah, an explosion happened there, all right? Here's our air pollution map, again, for those of you that haven't seen it. Somebody says there's a heat map, a particulate map, but for radiation? Yes, and I'll go ahead and I'll show you that in a second as well. So here in and around Ukraine, you can see a couple spots where there's like, updated 7 minutes ago, all right? You can see a couple spots where there's increased levels, all right up into hazards. In fact, here you can see a chart. I'll try to show that for you guys. You can see a chart here. So normal air is 0 to 50, okay? Air, you know, like above cities, smoggy air is going to be moderate, 50 to 100, okay? But that's even like on a bad day, all right, a smoggy day. When there's like wildfires happening, for like those of you in the U.S. that are used to having wildfires, you know, you'll be used to maybe seeing 100 to 150, maybe even up into the red, all right? But what we're seeing in some of these areas around like the explosions going off and stuff, where there's like oil fires burning, you're seeing hazardous levels, okay? Levels that you do not want to breathe at that high of a level of particulate in the air. No good. And the reason we know that there are explosions is because it's usually only triggered by one monitoring station. Okay, if it's a really big fire, it might trigger a couple of them in the area. Also, we notice fluctuations in the data that kind of points to the fact that it's probably smoke. So that's how we've been kind of tracking some of the explosion and fire data, excuse me, coming out of the area. So somebody asked for the radiation map. I can get that up here. So this is the map. So we were looking at the Chernobyl zone a few days ago when the Battle of Chernobyl took place. We were keeping an eye on the radiation levels. Hours, not even probably an hour or two after the battle, after we got the reporting of the battle taking place, we had a few of our members sending us over radiological monitoring maps. And at the time, there wasn't really much of a spike. But then, like a day later, we got like this massive spike. It was like actually hours later, not even a day later. It was into the next day, though, for Ukraine, at least at that point. But we noticed a large increase in the radiation being reported at multiple sites around Ukraine. Since then, it has been confirmed that a couple of radioactive containment sites had been hit. The initial speculation was that that maybe there were vehicles that were driving through the area, or that artillery hitting the ground was kicking up dust, which was increasing the level of particulate in the air, the radioactive isotopes, which, you know, of course, probably did have a part to play in this. Yeah, I guarantee there probably was some dust kicked up, but to get levels this high across such a broad area, you really needed to distribute a large concentrated amount of radioactive material. And so since then, it has been confirmed that some of those radioactive containment sites have been damaged. We don't know the extent of the damage or about the ongoing repairs. Since it is in Russian-controlled territory, it's most likely that the Russians are already taking care of that as we speak. Now, what's interesting about this is that all of the data from those days has been redacted from the charts. We haven't seen any of that data on any of these charts. I think one of the monitoring stations had a slight blip earlier I was looking at right here. So a slight blip that they forgot to take out here on the 25th. Okay, but there was constant data coming in for those 3 to 4 days there that we had up till last night. Now, sometime last night or sometime yesterday, somebody went in and redacted this data coming from these monitoring sites. We don't know if it's the Russians that did that. We don't know who did that exactly. Again, you can see that spike there. That was consistent all over here. We saw and so we've seen a redaction of that data. Now, if it was a sensor error, you'd probably see this, what you see here, at one of the sites. You wouldn't see it at every single site in the zone. All right. This website that we're looking at here is called saveecobot.com/en/radiation something. You can find this in our open source intelligence tools in the open source intelligence tools channel on the Discord. I don't think I have it in the description below the live stream yet, but if I get a chance, I'll put that in there as soon as I can. But yeah, if you guys want to look at this, you can find that over in our open source intelligence tools. Philip says, this is pretty funny. Philip says, when are you going to address the allegations against your channel that Jack Posobiec? I don't even know who Jack Posobiec is. That I'm getting paid by Alex Jones. I'm not that lucky. That would be something else. If that plot twist, I was getting paid by Alex Jones to live stream to you guys straight for 7 days with lack of sleep. And no caffeine. Reminder, I don't drink caffeine. Some of you were speculating I drink Bang Energy. Yes, we are still getting the Kharkiv updates, guys. Sorry, I was just going through some of that. I got sidetracked. Yeah, Kharkiv updates, we'll get to that. In fact, I'll jump over to that stuff now. I want to get you guys updated on Kharkiv, Kherson, and Odessa. Sorry, not Odessa, Mariupol. Some people were asking for updates on Mariupol, so I want to get that information out to you guys. Really quick though, I want to go through and make sure I'm going to check all your PMs here, guys. Sorry, I want to check all these PMs you guys are sending me. A lot of people are, wanting me to get some information out here. Thank you, Tom, for checking into those cameras for me. So here's some new footage from Kiev. I'll show you guys that really quick. Again, coming from Twitter, unverified reports. It does seem consistent. There does seem to be some snow on the ground. So this is on the outskirts of Kiev, from my understanding. Notice the V on some of these vehicles here, guys. Somebody asked for what the project name is for the CL60. That is Artemis, I believe. You can Google that to get some information on Artemis and that project and why it's significant to what we're talking about here. Why it matters. 8-Bit Dan says V for very big failures. Occupiers surrender en masse. They don't want to die for the palaces of Putin. So you can see there some troops that have surrendered. So again, really quickly, guys, just going through some of the stuff you have sent me here. Some of it might actually... So here's footage from yesterday. We actually watched some of this as it came out, but I'll show it to you guys again. From Kharkiv. This is Ukrainian Defense Forces, and they had destroyed a Russian convoy, which you see here. They destroyed that Russian convoy right there. And at this point, they were trying to move up. I think there were some Russians that had fled the vehicles, and they were trying to move up to engage them at this point. We later saw videos of them looting these vehicles for munitions and stuff. But yeah, this was the ongoing battle that we saw yesterday in and around Kharkiv. Yeah, it's some pretty great footage, just RPG after RPG. Yeah, they were definitely bombarding them. In fact, you got one guy here. You got one guy here doing the timing, or prepping the warheads there for the RPGs, and then you got other guys taking turns firing. Looks like one guy wasn't wearing his ear pro and might have blown out an eardrum or two there. Here's the video from after of them looting the convoy of Russian hardware. Yeah, that was definitely, they were all very positive. They had a good battle there. They won that battle that morning. They fought well. They were all, you can see they were all pretty, the morale was high for sure. You can see Ukrainian defenses moving up to what seems to be to engage the enemy. I guess I think they're probably over there. Maybe they took refuge in that building. Who knows? But again, that footage came out of Kharkiv yesterday. Again, there was some good footage. Nice to see that the Ukrainians are putting up a good fight against the Russians, for sure. Gerald Sam, again, thank you so much. He said, I've been seeing a lot of people say they want a bigger view of the main cam and a smaller one of the map, especially when stuff is getting intense, so I made a version. Thank you again, man, for making these layouts. Gerald Sam over on the Discord is the one that made us our layouts here on the stream. Thank you again for those. I'll get those stored here. And I'll put those together at some point so that we can switch between them easily. Again, thank you for those, man. Somebody said, can you address the weather in Ukraine for our Discord and viewers? According to weathercasts for Ukraine, not all parts have had snowfall. Yes, not all parts of Ukraine had snowfall last night, but we did see, at least Kiev, have a large amount of snowfall. Somebody says live UA is back up. If it is, I can get you guys some. I can get you guys those updates a little bit quicker. Yeah, copy. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, it's not wanting to load for me at all. Again, I'll try. Yeah, still says down for me, unfortunately. If so, we could get an instant picture of what's going on in Kherson and Kharkiv. But I do have a list of updates here coming out of Kharkiv and Kherson. So we're going to start to go through those. I'm just, again, I'm going through the PMs people have sent over. Here's that video, again, from earlier of the bombing on a government building in Kharkiv. Some pretty, it's pretty devastating footage there of that, what seems to be a ballistic missile strike on a government building. I believe they did miss the building, if I'm not mistaken. The guy in that car apparently survived. Somebody said he walked away out of the car afterwards. So that's good. Yep, see, he walks away there. So everybody in the car there was okay. That's good. In fact, we see some people fleeing over there as well. Yeah, hopefully everybody got out of that okay. But yeah, that was that missile strike which we saw in Kharkiv earlier. I believe that's the only footage I have of it right now. But if anybody else has footage of that strike, you can send it over. He said, if you could please check translations for just one more time. We corrected the information. Thank you very much, Willie. We will take a look at that here when I get to that. So here is a Telegram post. I can't open that for you guys because I have to log into Telegram. But basically, I'll just read you the headline: attacks by Russians on residential buildings in Kherson. So people have said that there's possibility they maybe used those thermal barracks there. Yeah, and guys, we'll get Cam 5 swapped out. Cam 5 does occasionally switch over to our Asian broadcast there. Riley, thanks for that head up. I'll take a look at that. For now, I could put Nova Kharkova over that. Just getting that back on radar quick. So Little Dodsy says put Kiev checkpoint cams. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. We're trying to keep Ukrainian troop movements concealed to the best of our ability. On the other hand, though, we have so actually, sorry, really quick. Tom Luno says 6 people got injured, 2 dead, 1 child injured in that incident. That I believe that's from Kharkiv, the administrative building. So in that ballistic missile strike we saw there, 6 people got injured, 2 dead, and 1 child injured. So yeah, there was definitely some civilian casualties reported at that missile strike, unfortunately. Apparently that E4B Gordo 15 still grounded. Thank you for that. It's saying it's squawking London though. Okay, so we'll have to keep an eye on the E4B. Thank you very much for that information. Skirter says says Homer 29 is a different variation of the RC-135, the combat sent. Yeah, so we went over this earlier. Both of those RC-135s were different variants. Again, guys, just going through some of those updates you guys have sent in. Again, the bells exactly on the half hour here to know to show us that our cams are still live and accurate. So yeah, we do have a few people keeping an eye on that E4B right now. Thank you guys for that. So here's some other reporting. Thank you for this, Smiladin, on the Kharkiv incident. State Emergency Services, 6 people injured in Kharkiv rocket strike, including 1 child. The missile strike hit Kharkiv's Freedom Square the morning of March 1st, damaging the Kharkiv Oblast Administration Building. Here's some footage from that blast that we just saw a few moments ago, guys. It's a little blurry, but you can see here on the screen showing just the rubble and the destruction from that ballistic missile strike.
No.
Cam 5 is Nova Kharkova. Yeah, we don't have any cams out of Kharkiv at this time. I believe they are all down.
No.
So again, that video out of Kharkiv. Back to our radar there. Thank you, Skirter, for that information again. So for everybody that was questioning the CL-30 earlier, here's just a quick article I want to throw up on screen for that. A prototype spy plane tracking Russian force movements for the U.S. Army. So this is what we've been tracking. That CL-30, guys. They're directly keeping track of those force movements around Kiev and on the ground in Ukraine. That's what that plane is doing. They're reporting those movements directly to, I would believe, I would think that they would be reporting those movements directly to Ukrainian defense forces in real time to give them a heads up. But yeah, Artemis, again, it's an intelligence gathering aircraft prototype. And again, we've gone over this a couple times now on the stream, but thank you for sending that over, Nilla. That was much appreciated. So some people sent me over some cameras, some screenshots of a camera on, it's on a farm in Kharkiv. And somebody had hacked into the camera and wrote, they changed the name to all of the cameras to Putin Eat Shit. I think we first heard of this the other night, actually, when that first happened. But some interesting activity there from some of those cameras. So Pineapple, thank you very much. He sent me some data here on a couple of the buildings. I believe this is. I'm not sure. I believe this is the building that got struck in Kharkiv. I think that's what he sent me here. If I'm not mistaken, Pineapple, correct me wrong, but is this that building that was struck here? I think that was the building that was struck in Kharkiv, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so a little bit of reporting here out of Kherson. Initial reports are indicating that Kherson has been entered by Russians, and it may be under their control, but we can't confirm at this time because there is still conflict ongoing in the streets in and around Kherson. So we do have some other false flag narrative coming out of the Patrick Lancaster channel that we've been following. Again, he's that Russian-backed independent journalist on the ground in eastern Ukraine, English-speaking journalist. He said, Pineapple says it sounds like it's getting a little desperate. Perhaps we'll look at that later. Also, Pineapple, thank you for all of the other information you have sent over here. So here's some other footage here coming out of Ukraine. I'm not sure where this is located. I want to say this is possibly Kiev, but this is footage of what looks to be a blast crater here. Yes, this does look like it's in and around Kiev, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, again, people asking for live cams in Kherson. We don't have any at this time. Again, guys, you know, when we show you some of these videos on Twitter, you know, keep in mind some of this stuff might be unconfirmed, and again, it's only until a couple days goes by, or I mean, a couple hours to a day, or even sometimes even more, that we have concrete information on what we're seeing here. So, but I do like to show you guys things as they come in, and try to make it known that some of these reports are in fact unconfirmed. Again, we're hearing hot mic audio coming out of all of our Kiev cams here. We have 4 on screen for you right now, and we also have our 5th here back again for us. So keep an eye on all those. And we are, getting that hot mic audio there coming in.
Monitor dead too, or
no? This one.
I always unplug the power on that one.
Oh.
There it is. There. And I'll make sure you're out.
Thank you, Marshmallow. Again, thank you for everybody that's tuning in. Thank you guys for the kind words. You guys are all awesome, man. Every single one of you that are tuning in tonight, thank you guys so much for following along here. Again, hit that like button. Let the algorithm know that we're doing some important work here. And share this stream with anybody you can, anybody that would be interested at least. Yeah, no Kharkiv cam, guys. Okay, for those of you wanting the updates out of Kharkiv and Kherson, again, as I said, Kherson, Kharkiv, we don't really have any cameras up right now that are dependable or that are confirmed, okay? As soon as I do, I'll get them on screen. The battle for Kharkiv is still ongoing. Last we heard, Russians were in the city, but Ukrainian defense forces were still putting up a fight. Same thing goes for Kherson. Mariupol, it's kind of the waters have been muddied with the information kind of coming out of Mariupol. I expect that we're probably going to see a amphibious assault on Mariupol as well as Odessa. When that will happen, I don't know. I do know that the Russian naval forces have been amassing for weeks now, and they are currently in. They have a presence in the Black Sea. Yep, we did see a couple public IP cams out of Kharkiv. We're still getting a fix on those. And as soon as I have one that is showing anything interesting and not just somebody's backyard or hallway, I'm going to put it on screen for you guys. But at the moment, our Kiev cams are most important because I believe that the Russians are most likely going to move on Kiev sometime within the next 12 to 24 hours here. At the very least, we will see some further air campaigns here, and that's why we're keeping a look on the Kiev cams. So this morning we saw the blast from that ballistic missile strike in Kharkiv. There's multiple street battles ongoing in Kharkiv. Yeah, to those of you talking about the Kiev checkpoint cameras, I don't think we should be looking at those, and I really don't think you guys should have those on screen or even be advertising those around. Anything that has Ukrainian troop movements on it, I think we should probably stay away from with a 9.5-foot pole. Okay. Chad says they are starving them out, might not go in for weeks. I don't think so, because Putin wants to hurry this up. He wants this to be over with, and I believe they're going to probably, because, dude, their own soldiers are going to start to starve. Their own soldiers are already having issues with fuel, with food, and with everything in between. Yeah, if they are seeing too much of a resistance from the Ukrainian defense forces, they might wait a little bit, and that's what we're seeing now. I don't think they're going to wait longer, though, because, as I said, supplies are getting thin on both sides of the spectrum, and on both sides of the conflict lines, they're running out of supplies. There's been evidence that they've been amassing forces outside of Kiev. We've seen the Maxar images. I've shown you guys the Maxar images. And the longer exactly, 8-Bit Dan, thank you, man. He says the longer it goes, the harder it is for the Russian economy. Exactly that. Not to mention the harder it gets for Putin politically. Okay, that's why I was talking about them possibly sending in the Belarusians. All right, to get more boots on the ground that aren't Russian boots. Okay, the other reserve forces that we're seeing on the border now around Ukraine are for that second push to move in case this first push doesn't have what it takes. I believe that's why they're keeping a lot of those forces on the border. Somebody says, is your Discord supposed to be an echo chamber? Yeah, the general chat is just a Wild West right now. It's anything goes. Of course, if you guys are breaking the server rules, you will get removed for that. But the Intel channels, we keep those just to Intel reports, links, and basically all of the information that's coming in out of the zone. The general chat, though, is just kind of like everybody just blasting everything off one at a time. Ian says, why does so little Russian propaganda make it to YouTube, where there's Russian TikToks, etc.? And the reason is because Google has very much clamped down on that. We've seen that just in the past couple of days as they banned RT from monetizing on the platform. They've probably also issued some soft bans, shadow bans for some of these both independent sources and government-backed sources. People like Mr. Lancaster, I doubt he's seeing too much in the way of subscribers. He probably is seeing quite a few people coming in and, unfortunately, watching those videos and seeing some of that, false news and some of that propaganda that they're... I mean, you guys, it's obvious. Go watch them. I mean, and as I said before, we try not to jump to assumptions, and we try not to, judge a book by its cover. But if you look at his videos and then you go and you watch some of the same videos that RT puts out, I mean, you see some of the same Russian journalists that are hanging out alongside Patrick Lancaster. They're all backed directly by the Kremlin. Ukrainian army captured Russian soldiers near Kharkiv. Yes, we also heard the reports of some of the Russian soldiers that have been captured and that are currently in custody around Kharkiv. That's been all over. There's been Ukrainian forces taking Russian prisoners everywhere. We've also seen some Ukrainians have been taken prisoner in some areas. So yeah, that's been seen on both sides. There has been some reports out of Kharkiv this morning of some Russians that have been captured in Kharkiv. However, as I said earlier, the battle for Kharkiv is currently ongoing. The Russians are on the outskirts and in the city. There was the ballistic missile strike we saw in the building earlier. I think what we're seeing here, guys, is kind of... Psychedelic says I was banned for using a pro-Russian flag emote. Yeah, you were probably banned for something else. Okay, just using an emote is not going to get you banned unless you're spamming something. No, we're not a pro-Ukraine echo chamber. What we are is pro-Ukraine when it comes to supporting the intelligence gathering that's happening for them on the ground. When it comes to reporting Russian troop movements, yeah, Ukraine's the underdog for sure. So from an intel perspective, we are trying to support Ukraine. They are definitely under-equipped and undermanned. They need all the help they can get. However, when it comes to the stream itself, no, we are not pro-Ukrainian when it comes to like Russians are welcome here. They're welcome to voice their opinions. Anybody from the other side of the spectrum is welcome to voice their opinions, welcome to voice information and stuff. It's when you start to spam things, when you start to behave like a bot, that's when when not only myself but our community and our moderators have an issue, okay? And when people start to go all caps mode and start to get heated in things, we're trying to keep things civil here in the chat. We're trying to keep things non-biased, apolitical as much as we can. All right. I keep my political affiliations out of everything here. I keep religious affiliations out of everything that I can. We're trying to, as I said, we're trying to stay neutral. Okay, we're a neutral observer. All right. So people want to know what's going on with the alleged 40-kilometer convoy. So we showed you guys the images from Maxar earlier of that convoy. They're amassing on the northwestern side of Kiev. So I'll show you on the map here. I really wish Live UA map would refresh so I could show you what I'm talking about. But I'll just show you on the flight map here because I can still show you. In fact, actually, if I go over to the Discord, I can get you guys a troop movement map. That's way better. So here is what here's the Russian troop movement map. We showed this earlier. This is, so this is what the Russians say their current troop positions are. As you can see, they've come down from the north here out of Belarus and are now moving out of the west towards Kharkiv. So they've encircled them from the north and the west. And they're coming out of the east from this direction as well. All right. So that's how it's currently working here. Yeah, somebody said the map is working. Well, it's not working for me. Oh, here we go. Finally, we got it up. Thank you. Thank you for working finally. All right, here we go. So here is the Russian force movements coming down from the north out of the west. They are already in this area here. Okay, they're already in force in this area. Somebody showed me another map earlier that might actually be a little bit better than this. It has the conflict lines on it, the current conflict lines. I'm trying to find that. One moment, guys, while I see if I can track down that other force movement map. That one was a little bit more accurate than what the Russians are showing here. Yeah, currently unable to locate that one. Oh wait, here's another video of, here's another angle of the explosion in Kharkiv today. I believe this is after it happened. Yeah, so this is after it happened there. Yeah, no windows in the building. Basically, all the windows in all of those buildings had been blown out at that point. Ukrainian army captured Russian soldiers near Kharkiv. Yeah, so this does show here, guys, that Kharkiv is still in control of the Ukrainians. And they're putting up a hell of a fight in the area. Here's some video if it'll load. Oh yeah, we watched this just a short while ago of the Ukrainian defense forces, they had captured these Russian soldiers here near Kharkiv. Some more explosions. Those were reported last night. Here's our state administration building after the strike. So 3 hours ago, that was now in Kharkiv. Absolutely destroyed. Yeah, devastation. Absolutely devastating that missile strike was. Looked like a ballistic missile strike. So yeah, we don't have any other footage of that ballistic missile strike except that one. So yeah, they reported 6 injured, 2 dead, 1 child was injured as well in that explosion. Again, yeah, somebody said, Crystal said in the live chat, calm before the storm. Link to map, yes, this is liveuamap.com. It's more accurate to type in ukraine.liveuamap.com. Yeah, so sorry guys, just taking a look at the flight radar here over on my other screen. It does look like there's some interesting flight activity going on. Some people are mentioning that to me. Somebody said the map is outdated, completely wrong. No, it's not. It's back online and it's current, man. Yeah, don't believe that for a second. This is current, and Live UA map is currently up and operational. Russian military convoy was destroyed near Zhytomyr Highway. This is some evidence in the aftermath of that. This is also from this morning. Notice the fresh coating of snow on the ground, guys. We just had a fresh coating of snow across Ukraine last night. Again, this is footage of that Russian convoy absolutely demolished along the Zhytomyr Highway there in Ukraine. This morning, Poland's PM is meeting the United Kingdom, Prime Minister Boris Johnson. They'll discuss strengthening NATO eastern flank and humanitarian aid. I'm interested to see the State of Union address. I really, what does anybody know what time that's going to be at, the State of Union address? Drink more water, somebody says. Yeah, I do need to drink more fluids here. Kind of lost track of my fluids. So somebody says 9 p.m. Eastern time, so that'll be tonight then. Or is it? Yeah, okay, so that'll be tonight then. I'll definitely have that up for you guys on stream here. We'll definitely be tuning into the State of the Union address to hear what they're saying. Also, we're probably expecting Putin to make an address. I doubt he's going to let the U.S. have a State of the Union without him coming out and giving some kind of speech. Somebody said the speech will be sometime between his afternoon nap and bedtime. Yeah, perhaps. Somebody said Moscow's clearing its entire airspace right now for that presidential aircraft that's coming in. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything over here on the radar yet, but definitely keep me informed on that. Again, thank you for everybody that's tuning in and following along here. We're kind of just going through some of the updates that have happened over the past 6 to 12 hours here. Oh, hey, an hour ago, Russian helicopters targeted in the Kiev region. I actually brushed right over this one. There's a video, too, apparently.
Есть! Есть, блядь! Два! Sucker!
And there you guys saw that footage there. Apparently some Russian helicopters downed. Again, live UA map is an extremely valuable resource here for getting, I mean, every single one of these is geolocated. So 2 killed, 3 wounded as a result of a strike on a 5-story dormitory in Vasilkiv. Yeah, we heard about this earlier. That's also kind of to the southwest direction of Kiev. So here's when the bomb dropped 15 hours ago, and then here's the report from the casualties that you can see there. So from 2 hours ago, Russian troops in the Kamyshiny, western outskirts of Kherson this morning, likely the unit which moved deeper into the city. So that was spotted this morning. Again, guys, the battle for Kharkiv and the battle for Kherson is ongoing. As I said, a lot of the forces we saw along the P-47 headed into Kherson, and those are the forces that we're seeing engage the Ukrainians at this time. Again, some hot mic audio coming here from our other cameras. I'm going to take just a quick one minute break here, guys, while you guys listen to this hot mic.
Box. No, it's right here.
Oh, that box. I only want to do like a table. Microphones here. So we're not going out?
The security situation
Yes.
apparently mixed it. It's cute little scene, that kid walking around. These guys with guns right here. Have they been hanging out there?
They're here, they're there.
That's a lot closer, isn't it?
To everybody, the reason he looks like he's on a green screen is because he's being lit from the front. They have lights set up. But yeah, he is right. He is actually outside there. He's being lit up from the front.
Any hope that those talks between Russia and Ukraine yesterday would lead to some kind of pause or halt in the violence and the fighting really has gone out the window. There's major concern, renewed concern, that this city could fall soon. Now, it has held out very well.
He's practicing, you guys, he's practicing his take here. And again, exactly what I've been talking about all night, guys. They're worried that the city is getting close to being taken. Those Russians are amassing outside. What in the world? Oh, they just cut to the other cam. They just cut to cam 2. They just cut our cam 4 to cam 2. Well, we'll keep an eye on it. Yes, this is all in Kiev, guys.
What's up, guys?
I am trying the connection. Are you seeing it?
Are you talking KA?
No, yeah, disable for test.
The KA?
Yes.
Don't connect your modem to it.
Yeah.
It's been hacked.
What?
It's been hacked. Yes, there's a cyber attack on it. If you plug your modem into it, it's going to go. It's going to go to the Stone Age.
Are you seeing it?
Yes.
Did you guys hear that?
Yeah.
Apparently, he's warning him not to plug his modems in because there is a cyber attack and they'll be fried.
You will never come back with that modem. It will be dead. Ours is dead. That one's dead. Those two are dead. All dead.
All that is on you.
Yep.
Cyber.
The minute you would connect it, it's going to download when you connect it, it's going to download a firmware update and brick your modem. Doing it everybody in Ukraine. All the beacons in Ukraine, all the modems are offline.
So every modem this morning is offline, guys. They're saying that every modem has been hacked today from malware.
Is it already connected?
Not yet.
Unplug the RF.
Just to connect the LNG.
Unplug the
Yeah,
RF.
plug in. Ömer duydun mu? Ne bu? Cyber attack. Sıkın hepsi patladı diyor. O zaman bunu
Again, guys, this is the type of malware that could potentially be unleashed against us here in the States, okay? Is that type of destructive malware that they're talking about.
ben hiç yapma ben bunu kapatmak istemedim. Ben bunu böylece bırakayım. Ben bunu sonunda ve tamam sen de sonunda ve Ece'ye yazar mısın? Tespitini yazar mısın? Çünkü işte Keysat'la görüşmek lazım. Keysat'tan haber almadan gitmek. Hangi kabul ediyor? Tutuyor. Geliştiriyor. Hayır. Kapadım ben programı. Ben böylece bırakıyorum. Sen onlara yaz. Bunu Keysat'a da sorsunlar. Böyleyse çıkmayalım. Tamam mı? Kapadım. Hadi bay bay.
Yes, as somebody said in the chat, they are forcing custom firmware to ISP supplied modems, which is like basically bricks them. Okay, they're doing that on an entire on a nationwide level across the entire wide area network. Okay, every modem that is being plugged in to the infrastructure in Ukraine is being basically bricked by a forced firmware update, which basically bricks the hardware. And don't you think for a second that couldn't happen in the West, okay? Some of the same hardware you see used in Ukraine, some of the same networking hardware they use here in the States, okay? So don't think for a second that we are, totally immune to such attacks, because we're not, okay, at all right? This is novel malware that the Russians are using, meaning new, okay, never seen before, all right? This is new malware, and yeah, it can definitely happen here at any point in time. Some people were talking about, somebody said, would a VPN stop that? No, it's not how it works, okay? This is like an attack at an infrastructure at a backbone level, okay? At a back end level, all right? It's not something that a VPN could simply protect you from. It's as soon as you plug it into the lines, into the local infrastructure, all right, that it immediately bricks your modem hardware. Yeah, and somebody said like, "Oh, this is fear mongering." No, this isn't fear mongering because our own Defense Department here in the states just came out. CISA, all right, it's the Cybersecurity Division of the Department of Defense here in the states. They just came out with a warning last week. You can look it up. It's public information. They have warned all businesses in the United States, even right down to an individual level. Everybody. They've warned everybody to back up your data, to have redundant systems in place. These malware attacks that I was just talking about, I'm not saying they're going to happen, but they very well could happen. All right? All right? And there's not just a possibility, there's, some would argue, a probability that in a reaction to sanctions, that they will, retaliate in the form of these cyber attacks. Okay, the same sort of attacks you're seeing happen now in Ukraine could happen here. All right, and very well might happen here. Okay, yeah. So these I was talking about not only the CISA warning, but the InfoSec memos that came out that have been talking about the severe risk that we are at right now for malware attacks here in the United States. Some of you might remember what happened with the Colonial Pipeline. Colonial Pipeline in the United States happened last summer, right? Knocked out gas to almost the entire southern United States. All right, people were running. I had buddies down in Georgia that were running to the gas station to fill up gas cans. All right, because it severely affected the gas supply chain in the southern United States. Some people in chat might remember the Colonial Pipeline hack and just the destruction that had. All right, now the Colonial Pipeline hack, it was a beta test for what you guys are seeing happening in Ukraine and for what could possibly happen here in the States as well. And in not just the States, but we're talking all Western countries. Everybody in Europe is vulnerable. Britain is vulnerable. Australia is vulnerable. Canada. So this is a very broad issue here. It's not just an issue with us here in the States. Yeah, some people saying it would initiate Article 5. That's debatable, okay? Honestly, it is debatable because I don't think at least even if it did trigger Article 5, we wouldn't retaliate militarily. We would retaliate with our own cyber attacks, and that's actually already been stated by a lot of U.S. officials that have come out and said, yeah, we wouldn't respond militarily, especially because you guys could keep in mind any cyber attack by Russia, they would try to mask as a cyber attack from somebody else. They would make it very hard for us to trace it back to the Russians. They would at least make an attempt to. Okay, and so even if there's a fragment of speculation on who performed the attack, all right, that would definitely slow down any response that would come out of the United States. Yes, it would have to be confirmed from the attacker. Some people sounded off there in chat. Thank you for that. It wouldn't just immediately trigger a full-on Article 5 military response. There's no way. All right, there's no way that would happen. Now, if Russia bombed a U.S. carrier, yes. If they went in and invaded a NATO country, yes, okay, we would have a military response from that. But if a cyber attack against a NATO country occurred, it would most likely you would see a retaliatory cyber attack. You wouldn't see a full-out armed attack. I think pigs would fly before you would see that. Yeah, again, guys, because at that point, it's World War III, and all-out war, and that could easily go nuclear very quickly, so... Yeah, so a lot of people saying that Belarusian troops have entered Ukraine via Chernov Oblast. If somebody wants to send me over that tweet, I can get that on screen here for you guys. So yeah, there's Andrew Zero sent me over this article about that malware here, Foxblade they're calling it. Basically, it hit the whole country a day before the invasion. Malware package dubbed Foxblade, according to the tech giant's Threat Intelligence Center, MSTIC, noting that it added new signatures to its Defender anti-malware service to detect the exploit within 3 hours of the discovery. So that's pretty good response time. at least from Microsoft there. So they said they have not seen the use of indiscriminate malware technology. So the type of malware we would probably see if they unleashed a full attack on the U.S. would be indiscriminate, and the reason is because that would add into their ability to, kind of, to basically sow uncertainty that it was the Russians. All right. Yeah, so somebody said here, as an IT specialist, I could say it's not possible to brick all modems via one forced firmware hack. You would have to hack all ISPs, and on top of that, all modem manufacturer firmware. Yes, so that's exactly what you're seeing here. That's exactly what I'm saying. They have infiltrated almost all of the ISPs in Ukraine. It's the reason why that reporter just now was telling you, he was saying, do not plug your modem in. What they have in place here is the ability to immediately, as soon as you plug your modem into that infrastructure, into the lines, right, it can see what router you have, and basically they can offload a payload curtailed to your router type, all right? Most likely, I mean, I'm not sure the specifics of how they are undertaking these attacks, but I can tell you that they are extremely sophisticated, and you can see that right here. We're seeing global we're seeing global downtime right now across a bunch of services. We saw Facebook had downtime in the past 48 hours. We've seen YouTube services have taken a hit. We've seen DNS infrastructure taking a hit. Cloudflare has come out, and they said that they have seen an influx of activity targeted against DNS infrastructure. JC says, have they tried unplugging it and plugging it back in? No. No, they have not. Unfortunately, I think we're going to see a continuing effort by the Russians to destroy the Ukrainian communications infrastructure. Yeah, as Nola puts it, and it's spot on. Okay, exactly what Nola says here. You guys have to understand, Russia has a large quantity of zero-day exploits that most people don't even know about. All right, they have entire teams, entire divisions of their military devoted to exploiting different systems. All right, and we're not talking about your guys' MacBooks and desktop PCs. We're talking about grid infrastructure. We're talking about satellite infrastructure, communications infrastructure, all sorts of things. Somebody said TikTok has taken a hit as well. Not seeing as many Russian live streams or Ukrainian live streams. Yeah, services globally have taken a hit. There's evidence of that everywhere. Just the amount of DDoS activity we've been seeing is off the charts. Absolutely off the charts in comparison to what you see for normal traffic, normal DDoS activity. Another thing you guys got to keep in mind here, we're not talking about your typical script kiddie malware, okay? We're talking about malware that, has things like machine learning attached to it, okay? You're talking about neural networking that is being used to exploit systems, all right? We're talking about all sorts of advanced concepts here that the Russians are using, and not just the Russians, but all countries are using now to develop new cyber capabilities. There are, as Nola said, some of these zero-day exploits, some of these the types of malware we're seeing are novel. They are not. It's not stuff that we've seen before. Okay, it's not your Stuxnet level malware here. We're seeing things that are completely new, and again, things that we're going to have to cope with as we encounter them. Somebody said, I know. I remember you saying you wanted to donate ammo to Ukraine. They need radios more than ammo. Yeah, I wonder if a couple shipments of like Baofeng radios would be helpful to the Ukrainians. Yeah, live UA map is still currently down. It's ongoing, but hopefully their services will be restored soon. I have it open here. Again, guys, look at the CISA warning. In fact, I'll get it up for you guys here if I can find it. Okay, yeah, the shields up warning from Twitter. Here, guys, I'll get this on screen. This here... Alright, guys, this here... You don't see warnings like this from Homeland Security every day, okay? Recommends all organizations protect their most critical digital assets by reducing likelihood of cyber intrusion, quickly detecting a potential intrusion, ensuring you are prepared to respond, and maximizing resilience, okay? This is a shields up warning from our Homeland Security, okay, from dhs.gov, all right? This is the U.S. government warning of cyber attacks, okay? Right here is the proof is in the pudding, all right? Also, there's the InfoSec memos. I'll post links to all this stuff over in the open source intelligence tools, and I'll pin them just so you guys can see and read these warnings. Somebody says they used a Los Angeles Gladiators Overwatch team symbol there. That's interesting. Yeah, some people want me to show some stuff on live UA map. I'll get into that. However, if I refresh it, it's possible that the website's going to go down, so we don't want to really refresh that too much. Because I do want to keep it open so I can, if I need to refer to stuff, I can look at it. But you said there were some explosions near Romania. I'll take a look down that way. We'll see if we can find that. Fish says, I suddenly feel really uneasy about updating my BIOS firmware. Yes, I mean, you should. But if you're outside of Ukraine, I think you're probably safe for now, at least. Plutonium, actually, with a really good point here, says, is this why the U.S. got rid of Huawei hardware? That is exactly a reason, yeah, to increase our cybersecurity here in the States. Again, guys, yeah, I'm just getting some reports in here of basically what's going on over the past hour or so. Somebody requested that I show you some updates from UA map over by Romania. Somebody says maybe there's some explosions that have happened on the Romanian border. I don't see anything over here on my other tab. But, one second, let me go over here. So yeah, it doesn't look like we have anything currently ongoing over here. However, I'm not going to refresh the page over here because it's going to probably go down. You know, I'll just do it anyway. I'll just do it anyway, and hopefully we'll get in. Nope, yeah, I knew it. I knew we were going to lose that. Yeah, looks like they're moving the cameras. Ooh, yeah, nice. Looks like a much better view we have there. Go over and check the most tracked flights here. This is a NATO flight, actually. Looks like an Airbus. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure if somebody could give me some information on that Airbus there. And we currently have... Oh, our CL-60 is still in the air. Yep, look, it's doing its reconnaissance pattern I told you guys about it would be doing. It's patrolling back and forth along these 3 points here. So yeah, I'm not getting anything, it doesn't look like we have had anything, somebody said there was a report of an explosion near the Romanian border. I'm not looking, I'm not seeing anything like that right now coming in, but I can, yeah, somebody said that Russia took control of the U.S. nuclear arsenal. No, that did not happen. That would not happen. I believe that is all, I don't believe any of that is open circuit. That's all closed circuit systems, so it's not like you could hack that. That would be you would have to physically take control of those systems, I believe. Tom asks, why are they facing the cameras east? The Russians are mostly coming from northwest. You know, that's a good question. We do have a couple cameras, I believe, that are facing towards the easterly direction, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, that definitely have to be something that we'll look into. Somebody says smoke in upper right corner, or I believe I'm hearing an air raid siren in the distance. Yeah, I believe I'm hearing an air raid sirens in the distance there. I could be wrong, but yeah, I feel like I am hearing some... Yeah, I'm hearing an air raid siren. That is a siren in the distance. Yeah, Giotti said it could be that the cameras don't want to give away any Ukrainian troop positions. That could be possible. No, the sound we just heard was definitely a, we definitely heard the air raid in the distance again. But, no, I also am hearing some kind of, like a white noise coming through now. Not sure what that is, but, no, we definitely heard the air raid in the distance, possibly in a nearby suburb or town. Yeah, I don't know if that's maybe, yeah, as somebody said, a computer maybe in there. I'm not sure exactly what we're hearing there, but it definitely heard some kind of white noise. Yeah, it sounds like a loud motor, somebody says, possibly. Somebody says nothing, it's just fan sound. Yeah, I don't know about that. Could be. I think I'm hearing on my end at least some air raid in the distance. Somebody says need to repaste that CPU, possibly, yeah. Yeah, I don't think they have a... They might have a PC in the room. It could be a laptop, maybe, but... No, that definitely sounds like... that definitely sounds like an air raid in the distance, guys. Yeah, it's definitely the siren in the distance. Tom says, I think Cam 4 and 5 are facing west/northwest. Yeah, I believe you are right on that, actually. Yeah, in fact, I think somebody did geolocate Camp 5 earlier and said it was facing northwest, if I'm not mistaken. Andrew Long says somebody in the chat keeps saying that the nuclear, that the U.S. nuclear stockpile has been compromised. Who said that? I actually didn't see anybody say that. Somebody says it's a rug doctor machine. No, I'm definitely hearing the air raid in the distance, guys. There's no question about that. There is an air raid going off in the distance. Yeah, just as Winston says, nukes won't be compromised. They're on submarines, guys. They're on most of them are on submarines, if not in silos. And as I said earlier, guys, those are all on a closed circuit system. Those are not connected directly to the internet. Yeah, the nuclear stock news is BS, guys. Just some further bot accounts and troll accounts sowing the disinformation that we've been talking about all evening. Yep, we have seen the reports of the Russian convoys moving towards Kiev at this point. So we are keeping an eye on those developments. Right now we're just kind of listening into this hot mic here. I'm hearing some air raid sirens in the distance. That we might hear some here in Kiev as well in the next few minutes here, so I'm keeping an ear out for that. Yeah, that Novacam has been seeing a lot of armed troop movements. We've been keeping an eye on that. Yeah, again, we are hearing this air raid siren in the distance. If you guys listen in very close, you can hear it wind down. Right there, just, yeah, it just wound down. I think it's probably coming from a suburb outside of Kiev. That's my best guess. Somebody asks, how can they take air raids seriously when they keep going off? Well, it's to keep people in a heightened sense of alertness so they don't get complacent. Because as soon as you get complacent, an air raid siren happens, and then you get injured, right? Or you die, right? And so what they want is they want people to stay in the bunkers. They want people to stay in shelter. They want people walking around, and if they are walking around, they want them to be alert. Yeah, so the tanks that are moving to... Yeah, somebody corrected me here. There is a convoy of tanks we've heard some reports coming in of that's like 3 kilometers long, moving towards Kiev. The 40-kilometer long convoy, that is made up of all hardware. We're talking trucks, tankers, APCs, BTRs, BMPs, tanks, all of that, okay? We got the Maxar images showing just how long some of these convoys of Russian troops and hardware is coming to Kiev across the border. Yeah, somebody asks, what people be desensitized to the air raid siren? No. If you're on the ground in Ukraine under the threat of airstrike at any second and you're seeing bombs go off around your city, you're not going to be desensitized, all right? I mean, you will, yeah, if you're a soldier in war, of course there's desensitization, you know what I mean? But, no, if you're a citizen, like a kid there on the ground, you're probably scared shitless, all right? Every time those sirens go off, you're probably scared shitless. Every single person in that city right now is in a heightened sense of alert. And, yeah, if you heard a siren in your city, even if it was going off every hour, you'd be taking it seriously every time. When you hear those air raid sirens go off, it is extremely startling, okay? Oh, somebody says a 4-kilometer convoy, which was 40 kilometers away. Yeah, so that was the tank convoy. Yeah, but no, the Maxar images we did see. I mean, for miles. We showed those images on the stream earlier, and yes, it did stretch for miles. Those convoys of Russian hardware. Somebody says 100% fan sound. No, that is air raid siren. Think about what's more likely here, guys. That this dude's PC is sitting out in the freezing cold thermal throttling, or that you're hearing an air raid siren off in the distance. And keep in mind that we've been hearing those for days now, okay? It's more likely that's an air raid siren, not a fan noise. Yeah, some people talk about the Maxar imaging. Yeah, the only thing that sucks about it is we do usually have to wait around 12 hours to get new images in. That's just how the system works. If we were the CIA, we could probably get you guys images quicker, but unfortunately we don't have our own satellite hardware in space at this time. Somebody said Zelensky is speaking right now. Yeah, if somebody could send me a link over to that, I'll get that on screen. No, that bag of chips you guys are hearing is not coming from me. That is coming from our hot mic. Keep in mind, we are tuning into a news team's hot mic right now, so you might occasionally hear some audio coming from that. Somebody asked, does the news team know we can hear them? We don't know that. It's possible. However, the other night we were listening into the CNN news team, and we could tell they did not know they were being listened to because they were saying some pretty interesting things, like arguing back and forth between each other and stuff. Somebody said Australia is under a cyber attack today as well. I actually haven't heard anything about that yet, but I'd like to see some information on it. Somebody said that the church bells not go off? Yeah, actually, I don't think we heard our church bells at 12:30. All of our cameras are current, though. Let me just update them. I want to make sure everything is good to go here for you guys. So it looks like that cam went down. What's our, we don't have that one, and, okay, that's that one, so we'll put that one there, and that's Nova Kharkova. This is another cam we had, but that one got all snowy, so we'll keep that out of the mix there. So it looks like we did lose one of our cams. One of our Kiev cams there has gone down. See if I could find maybe another one for you guys. But everything else seems to be current. Go ahead and refresh this one just to make sure. This is our oh hey, Russian troop movements in our Nova cam. Let me get that on screen. See down here, guys? We got some Russian movements here. That's a vehicle with a Z on it, and there's some more Russian. It looks like buses. Looks like some buses here coming through the streets of Nova Kharkova. So again, guys, I'll change that. I'll change that over to that label over to Nova, so you guys know that that is that cam. Whoops. There we go. Yeah, they already passed. I would have full screen it, but they already passed. If I see more on that cam, we've been seeing Russian troop movements on that all day. Somebody said so many streams copied your streams now, NEMICO. Yeah, I know. It's unfortunate, but I think it's also a good thing. More people are helping get the information out to you guys, and I don't think that's a bad thing at all. I don't mind. You know, I don't mind a little bit of other people, you know, hopping on the open source intelligence bandwagon. It's a good thing. Yes, somebody says most of them are just rebroadcasting YouTube streams. Yeah, exactly. What I don't like, though, is when people literally just take my entire stream and my voice. That's a little lazy. I mean, if you guys want to go and make your own, you know, go for it. But just copying somebody else completely, including their voiceover, that's a different ballgame. Yeah, we have heard that the Russian army, they did bomb the administrative building. There is a battle still ongoing in Kherson. However, we don't have any confirmed information if the Russian army has taken Kherson at this time. We do know they are still battling it out there, though. Somebody says, is that like a caravan moseying along? Yeah, those buses most likely had Russian troops in them, if I was to take a guess. Which organization are the reporters from? We don't really know at this time. I think it's Fox. There are no Maiden Square cams. We do have the cams. I mean, they're kind of close to the Maiden Square. As you can see, we have some cams near the golden domed monastery there. But yeah, somebody said the Nova cam just went down. You're right. That timestamp is not moving. I'll go ahead and... Oh yeah, it did go down. What a coincidence. Okay, wait, it's back up now. Or actually, no, it's not back up. It does look like it went down. So we will have to take a look for another camera out of Nova Kharkova. Here's another... actually, we have that one on our other feed, but I'm going to put it here. I'm going to put it right here because... yeah, I think that's a good shot. We should have that there. We have it on Cam 5 as well. I'll replace Cam 5 with something, though. Yeah, somebody said they plugged in their modem. Yeah, it would seem. Somebody said, wouldn't the Russians find the locations of those cams to take them down? Yes, and we have seen that. Just the other night, we were tracking the Russian movements along Highway P47, as we've talked about many times, and we were reporting their movements to the Ukrainian Defense Ministry, and a couple hours later, they come along and they took down the Russians finally caught wind of what we were doing, and they took down the cameras. Somebody says the Nova cam is back up. I'll take a look at that here. If it is back up, I can get that on screen for you guys. Oh yeah, actually no, I'm not seeing it here. Yeah, if somebody wants to send it my way, I can get it up on screen for you guys. But currently it is showing down for me still. Yeah, somebody, yeah, Sincor said never mind, down again. Jameson says, imagine helping in a war effort thousands of miles away at NEMICO Network. Yeah, thank you for that, Jameson. Yeah, we're trying our best to do what we can. There again, we are hearing air raid sirens again. Again, we'll take a listen in here. We now have 2 of our cameras showing like the same angle. Looks like they did change the angle on that. Yeah, it does look like they changed the angle. They could be swapping views. Oh wow, all of a sudden this cam got covered with stuff too. Somebody said sirens and not at the normal time. Yeah, actually you're right. There is sirens not at the normal time. Yeah, usually they're on the hour. Again, guys, bear with me with the cameras. I'm trying to find some others to put in cam 4. In fact, I'll swap those two out. Somebody said cams 1 and 4 are not synced. Yeah, I'll look at syncing those now. Oh, all of a sudden they've cut to Lavrov speaking now. Worst time ever to have Lavrov speaking. I'll take this one and put it up. Don't worry, guys, I have an emergency cam to shove over Lavrov there. Get out of there, Lavrov. We want to look at the square, not at you. Somebody says, why aren't there all the cams the same view? They're not. These are different angles, guys. In fact, these are separate cameras we're seeing here. Cam 1 is a separate cam from Cam 2. Same with Cam 3 and Cam 4. Yeah, we can still hear Lavrov, I know. Okay, I believe I silenced Mr. Lavrov. Yeah, the chip bag, I think, has been a recurring theme. We heard that the other day, too. Somebody eating chips. Okay, so our Novacam is back up. So I'm going to take this angle and I'll put that back up here. We're going to put Nova Karkova back down here. And we'll take this angle and we're going to put that here. Oh wow, we just saw a Raven fly across both Cam 5 and 1 at the same time. So yeah, you can tell those are in sync. Because I could tell it was the same Raven. Alright. Here, actually, I'm going to shrink that down just a little bit so you guys can see that better. Right there, that's good. Somebody says, what's Lavrov saying? It's some kind of press briefing, but it is in Russian, so we'll have to wait until that's translated. Get it graded. Thank you so much, man, for tuning in. Thank you very much for the kind words. Andrew, somebody said he could at least have a decent lunch. Well, he's definitely been eating a lot of chips. Somebody said I could tell that was the same Raven. Yeah, I could tell as soon as it flew across the screen. Yeah, to anybody that might be interested in helping us translate, if you hop over onto the Discord, we have an entire channel set up to for Ukrainian and Russian speakers to help us run translations. So keep that in mind, guys, in case anybody wants to help us over there. So yeah, the Fancy Hat says they didn't switch the cam to any of my 8 channels. Bells from the church didn't sound. Change stream, yeah, CNN switches to CNN 5, okay. Yeah, so it looks like, yeah, they haven't chimed the bells. We do have, this is audio coming out of the square. We have not heard our bells the past, about 30 minutes or so. So it might be that whoever, or maybe they turned the bells off. Yeah, yeah, I'm not hearing any bells right now, guys, at 12:45. Maybe if we hear them in a few minutes, we'll know. But yeah, at this time, we're not hearing the bells. Yeah, they did chime before, and or somebody said they were really quiet, and they did chime. Somebody said maybe their bells are being controlled by a modem connection and got bricked. Yeah, you never know. Yeah, so this is the audio coming out of our Fox and Friends camera feeds that we have right here in front of you guys. And yeah, we still haven't heard any bells in like 30 minutes. We definitely heard the air raid sirens though. Yeah, I'm gonna do. Right now, guys. I'm going through and I'm gonna try to make sure all these cameras are current, and we're gonna get the audio channels synced up and make sure everything's good. I just want to make sure that everything is good for you guys. Somebody said I may have the audio muted. No, I actually have unmuted all of the audio streams that I got coming out of Kiev right now, and they are all refreshed and current. So, yeah, I'm not exactly sure what's going on. The bells might not have chimed. Yeah, I'm getting 3 separate audio feeds here, guys. I can tell they're separate because I'm hearing a distinctly different audio. I mean, coming from the same area. So he says Russians on. Oh, yep, there are Russians on that cam again. Hold on, I'll switch to that so we can take a look at those buses that we just saw. There we go. There's those buses there. Camouflaged from the top, they look like. Yeah, it's a convoy. Interesting. I wonder what that's all about. Yeah, maybe more troop movements. Somebody said Cam 4 is on a loop. No, this is Nova Kharkova, and it's current. This is a current cam of Nova Kharkova. We have been seeing these troop movements going there all night. All night, guys. We have been seeing them go back and forth on this camera. So we have seen this. Yeah, I agree. That is a terrible camo they got on there. Yeah, again, guys, they have been patrolling Nova Kharkova all night. So yeah, we have this feed here, guys, the one you can see I have hidden over here. You have that feed separate from this feed, which is coming from a separate source. I believe it's the same cam, but 2 different sources that I'm getting it from. And then we have this one of Kiev, this one of Kiev, and this one of Kiev. These 2 are separate cameras. Do not be fooled. These 2 are separate cameras here. Yeah, somebody said that this is a loop. This is not a loop, guys. Those troop movements we are seeing here multiple times. If you scroll back in the feed, you will see them. All right, go ahead. Go scroll back. Go find the Nova Kharkova cam. Yes, and Jin says everybody in Nova walks with a white bag. It's because everybody's grocery shopping. Again, I'm going to switch back over here. Somebody said there's 2 different smoke clouds in cam 1. Oh yeah, yeah, there is what seems to be maybe a smoke cloud here. I believe there are some factories over there, but I could be wrong. Possibly a smoke cloud here too. But yeah, we're definitely seeing some smoke over here. In fact, you guys, I need to switch over to that cam so you can see this. So yeah, you guys can see that smoke there on the right side, up in the sky possibly. And yeah, I think this is just a lens artifact here, maybe like a drop of water on the screen. That could be what this is here too. Somebody said it maybe looks like smoke. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. As I said, there might be a factory over there. And switch back over to our situation room here. So he says it's been there for a long time, it's not smoke. Yeah, it's most likely just something on the camera. We saw earlier our camera guy kept rubbing the screen, kept smudging the lenses and stuff to get the snow off, so that's probably what we're seeing there. Yeah, again, guys, as I said earlier, I'm refreshing that camera, by the way. I want to make sure that's current. All right. So, again, guys, as I said earlier, we have to keep mindful of disinformation. There's a large effort to dissow information and uncertainty about these cameras you guys are seeing. All right. These cameras are current and live, what you guys are seeing here, all right? This camera down here, camera 4, that is current, that is live. It was not snowing this hard in Nova earlier. In fact, if you guys scroll back and look at the Nova footage from this morning, it was not snowing. It is now snowing here. This Nova cam has been rock solid the entire time I've been using it, okay? This camera is not on a loop. Anybody that says so is trying to sow disinformation, all right? Some people are, Kuzomed says, why would people want to discredit the cams? The Russians want to discredit the cams, all right? Russian bots and Russian bad actors want to discredit the cams, all right? There's a ton of disinformation coming out of every corner of this situation right now, okay? Somebody said, if you're so concerned about misinformation, can we please get more mods in the chat? Well, see, censoring everybody is not what we want to do. We want the opposite viewpoint to be able to have a voice here. Okay, if both sides don't have a voice, then then at that point we're branching into biased territory. Okay, yeah, trolling is a huge factor, massive. All right, it's trolling and the information war that's going on right now is just a biggest part of the battle as the guns and the bombs being used on the ground. All right, just as much a big part at play here. So it does look like I'm getting some other updates here out of Kiev. I'm trying to get live UA map back up so I can see, so I can confirm if maybe this is also on live UA map. It does look like live UA map is still giving me issues here, guys. Yeah, somebody said they sent me information on the explosion near Romania. I'll take a look at that when I get a second, okay? Again, guys, I'm getting PMs from hundreds of people as I do this stream. And I'm trying to go through everybody's information, okay? So if I miss anybody, don't worry, I'll get to you guys eventually, even if it takes me a couple days. I'll get to everybody. I'll make sure of it. So, Commander Falcon 91 says he got through to live UA map, says there's no updates. Okay, I'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, I'm not getting through to it right now. I just wanted to see if there was any new updates in and around Kiev, because I'm getting some reporting in Kiev about those Russian movements, and I just wanted to see if maybe any of that had been reported on live UA map. Somebody said the tweets about Belarusian troops entering have been deleted. Yeah, I saw that coming, because we would have heard that from multiple sources. Saint Javelin on YouTube. Nice to see that somebody finally claimed the Saint Javelin name on YouTube. Glad Saint Javelin is tuning in here with us. Thank you for watching along. All right, guys, stand by. I'm going through some of the stuff you guys have sent me over here on Discord, and I'm gonna pick through what stuff should go into the report here. A lot of it we're getting a lot of conflicting information. I'm getting a lot of old stuff too, so I'm trying to filter through everything here and make sure I get you guys current information. Again, we're listening to audio coming from the Kiev cams here this morning. Currently listening to our hot mic buddies here, Fox and Friends. Yeah, somebody said the explosion in Romania is misinformation. I'm not seeing anything about any explosion in or around Romania, guys. I haven't seen anything like that. As soon as I do hear anything like that, I'll bring it to you guys for sure. Some people asking me to do a quick summary of what's happened today. Yeah, just to break it down for you guys, the talks happened. They didn't go very well. At least they went as well as we thought they would. Basically, there was no agreements really made. I think there is some talks of maybe there is rumors of other talks could possibly occur. Kharkiv was hit by a ballistic missile. There's an ongoing battle in Kharkiv right now. Kherson is currently battling a Russian advance. There's been mixed reports that the Russians have control over Kherson, but that's unknown at this time. The State of the Union address is happening later this evening. There's a Russian military convoy encircling Kiev currently at this hour. Europe has rejected Ukraine's plea for immediate membership. We're seeing reports of Russian soldiers captured in and around Kharkiv. So yeah, that's another development there with Kharkiv. Nothing really out of Mariupol yet. There's been some signs that conflict is occurring in and around Mariupol, but we haven't heard anything about as to the status of the city and if it's under Russian control yet. Again, guys, very sporadic information coming out of the region. It's hard to tell through the fog of war what's really going on the ground. So that's why we're kind of piecing things together here for you, and just kind of sounding off reports as we get them, and then later we kind of go through and we analyze and we look at things and can say, hey, it's more likely that this is what's happening, and this looks consistent with this, and we try to do our best to kind of piece things together as we get them. The Belarus president Lukashenko says he has no plans to take part in Russia's operation in Ukraine. Says its state news agency. We also heard unconfirmed reports that maybe the Belarusians were already across the border. But as I said, we're still getting information on that situation. Really, the main topic here today, guys, is I think the buildup of Russian troops around Kiev. They are now encircling the city, and I really do think that a push on the city is probably going to happen within the next 24 to 48 hours, if I was to guess. Maybe even the next 12 hours. Maybe tonight. I did speculate, though, that I believe there probably will be a heightened amount of attacks from air. Thank you for that, Angry Anon. Thank you for that. I will definitely take a look at that information. Yeah, I'm also not hearing any church bells. I'm hearing no bells, but air raid siren. And yeah, somebody said it was a short siren. Yeah. Somebody says we have somebody in Discord. What channel is that they're doing that? I'll take a look. Yeah, anybody using at everyone in the Discord will get an immediate ban. We don't tolerate that sort of behavior. Again, thank you to everybody that is posting battle stations in the battle station thread over there. That's awesome. Some of those are really great. Some of the people that have posted those tonight. Thank you guys so much for sending those over to me. I really love seeing you guys' battle stations. Yeah, trust taking a look through the Discord messages here I've gotten. So it does look like we lost some audio off of that camera. Let's take a look at that here. Yeah, so we did lose. Yeah, we lost audio off of 2 of 3 of those cameras there. I'm gonna go ahead and get all of those refreshed for you guys on screen here. Yeah, let's get that. So that one's definitely old. Let's get that out of here. Okay, we got that one refreshed. So this one is this one here. Put that down here. Get that over here, yeah. Yeah, so it looks like we did lose audio off of off of one of our streams there. Yep, that one is definitely down. Okay, got audio back off of this one. Possibly off of this one as well. Yeah, that one's not going to work. Looks like something has gone over the lens there on that one. Alright, here we go. And we got that back up on feed free there. And Nova Kharkova. Get that back down. Hey, look, guys, more Russian trucks. See, we've been seeing them all day. All right, this is not looped. We have been seeing them patrol the city in Nova Kharkova. All right, there's another Russian truck right here. So again, we've been watching that all night now. We've been watching that activity. Okay, I'll put that back there. Yeah, I fixed that, guys. Thank you for alerting me of that. So yeah, just trying to get audio back from that other camera here, but it looks like it might have gone down, or at least their audio feed. Still getting a fix on that here. Yeah, somebody said they drop the audio when they do news reports. Yeah, we have seen that happen. It could be that's what we're seeing here. Yeah, I'm currently just trying to get that other audio feed back up for you guys here, trying to find an alternate source for it. All right, guys. Sorry for that. I had to pull out the old trusty ban hammer and do a little bit of work over on the Discord. When you get 13,000 bodies in a Discord server, some people, figure out ways to bend the rules, and we found some people that had figured out one of the ranks still allowed you to mention everybody, so I had to fix that issue. But it's now fixed, and we did deal out some bans for some bad actors there in the Discord just now. Just trying to get a hold of that situation. Too Tall actually sends me a message. He says, "Hey NEMICO, I just talked to the operator of the Nova Kharkova cams. He is currently hiding with his family in their basement, and they are trapped in Kakhovka. Sorry, it's really hard for me to pronounce that, guys. He says they destroyed all of the P47 cams and they are not repairable. He tried to fix them, and I thought I would let you know. Thank you so much for that, Too Tall. His situation and how terrible the whole thing is, yeah, that is pretty unfortunate, but that's interesting that you were able to reach out to that guy. That's pretty cool. Again, guys, I'm doing some work in the background here. We're getting the Discord cleaned up there. I was just I got to do this every couple days. Make sure I got to go through and make sure our mods are taken care of. Make sure we get everything cleaned up. As the large influx of trolls comes into the Discord, we have to take more of an effort to curb some of those issues. But we have resolved most of those issues. Yeah, again, guys, just hold tight. I'm going to bring you guys some more information here in the next little while. I'm just getting some things taken care of here in the background. Again, to everybody in the Discord that hasn't grabbed their ranks, you can grab those in the welcome channel. There's our chimes. Right on the 15-minute mark, we have our audio back up and operational, guys. Sorry, I forgot to tell you that I had done that. I went and I got our audio back up. Alright guys, so I am actually remaking our open source intelligence tools channel. If everybody that has any open source intelligence tools, the flight radars, anything, go ahead and PM me them now. And I'm going to set up another channel here, guys, that that is just for the open source intelligence tools, and nobody will be able to speak in it. It'll just be a list of the links of tools so that people can refer to that, okay? But give me 1 second here, guys, while I get that set up for you guys. Yeah, so everybody that has any open source intelligence tools, no matter what they are, send them over to me, and I am going to make a list in that open source intelligence tools channel. I will also put the ones that I have in there too. Yeah, I just haven't got to it. Basically, anybody that has any open source intelligence tools, to to send them to me now. I'm just going to pop them into that open source intelligence tools channel. If somebody could send me the particulate maps and the radiological maps, that would be useful. I'll get those in there. Again, if anybody else has any other open source intelligence tools you guys would like me to add to the channel, all you gotta do is PM me and I will put them in the channel. In fact, really quick, I'll get all the ones that we have in the description below the stream. I'll get those on there. Yeah, to anybody saying that they got banned in the Discord server for nothing, that is not true. Anybody that got banned in the Discord server was most likely talking in the Situation Room, which there's a clear rule posted at the top of the channel not to talk in the Situation Room. If you were banned for speaking in the Situation Room, that is your fault. You got to read the server rules, guys. Make sure to read the server rules first, okay? Not just in the server rules channel, but also in each channel in the pin section is server rules that we post there. So nobody gets banned from the Discord server for no reason. You have obviously infracted some kind of action. So we will, of course, be appealing bans if anybody wants a ban appeal, but don't count on it if you guys aren't reading the rules. Wumbo says, what channel should we use to PM me? You could PM me on Discord. That's the only place I'm accepting PMs. I don't accept PMs on any other platform but Discord. If you want to, if you have like a report or something, instead of sending it to me, put it in the Situation Room, but do not be chatting in the Situation Room because mods have been instructed to ban everybody that is in the Situation Room. So again, guys, I'm trying to get that open source intelligence tools section populated. If you have any links to open source intelligence tools, send them over now, and I will put them in that open source intelligence tools channel so that everybody can actually access them instead of having them buried under a bunch of chats. Yes, we watched the missile strike in Kharkiv earlier. Definitely a very destructive action taken by the Russians this morning. Multiple casualties, multiple people injured. A child was injured in that as well. Yeah, we saw that explosion earlier. I'll probably talk more about the situation on Kharkiv later today. However, right now the situation is ongoing in Kharkiv. Thank you to everybody that's sending over these open source intelligence tools. Again, guys, thank you for that. Before you send one to me, again, thank you for sending me the firms map just now. Yeah, to anybody you know, that's sending them over, make sure I haven't posted it already in the open source intelligence tools, but I'm getting most of them in there now. Okay, we got all of that. I still need the particulate maps, radiological maps, and a couple of the other ones. I'm gonna track those down here real quick. Okay, we got all of that. Okay, so here's the marine traffic one. I'll put that in there. Actually, I have quite a few here that I could put in there. In fact, I'll put all of these in there now. Yeah, we already have ADSB exchange in there. Somebody said, do we have any cams at Kherson? At this time, we do not, no. Yeah, it looks like a lot of cams in and around Kherson and Kharkiv have gone down. Thank you, Pops, for sending me the air pollution map. Much appreciated, man. Yeah, I still need that radiation map from earlier, but that's about the only one I think that we need here. I think we got everything else basically in there. I know people will send me other ones over the coming days, but yeah, actually, somebody that wait, yeah, hold on, I have them right here. Yeah, I'll take them from over here. Hold on, there we go. There's the radiation one. Did I put live UA map on there? No, I didn't. But I'm gonna put. I'll copy and paste it there. We got that one. We got this one. We got this one. We got that's down. We got this one. Get that out of the way. Yeah, so it looks like you got everything now. I just need that. There was an alternative. Live map, event map that somebody had sent me. I can't find that at this time. We'll have to look at that. Look into finding that. Thank you, Captain, for those other radiological maps. That helps. Yeah, I'll put those in there. Yeah, we were also using these the other day too, so these will work. Yeah, both of those will do good. I'll put that on there. Thank you, 1080p Potato, but I already have that one in there. But thank you for sending it over. Much appreciated. All right, guys. Yeah, to everybody in Discord on the general chat, no, we are keeping the slow mode on. It needs to stay on for Discord chat. For at least the general chat in Discord, I mean. So live UA map with an official update, finally. Okay, so here's an update from live UA map. Mitigating attack for 12 hours. Sincere apologies for downtime of application and website. So guys, some of the information on live UA map right now might be manipulated by the attackers. So keep that in mind, guys. Also, they've been under a DDoS attack as well. So that's why the site has been down. So we now have that information. Yeah, actually, yeah, that's right. Somebody recommended maybe we should have a larger slowdown timer in Situation Room to discourage talking in there. Yeah, I will actually do that. I mean, if anybody ever needs to get an update over to me, you can. If you need it fast, send it to me. Again, guys, yeah, we are keeping discussions out of the Situation Room, so keep that in mind. In fact, right now, actually, yeah, I'm going to fix that issue with the Situation Room right now. There we go. That helps. Yeah, don't worry. I'll take care of that.